My bad. I don't know what the hell just happened. I think Streamlabs decided to just update in the middle of my damn stream.
And
I'm back.
do you ever wear the ones that are 3D?
Objection, relevant.
Assisting.
Were you wearing the ones that were 3D on the date of the incident?
She already said she was not wearing 3D. She was wearing flats.
No.
At any time?
No.
And how do you know that those rhinestones that are 3D, how do you know they're sharp? And why did you just tell us that now?
Because it was relevant to the question you asked.
Why are we talking about things that she didn't testify she was wearing?
Do you remember how many rhinestones were on each fingernail? If it was 1, 2,
Oh my
or 3?
god.
Ask the answer.
You already asked this question. He want to make a point so bad.
Aside from that day, the date of the incident, which was February 24th of 2018, aside from that day, have you ever seen Miss Imani Ellis either before or after that day?
No. Honest truth, I wouldn't even recognize, like, I
She don't remember that girl. 7 years.
look, until I came here again, like,
Well, isn't everything you just told us the honest truth?
yes.
Now, when Miss Tiara Malcolm came outside, she came outside, it was about 40 to 50 seconds, and she came out first, right?
Mm-hmm.
How long after that?
Yes, yes, yes.
How long after that piece did the doctor come out? Because he came out after her, right? They didn't come out together, did they?
Negative.
Tiara?
It's the piece.
I withdraw.
Overall.
Piece of time. But anyway, when Tiara Malcolm came outside, did she come by herself or with the doctor or someone else?
She came out by herself.
So how long after she came out did the doctor come out?
He came out like 4 to 5 seconds later, 3 seconds later.
When Tiara Malcolm came outside, how did she get between the two of you if you were chest to chest?
She literally, she was like, "What are you guys doing? What's going on? And what's going on?" And then she was like, "This bitch just fucking hit me. This bitch just hit me. I'm about to fuck her up." And I'm just like, I was so confused because it's like, no, I didn't. Like, I didn't hit you. And then that's when like Finky came out, and he's like, what's going on? Go to my office. So I just like went to his office and stuff like that. Like, that's it. It's done.
Right, but you testified that Tiara Malcolm at some point was in between the two of you.
Yes.
You know, you got a hamburger bun with a hamburger.
Yeah.
She was the hamburger, and the two of you were the buns. Correct?
Yeah. You ain't answered the question. How did she get in between y'all?
Yeah.
Right. How did the hamburger get inside the bun?
I'm not sure if I gave her space or one of us gave her space. She wasn't like really like in. She was just like, "What are you guys doing? What is this?" And then she just got in the middle because she just was like going crazy. I don't know where she just turned up like.
And you just testified now that Imani Ellis was yelling that you hit her, right?
Yes.
She was saying that.
Mhm.
And you didn't hit her.
No.
Did you take a swing at her?
No.
When Miss Tiara Woods was in between the two of you, did you try to take a swing over Miss Tiara Woods?
No.
How tall are you?
So I don't know who Tiara Woods is, but
Where is this Tiara at? Cause didn't they say that Tiara was taking hits for the lady, like Cardi B was swinging?
Tiara Malcolm, I apologize. Tiara Malcolm.
Do we have a question?
How tall are
What
you?
was the question?
How tall are you?
How tall I am?
Yeah.
5'3".
Okay, how about on that date of the incident when you had your shoes on? Were
Are we
they
gonna get to
flats,
hear
were
from
they
her?
heels? What was it?
Slightly flats.
So, and do you know how tall Miss Imani Ellis is?
No.
When you were standing face to face, were your eyes like the same level, or did she look taller? Did she look shorter? What is your recollection?
We was face to face, so she's practically like my height, or just much taller, but she was practically like my height. But she is like
What? Say it.
security heavy.
Security heavy. That was cute. She trying not to call her fat. She definitely called that girl fat.
What does security heavy mean? Just tell us. There's no harm. What does that mean?
Like she just looks a little like she
Stocky.
could protect the building.
Ah!
Big. You know what I'm saying? She just
She's stocky.
looks
She's saying she don't look like no fragile little.
more developed than me.
Okay. And aren't security guards to be more developed than you?
Objection, relevance.
Assisting.
Did you at any time tell Miss Imani Ellis that you were pregnant?
No.
That building, you agree, is not Cedar-Sinai Hospital, correct?
Objection, my submission. Also, this was covered in.
I withdraw the
Without
question.
it's asking us.
The building you were in was a medical building, correct?
Yes.
But it wasn't a hospital.
No.
Was it a hospital?
No.
And there's all type of different tenants that are in the building, right?
Objection, last submission.
Assisting.
Do you know if there were other tenants that had offices in that building?
Objection, relevance.
Assisting.
You were on the 5th floor, correct?
Yes.
And when you were walking down the hall, there were other doors there, correct? It wasn't just Dr. Finke. There was other different offices there, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Assisting.
When you were getting angry, did you believe that your anger would harm your baby?
Objection, relevance.
Assisting.
When you went to see Dr. Finke, did you tell him, I got so angry right now, something happened, whatever you told, is it harmful to my baby? Did you ask him?
Objection.
Assisting. Counsel, do you have anything in?
Earlier, well, I'll withdraw that. Did you post anything about the incident of February 24th, 2018 on the internet?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I think I said something because around that time she did went live and said something, and my fans caught it, and she was just practically saying like all of these lies about me and stuff like that, and I was like, I did not touch that girl at all. I never really got into details about it. I just
And when she was posting things, she was telling other people that you assaulted her or hit her or did something physical, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
yes.
And then you replied and posted things as well, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what you posted?
It was, I don't think I posted something. I'm not even sure if it was a comment or like if I did like a live or something. It had to be quick. I was like, that's a fucking lie. Fuck out of here. Trying to get some money.
What was that?
I said, that's a fucking lie. Fuck out.
Why he keep trying to get her to repeat herself? I said, that's a fucking lie.
Out of here. Just trying to get some money.
Who's trying to get some money?
She is.
How do you know that?
Because she sued me for $24 million.
Did you?
What? That's what this is. For how much? For what exactly? Cause you lost your job? It's cause you lost your job. But you are why you lost your job.
Sue her?
No.
Could you have sued her?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
I mean, she probably could. She don't know. She didn't think about that. That's not what she was looking for. Cause the bitch ain't got no money.
Did you ever apologize on those internet or emails or whatever you posted? Did you ever on the posts apologize for anything that you did that day?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
Argumentative.
Do you feel by using all those words you should have apologized?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
Are you aware that your security guard spoke to Imani Ellis in the lobby shortly after this incident? Are you aware of that?
Last foundation.
Overruled.
I'm not aware of that. He didn't tell me he talked to her.
Okay. Are you aware that your security guard, Karan Newton, on the day of the incident, apologized to Miss Ellis on your behalf?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did your security guard tell you that he apologized to Miss Ellis on your behalf at any time?
Objection. Asked and answered. Argumentative. Last foundation.
Sustained.
Have you ever been assaulted?
That's just him having security guard decorum for another damn security guard. But that don't have nothing to do with her. That don't have her admitting any type of guilt over anything that she might have done. She didn't apologize.
And battered in your life?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you ever been abused in your life?
Counsel, if you're out of
What the hell?
questions, you can pass the question.
Did you know that by your actions you took away the feeling of safety for Imani Ellis?
All right. Counsel,
Yes, Your
are
Honor.
you done?
I have a few more.
Right. He said, are you done?
Have them be fact-based.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right.
And do you agree that this incident, which we're talking about, and why we're all here today, occurred 7.5 years ago? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, and that's 2,741 days ago,
Objection.
based on my math.
Relevant, Your Honor.
Sustained.
How do you remember all of these details that you gave us from 2,741 days ago?
Objection. As to the days.
Overruled.
You can answer.
How does your person remember it? Which she didn't. She kept changing her story.
I mean, I remember like the basics. I don't remember like the whole. I remember the basics. Like it was, but it's not really much to remember. It was a in and out.
A quick altercation. Unlike your client who acted like she had to reread her own story that she Broke.
All right, and have you ever used your nails to scratch yourself? Like if you get a bug bite? Have you ever done that before?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Did you have any jewelry on you at the time of the incident, whether it was on your hands?
Why? That's not what your client said scratched her. She kept it strictly at the 3-inch acrylic nails.
Or your neck?
Objection, ask the answer. Relevance.
Sustained.
This judge tired of you. Go sit down. You ain't got no more questions.
When you were in the hallway, did you block Miss Ellis from leaving? Even if it was for 1 second.
No.
Did she block you from leaving?
Yes. She blocked me from moving. She was
Yeah, because she wanted her to get out and Cardi was trying to go to the doctor's office.
right in my face. She was right in my face.
Okay, and when you were standing there, were you pointing, I'm sorry, were you facing Dr. Finke's office or a different side? Do you understand the question?
Objection, negative, ambiguous.
I withdraw the question. When this whole thing happened, did you start to move around in a circle, or were you standing physically the same spot the whole time?
Objection, ask the answer, and I think you covered it.
Sustained.
When you say that she was blocking you, were you facing towards Dr. Finke's office? Yes?
Duh, because that's where she was going.
Objection, ask the answer.
Sustained.
Karan Newton, how long was he your security guard as of the date of the incident? For how long?
Sustained.
What does it matter?
Would you consider yourself a peaceful person?
Objection.
Oh my God. Sir, move on.
And after you saw Dr. Finke, you spent about 15 minutes with him, you left the building, correct?
Yes.
When you left the building, did you see Imani Ellis as you were exiting?
No.
Did you see your security guard downstairs?
Yes.
And he was in the lobby area waiting for you?
Ask the answer.
Sustained.
Okay. And when you left the building, you went to the parking lot, or was the car waiting for you outside?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
He trying to see any last point he could try to make with these questions.
Tiara Malcolm and Dr. Finke and Imani Ellis, who were in that hallway. Were there any other people there?
No.
Did any other doctors come up to that floor?
No.
You're sure?
Absolutely.
How are you sure?
Objection,
Sustained.
When you were in the 5th floor, did anybody come from the stairwell up to hear what happened? If you know, do you know if anyone did?
I apologize.
Why does it matter?
I'll withdraw it. I will ask it differently. When you were up,
You still ain't get to how she spit on her. The only thing you asked about her spitting on that girl was, could you have possibly spit on her when you was talking? We waiting for the question of y'all said that she spit on this woman. It's giving lies behind lies behind lies. I do believe that Cardi B was in her face and had her finger in her face. That part I believe. And then it sounds like the altercation wasn't even that long. And y'all asked that lady, when did Cardi B spit on her? First, she said she spit on her when the doctors came out, and that's when she spit on her. Then in the deposition thing, y'all was saying that she said that Cardi B said, or that Cardi B spit on her before anybody came out of the room. So which is it? That, like, he get up here talking about some, could you have possibly spit on her when you were talking? That's not what that lady said.
There, outside the hallway with Imani Ellis. Did you see?
It's giving
anyone else,
lies.
whether it was a security
And all
guard
that
or-
money that you trying to get with no proof of nothing. You don't even have proof that you had this so-called scar on your face. What is this?
The doctor or someone else come up from the stairwell, which was close to the elevator area.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
I forgot to ask you one thing about when you were chest to chest. Did you ever touch Imani Ellis's face or nose with your finger?
No,
You never touched her nose like this?
no.
I don't believe that part.
Thank
I believe you was in her face with your finger. I definitely believe you was in her face with your finger. You might not have thought you touched her, but she probably felt your finger at the tip of her nose. Like she said, and it was scratched. But nothing was wrong with her.
Your Honor.
All right, well, why don't we take our morning recess? Why don't we start back?
And what happened to the whole, y'all didn't even get into, like, saying that the lady, I guess once Cardi put a stop to saying she ain't put her hands on her, y'all ain't even get to that part about her battering the lady's body, like the lady said. Ah. Hold on. Which one is next? These is freaking people that don't like her. That's why it's saying hostile witness. This one over here is saying lawyer suing Cardi B tries to save the case by grilling. Let's see what this one
Ignite the fairways.
With Fireball.
Jiminy Cricket, you don't even have a club in your hand.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Miss Tiara Malcolm.
Oh yeah, we do get to hear from Tiara. Okay.
When Miss Imani Ellis called you several months later and asked you to help her, what is the reason that you chose not to do so?
Well, main reason I didn't feel like she was in the right.
She
Felt
because she wasn't.
like based off of her position, working at the office, everything was handled unprofessionally.
It
and
was.
going back and forth. No, she didn't work at our office, but clearly Cardi B was a patient going, she had a purpose at that building where she worked at.
She worked, yeah, I was about to say she worked in the building, but she didn't work in the office. So don't let that confuse.
So I didn't feel, I don't know what I would help her with. I don't think if I told my truth, it would help her. So,
Were you aware that Miss Ellis was a security guard at your building?
yes.
Do you understand that the security guard is supposed to go from floor to floor to make sure everything is safe? Are you aware of that?
I don't know the rules.
I'm sorry.
I don't understand how you could be making sure everything is safe with the phone at your ear or in your ear, talking on the phone with your cousins, checking voicemails. You don't even have incident reports that you walking around to fill out in any type of incident if anything do happen. She was not doing no. She was not doing her job.
Had you ever seen Miss Ellis on other days aside from the date of the incident? And I will represent to you the date of the incident for purposes of all my questions will be February 24th of 2018.
I believe that was the first day I seen her there.
Okay. When you saw her, when you got to work, did you see her anywhere in the building?
No.
What time did you get to work?
On a Saturday, maybe around 8.
8 a.m.? Okay. And had you ever spoken to Miss Ellis before the date of the incident?
No.
Is there any reason why, when you would go to work at the 8920 building, Wilshire Boulevard building, for how long had you been working there before the date of the incident?
For about
Overall, just move on.
for about 7 years, just about.
And during those 7 years, did you see other security guards in the building?
Actually, relevant.
It's the same.
And when Miss Ellis's attorneys asked you to cooperate and sign a declaration, did you do that?
Form.
Not a form. Did you ever sign a declaration under penalty of perjury on August 26, 2025, which would be yesterday?
A declaration. Sorry, I'm not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Relevant, Your Honor?
She signed something and they ain't even tell her what it was called.
Did you give permission to the other side to sign a declaration under penalty of perjury in this case?
Oh, from,
Objection, Your Honor?
It's the same.
And the first question
Have
was,
you ever
did she sign it? The second question was, did she give permission to who to sign it?
Signed any document related to this incident?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
It's the same.
Did you make any type of formal complaint to the building about this incident?
And making this as formal.
Overall.
when my supervisor wanted to make a complaint, since I was there, yeah, that's when I went downstairs with my supervisor.
And who did you make a complaint to?
Douglas Emmett, the property management manager that managed the building.
Okay. And what was your complaint? What did you say?
They just wanted me to tell them what happened and the concern of the privacy of our patients.
Are you
So she the reason that you got fired. Her and her supervisor is the reason that you got fired. It wasn't even Cardi B.
a Cardi B fan?
I know her music. I guess I listen to her music. I listen to hip hop.
She a fan.
Okay. And you like her music, right?
Objection, relevance.
Overall.
Yes?
Yeah, she's
Have you-
talented.
All right. Have you ever gone to any of her concerts?
No.
Have you ever, well, I withdraw that. Okay. And
What? Yeah, you was gonna ask her if she bought CDs and stuff next. Like you already said, do she listen to the music? Okay, we get she listens to the music. She might be a fan.
for purposes of the visit on Saturday, the doctor's office decided to close to give her a special appearance to see the doctor, correct?
Objection, argumentative. And
I withdraw the question. When Cardi B came to the office, the purpose of her coming to your office was to see Dr. Finke for medical care, correct?
Yes.
When you went outside into the hallway, the confrontation that you testified about was already occurring before you got there, correct?
Yes, that's what made me go outside.
All right. Do you know for about how long this confrontation was going on before you made your way outside?
I was sitting there waiting, so as soon as I heard the noise, it wasn't that seconds after was when I heard it, so I don't think it was going on that long.
Okay. Did Cardi B, while you were there, in any way touch Miss Ellis?
No.
Did Miss Ellis in any way touch Cardi B while you were there?
No.
When you got there, were they chest to chest? Were they touching chest to chest?
I couldn't really see Cardi B because she was kind of cornered with her back against the wall. I really just saw.
And she said that. She said that the lady kept backing her. That's what she was saying. She tried to say she was backing her into a corner.
Miss Ellis in front of her, and that's what made me rush and get in between them.
Okay. And when you say you saw her back against the wall, how were you able to see her back from where you were standing?
Objection to spiritual.
Were you assuming that, I withdraw the question, were you assuming that Cardi B's back was up against the wall when you saw that?
No, I'm not assuming. I could see it because I literally looked down the hall when I opened the door.
She know what the doctor's office is like. She know what's on the other side of Cardi if she's standing off to the side and she could see down the hall and only see this lady. If the only thing that's on the other side is the wall, then her back was probably to the wall.
And was
Was she gonna be looking at the wall?
Cardi B's back actually touching the wall or was close to the wall?
I don't know if it was touching her. It was close. I didn't.
And you know that this incident happened 7.5 years ago, correct?
Yes,
And
that's
you
why I
remember all
don't
these.
remember if her back was touching or
Right.
inches away, but
Yeah.
I know it was very
To the
close
wall.
To the wall.
It was a very long time ago. So, how did you remember all these details? Did you write them down somewhere?
Oh my
Did you record it,
God.
or just off of.
What details? You didn't ask her many details. She didn't give many details. She literally said, I don't know, I was waiting. I heard something. A few seconds after I heard something, I walked out. Her back was against the wall. The lady was standing in front of her. What details? How can she remember so many details after so many years? You just saying that because your client can't remember the details that she's supposed to remember. That shit happened to her, talking about she was assaulted. Me being assaulted, I remember details that happened. Every detail. I don't care how long ago it was. I was the one that was assaulted. She couldn't remember anything that she even wrote down in her police report. She couldn't remember what she said in the deposition. She couldn't remember what she put on the email to her job for the incident report. She couldn't remember nothing because she kept changing the story.
Memory from 7.5 years ago.
I just remember, there's certain things I remember when I was 4. I just remember because it was a confrontation and I was sitting there ready to go because I had to drive all the way to Tarzana. And it was a story that I had to my sister coming back, like, you can't believe why I was late type of story.
Right.
So,
Right. That's another thing. They telling people what happened.
Cardi B or help Miss Ellis?
my purpose is to tell the truth.
Of course.
That's my purpose.
And when Miss Ellis or her attorney tried to reach out to you, you refused to speak with them, correct? But when Cardi B's attorneys spoke to you and reached out to you, you
Yeah, because she literally just got this lady fired from her job. She walked down with the supervisor and got her fired because she felt like it was unprofessional. Why would she be wanting to talk to the lady after she just got her fired?
talked to them immediately and you signed a declaration for them on the spot, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
When you were there and you got in between the two of them, I want you to think of it like a hamburger bun. You're the hamburger and the two of them are the buns. How did you get in between them? Did you physically push them apart? Did they magically back up from one another? How did you get
That
in
part she
between
probably can't remember.
I just like you said, it was 7 years ago. so I'm
Exactly.
walking
Now that part she
upset
probably can't
because of
remember.
what I'm seeing, and that's just how I am when I see comprehension.
Now there we go. The details that you so fond of her remembering that she don't remember.
I mean, it's not like I see it all the time, but seeing what was going on, I just immediately, that's just what I did. I didn't really think about, I didn't really have a plan. That's just what I did to try to calm it down.
Okay. And Miss Ellis, who's sitting to my left, you heard her cursing at Cardi B on the date of the incident?
Yes.
You actually heard profanity.
I actually heard profanity.
Many different ones.
Yes.
And
How
that's
do you
why
know
she
wasn't
felt like
Cardi
it
B
was
that using
unprofessional.
profanity?
Because everybody knows Cardi B's fucking voice. Everybody know what Cardi B sound like.
Different voices.
Okay. Was Cardi B using any profanities on the date?
Probably.
Yeah, she was upset.
Right.
She used profanities.
Profanity, yes.
F word.
Curse words.
Bitch, F you, all that, correct?
Yes.
Yes. The question was answered.
And you don't really know what happened before you got there, correct? You have no way of knowing.
I wasn't there before I got there.
So if there was any physical contact, whether it was spitting, scratching, or cutting someone's face, you wouldn't know that because you weren't there during that time period before you got there, correct? Do you understand my question?
Oh my God. You asking the same question again in a different way.
In the let's just call it the 40 to 50 seconds while there was a confrontation. I'll give you that estimated time. During the 40 to 50 minutes of seconds when they had their confrontation, you would have no way of knowing what happened during that duration of time because you weren't there. Is that
You
fair?
said no.
Yeah, I wasn't there. I only heard.
No, anything could have happened, right?
Possession for speculation.
Correct?
Yeah, I wasn't there.
Imani Ellis could have hit Cardi B.
She wasn't there.
Okay, I withdraw it.
Exactly. He
When
like,
you,
he like, okay, but she wasn't there in the back.
Saw Cardi B that day. You spent time with her, right? In your medical office, correct?
Not a lot of time, but I spent the time from taking her to
Not as much time as she spent with the security guard that actually works in the building and had her number.
her examiner, making sure she was okay. And once the last patient was checked in, I was out of there.
Okay. And how long did you spend with her?
Probably a few minutes.
Maybe a minute.
Right.
If that.
She's literally just the front desk person. She's not the doctor.
When the patient
You
went
mean
into,
when we went into the, just to make sure you're saying, when we went into the office, how long did I spend with her? Yeah, maybe,
15 minutes, half an
no.
hour?
I was still ready to go. Maybe a minute.
Did you notice that she was wearing, strike? Do you notice that she had fingernails? Did you look at her fingernails?
I don't remember that.
Did you notice that Cardi B had long fingernails?
Now all the details he want her to remember.
This characterizes the evidence and argumentative.
Did you see the size of Cardi B's fingernails on the date of the incident?
I don't.
Now everything that he want her to remember that's going to actually point to something that he wanted to point to, but that's going to be shit she don't remember. The simple shit, yes. Now you asking about these little stupid ass details, what her nails look like and shit. She don't know.
I don't remember.
Just like that other lady didn't even know. You thought, and he slipped up. I don't even know if y'all heard him say that earlier. He asked Cardi B what color was her nails that day. And Cardi B was trying to remember like the kind of color it was. And he said green, which means that his client told him that Cardi B had 3-inch green long nails that day. And Cardi was like, no, not green. They was orange. So that means your client didn't even really know what her nails look like.
Her having or seeing her nails.
And have you ever seen her before? Does she wear long fingernails?
I don't know what she wears.
On the date of the incident, would you agree that because you did not look at her fingernails, you have no idea as to how long the fingernails were on the date of the incident?
Objection.
True?
Calls for speculation, lacks no objection.
Sustained.
When you said that you saw arms flying, you also testified a moment ago that you weren't sure whose arms were flying, correct?
Ms. Guttrose, testimony.
Overruled.
I believe I stated I was facing Miss Ellis. So Cardi B
Yeah, she definitely
was
said that.
behind me.
Right.
So I could only see the arms that were flying in front of me. I can't recall. She was behind me, so
Right.
I think I would have felt something behind me.
Okay, so she didn't feel Cardi hit her. Now that's what I wanted to hear. I wanted them to bring her up here so that she could say whether or not Cardi was hitting her to get to the lady.
So if Cardi B had taken a swing, you would not be able to see that.
Most likely I would.
I mean, she might have seen something in the corner of her eye if she's seen Cardi B swinging, but she also would have felt Cardi B up behind her swinging at the lady, like trying to get to her. She just said she didn't feel Cardi B trying to get to the lady.
Sorry.
See, I'm not talking about feeling. Would you agree that because Cardi B was behind you, if she took a swing without touching your body, you would not be able to see that? True?
This characterizes the testimony and is calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I didn't see her hands flying on the side of me.
I understand that. But
Yeah.
again, I would like to know the answer to this question.
What was your question? I'm sorry, I forgot.
Of course. So the question is, because you were facing Imani Ellis, you have no idea what Cardi B was doing at that moment, right?
Objection.
So if Cardi B was,
She was pretty much like the back of this chair. That's how close she was to me.
I understand
So
that.
I didn't feel anything or see any hands come from behind me.
understood. But if Cardi B took a swing, because you were not facing her and you were focusing on Imani Ellis, and you don't have
He just want her to say she don't know what Cardi was doing. That still don't prove anything.
eyes in the
No,
back
I
of your
didn't see
head,
her hands.
you would not be able to know what she was doing.
Right.
So if she took a swing, you wouldn't be able to know. Fair?
Okay, yeah. I didn't see it.
Get somewhere with your questions.
As far as the, what would you characterize the injury to your forehead?
A cut. It was just bleeding a little bit.
It was bleeding.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, she was actually bleeding.
How did that cut get there? I withdraw the question. Did that scratch or cut or
Nah, how did cut get there?
anything get there at the time of this incident?
Yes, it definitely wasn't there before I went outside.
Okay. All right. So now we're going to get into this.
But she also said she was facing Miss Ellis, not Bel Khalice. So if she got a cut on her forehead and she was facing Miss Ellis the entire time, who gave her the cut on her forehead?
There's only three options, and you could add more if you want, but I'm going to give you three. The cut came from you, the cut came from Ellis, or the cut came from Cardi B. Or make
How would it have come from Cardi B? So Cardi B is just in the back of her pulling on her face? And she ain't feel that? Or see the hands come in her face?
up your own. Where did the cut come from? And if you don't know, you can say, I don't know. Do you know?
It definitely didn't come from me.
Okay, so that's out. You got two more.
And
Ellis and Cardi B. Or
Cardi
your own.
was behind me.
Exactly, so that don't even make any sense. Why are you trying? And you said she hit your client. Why are you trying to insinuate that Cardi hit her?
The only assumption that I had was it was from Miss Ellis because she was facing me.
Okay. But did you ever see Miss Ellis take her fingers or her hand or any other object and cause damage to your head? Did you ever see that?
I seen hands trying to reach over me, so like I said, the adrenaline and everything was going so fast.
Exactly.
But being that she was in front of me and hands were going like this,
Past her face.
that's the only realistic assumption I can have, is that that's why I got cut.
Okay. But you're assuming, correct?
Objection.
I think you're asking her to assume, counsel.
Are you assuming?
Your Honor, objection.
Yeah, why don't we move on?
Yeah, why don't we move on?
How do you know that Cardi B's fingernail didn't cut your forehead?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And he just said, why don't we move on?
She was behind
You
me.
don't need to answer.
Oh, sorry.
Did Dr. Finke see the cut to your forehead?
I believe so. His nurse is the one who pointed it out.
Did you receive any medical treatment for that cut?
No, I just put some alcohol, alcohol
All right. So
swab.
you agree that something physical happened when the three of you were there because you got cut to your face. Is that fair? Something physical happened.
Objection.
How did this get all the way over there?
Overruled.
If I got cut, I guess so. I don't.
Okay. So would you agree that there was a physical fight?
No.
So you just got cut from the air?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
It wasn't a physical fight if they're not physically touching each other. That lady was trying to get to Cardi and ended up somehow cutting this lady face. And she didn't even realize it happened because everything was just happening.
Did Miss Imani Ellis have any fingernails?
She don't know.
I don't remember.
Right. Just like she don't know if Cardi had nails.
Fingernails.
Was Imani Ellis angry at the time of the incident?
Yes.
Was Cardi B angry at the time of the incident?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Yeah, because Cardi already answered that question.
And back to the hamburger question, did you at any point use your hands to separate the two of them, Imani Ellis and Cardi B?
She already told you she don't even know how she got in between them.
No.
So did you just squeeze yourself in? How did you get in there?
She already told you she don't know how she got in between them.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Thank you, lawyer in the back.
When you had the conversation with Miss Ellis on the phone, did you actually speak with her?
Yes.
You
On the
didn't?
phone. Yes.
Yeah. And let me ask you, when you were on the telephone, did she tell you anything, Miss Ellis, when she was talking to you that day?
From what I can remember, just being upset about what happened, her no longer being employed there, and I don't remember the word for word.
Okay. So she,
And it's crazy that she called her and she was the one that went down and filed a complaint.
Miss Ellis was basically asking you to assist her in some way to be her witness, correct? That was the purpose of the call?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Purpose.
Did Miss Ellis's attorney contact you?
I don't remember that.
Did Miss Ellis ever come inside your office at any time between the date of the incident and today?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
Do you know if Miss Ellis spoke with Dr. Finke at any point?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
As far as your background, do you have any professional degrees?
Why?
I got my AA at West LA College. I'm a real estate agent. That's about it.
That's good. And have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Oh my gosh.
And
What's the relevance of these questions now? He just don't know when to give up when he know he's not doing a good job here. Your witness, I mean your complainant just made a fool out of you and her in this case. And what you grilling her for? You asking her about her educational background. For what? What is the relevance?
aside from Dr. Finke's office, were you working other places during that time period? Or was that your main job?
That was my main job.
And at this time, you no longer work there?
No.
And on the date of the incident, because Cardi B was your patient, you felt that it was necessary to go outside to bring her inside to help her get inside for the medical appointment, correct?
Objection relevant.
I mean, she also heard an altercation going on, so, and she also seen that the altercation was with her patient and the damn security guard.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, you're right.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, any questions from the jury? Oh, you have one? Okay, great.
Oh wait, did the other man question her? What's the jury questions?
All right, I think these questions are appropriate. Ma'am, when you did you actually close your office to maintain privacy for Cardi B?
Yes.
And when you do that, was it your custom and practice to also notify the building security?
Oh, so nobody was even really supposed to be on that floor, but that girl is a security guard, so.
I honestly don't know if that was done or not.
Did you normally do that, or were you?
That wasn't my task, no.
Okay. Do you recall the N-word coming out of Cardi B's mouth?
No.
Can you describe Cardi B's emotional state during and after the incident?
Upset, emotional, worried about the reason why she was there. I don't know if I'm sure. But.
You don't know the details?
No, I don't know.
She don't know if she can say those details because that's her medical.
Oh, in terms of the medical issues?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Testimony is that she was there for a pregnancy checkup.
Yeah, so just concerned about that and being upset about her privacy.
Did you notice whether Miss Ellis had a phone or a camera during the incident?
She had a phone in her hand.
She did have a phone in her hand?
Yes.
All right. Those are the questions that I think are appropriate.
She probably low-key might have hit you in the head with the phone, bopped you real quick.
Oh, no, Your Honor.
For plaintiff?
Yes, just one follow-up, Your Honor. All day, 3 or 2 Saturday.
Yes.
Close your office to have that medical appointment. That was a Saturday. Is your medical office usually open on Saturday?
Yes.
And you usually close around 1:30 or 2 or 3 or you go all day?
It don't matter. She already established that they usually close down the office, period, because they have a celebrity coming in. So it's just going to be that celebrity coming in at whatever time she had her appointment.
No, it's half the day. So usually,
Exactly.
from what I can remember, the last patient was around noon or 11:45 noon.
Right, they're not open all damn day.
That Cardi B was the last patient of the day.
Yeah, she was the last patient. So we finished our morning and we made sure she was the last one.
You
Just
work
right there.
I'm sorry. Do you work on Sundays as well?
No.
No.
And a half a day on Saturdays when you're there. Were you in charge of closing the office?
Your Honor, this is outside the scope of the questions.
Assistant.
No further questions.
All right. Can we switch?
Yeah, you didn't have any further questions. Sit your ass down. Did the other guy, question her? I don't see another one of these.
Great ideas can come from anywhere. With
Good morning, Ms. Malcolm. My name is Peter Anderson, and I'll be
Okay, yeah, this is, I think I'll just be finding
a
it.
few questions. I'll try and make it as quick as possible. Where were you working in February of 2018?
Women's care, OBGYN doctor's office.
I believe this is Cardi's lawyer talking to her now.
And do you recall an encounter between Cardi B and the woman to my left?
Yes.
Okay.
It's so funny and interesting that they keep calling her Cardi B and not Bill Khalees. And this, like, is a whole case.
What was your position at the doctor's office in February 2018?
A receptionist, front office.
Okay. And did Cardi B have an appointment that day?
Yes.
Was it a Saturday?
Yes.
Was there, to your knowledge, were there any other offices that were open that day?
No.
And do you remember the time of the appointment?
It was the end of, we purposely closed, so we had early day, maybe between 12 and 1, I'm assuming.
Okay. And what do you mean by purposefully closed?
For Cardi B, we
To
didn't
maintain-
want anyone there.
To maintain privacy?
Yes.
So, to your knowledge, how did you learn that there was an encounter between the two?
Well, I was waiting for Cardi B's arrival, and I heard commotion out.
Yeah, she did say that, and that makes sense to why she was just waiting. Because they knew that nobody else was going to be coming in because Cardi was coming.
In the hallway, and there's a door to exit right where I was sitting. So I opened the door and I looked, and I heard and saw the commotion, and that's how I learned that something was going on outside.
Could you please describe for the jury what you heard and saw when you opened the door?
I saw them in the corner, Cardi B's back to the wall, and just a lot of arguing and, just confrontation.
Okay. Do you recall anything that
Cardi probably did feel like she was going to get her butt whooped. She said she felt like that lady was about to beat her ass.
plaintiff, Ms. Ellis, said?
It was just very argumentative as far as, cursing and, just be this, be that. I don't know if I can curse, but.
So we've heard just about everything.
Right, because they've been in here, bitch, fuck you, and bitch this. They heard it all today.
Yeah.
What did you do?
I immediately walked over there and got in between them and was like, whoa, what's, my thing was I'm at work, so the first thing that really came out of my mouth is to Miss Ellis, just as far as, what are you doing? You're at work. Go back to your post.
Exactly.
And then I don't know how long it was, but I couldn't get her. I just wanted everything to go away. I just was trying to calm everything down.
She was trying to de-escalate the situation.
Take Cardi B into the office and let's just. And I was trying to go. It was my sister's baby shower, so I was trying to get out of there. But I mean, that wasn't on my mind then. But just to calm the situation down and get her into the office.
How did Ms. Ellis respond?
I don't even know if she heard what I asked, because it was just.
Yeah, she wasn't paying you no mind because she was so focused on now she want to get Cardi B riled up to touch her so that she could have a suit on her hands.
More of just being upset, and no, I'm not going to do that, and just, you know, them still exchanging words even with me in between.
Yeah. Was Ms. Ellis yelling at Cardi B?
I mean, it was pretty loud for me to hear. It was still the same volume from when I couldn't hear them while I was in the office down the hall. So I would say so.
Was Ms. Ellis cursing at Cardi B?
There was definitely curse words, yes, on her.
When you were there, did Ms. Ellis attempt to strike Cardi B?
There was hands going while I was in the middle. I know no one landed, or I was, you know, I didn't even realize, I guess because my adrenaline, that I had a mark on my forehead. So
yeah, she was bleeding.
Besides me getting a scratch, nobody, as far as them two, hit each other.
Right, and she literally said she was bleeding. She didn't say she saw the other lady bleeding. She didn't say she had a scratch on her nose or nothing like that. That lady was trying to call her to try to, and I see why she didn't answer the phone too, because she probably was going to say, like, oh, I'll give you some of the money that I get if you help me with this case.
Based off of, like I said, I didn't know that I even got scratched until I went into the office, and the nurse was like, Tiara, your forehead. But I can only assume Cardi B was behind me, because that was my main concern.
Objection calls for speculation.
So Cardi B was behind you, and you were facing who?
I was facing Miss Ellis.
And you got hit on your forehead and didn't even realize it at that
scratch.
point.
She had blood.
Just let him finish the question.
Oh, sorry.
And so you got hit, you were facing Miss Ellis, and she was swinging away?
I can say there was definitely, you know, when people talk and like this type of action going on.
Right.
Yeah.
And you were hit on your forehead, which was facing Miss Ellis, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What happened next?
After, you know, just going back and forth, Dr. Finke came out. Once he came out, I believe after that, I don't even really remember what was said, but I know I continued to take Cardi B into the office, to her exam room, and then I went back to the front.
Okay. Did
Meanwhile, the security guard is at the front harassing her and telling her that she need to get out the building.
you witnessed Dr. Finke try to get Ms. Ellis to leave the hallway?
Yes, that's what kind of, since he came out and he was talking to her, that's what kind of distracted her, you know, gave us the opportunity to just go into the office.
Okay. And do you recall anything that he said to her?
I think he was on the same temperature as me. Just, you're at work. Why are you up here? Go back, you know, downstairs. And what are you doing? Type of energy.
Okay. And so you turned around and escorted Cardi B into the doctor's office?
Yes, I followed behind her to go to the exam room.
See, now I kind of want to know, because they said that they shut the floor down after whatever client they had, whoever was before her, because they knew she was coming and she was going to be the last client. So now I want to know for real, did the security guard know that Cardi B was coming? And that's why she was even up there on the floor checking to make sure everything was safe? Hey, Crispy. Because that would make a lot of sense to why she was even up there on that floor. Because she wanted to see Cardi B. She knew Cardi B was coming if she didn't know she was coming. And why she had her phone and was on the phone with her cousin, telling her cousin, oh my God, Cardi B just came. She here, blah, blah, blah. And why she pulled out a camera. Now I kind of want to know if you knew Cardi B was coming. And that's why you was just trying to make sure you got ready for when she came so you could catch a quick video. Not even thinking that, bitch, you are at work. This is your job. Hey, Crispy.
When you were face to face with Miss Ellis, I take it you could see her face?
Yes.
Did you see any scratches on her face?
No.
Did you see any cuts on her face?
This lady trying to sue Cardi B for millions of dollars. Talking about Cardi B assaulted her at work and got her fired from her job, basically. And that she had a scar on her face, which nobody has proof of.
No.
Did you see any blood on her face?
No.
Did you see any injury at all on her face?
No.
Did you
She
see
ain't
any
see no
spit or
injuries.
spittle on her face?
Oh, and the lady said Cardi spit on her. That part I forgot. That because that just keep just in the wind.
No.
Did anyone spit in that encounter?
Objection calls for speculation.
While you were there, man.
While I was there, no.
Did you hear Miss Ellis yell at Cardi B, and excuse my language, I will fuck your shit up?
Something, yeah, something along those words.
At any point in time in that confrontation, did Cardi B hit Miss Ellis?
No.
Not while she was there.
At any point in that confrontation, did Cardi B cut Miss Ellis with Cardi's fingernails
Objection calls for speculation.
while you were there?
Overruled. Because he had to add the while you were there.
Did you hear Cardi B use the N-word, excuse me, I apologize.
She already answered that
Did you hear
question.
Cardi B use the N-word? You know what I mean by the N-word?
Yeah. No.
Oh, and I guess she's saying that Cardi calls her the N-word.
After this encounter and Cardi B had gotten into the doctor's office, at any point after that, did you talk to the building management about what had happened?
Yes. That was a Saturday. So Monday, my supervisor and Dr. Finke wanted to make a report since there was an incident and, the importance.
The shit that the security guard should have been doing, that she didn't do until 2 days later through email.
Of making sure our patients, their privacy isn't compromised. So yeah, they asked me to go downstairs with them or with my supervisor and make a report.
After this incident, did plaintiff call you? Miss Ellis call you?
It was, yes, there was a call transferred to my line. It was her on the other end of the call.
How long after the incident? How long after February 24 of 2018?
maybe, I can't recall exactly, but at least within, I don't know, 3 months. It wasn't right after, but it wasn't too long after.
Can you tell us what the sum and substance of that conversation was?
Just kind of upset about what happened. She got fired. She couldn't believe that happened and wanted
Not knowing that she actually went to file the report for her to be fired.
I guess to see if I can assist in any way since I was there. I pretty much replied as respectful as I could and just said, this is my place of work and I really can't have anything to do with this.
And was there any other thoughts that you...
She should have said, I was the one who went and filed the report.
you had when she told you, did she tell you she was planning on suing Cardi B?
I don't remember word for word, but based off of our conversation, I assumed that was probably going to be one of her steps. But in my mind, I just was kind of shocked that she was calling based off of what...
Yeah, she was shocked because she is the one that went and reported her and the doctor.
took place. I figured, she was at fault, so that was surprising that she would call me.
Exactly. Because no, she was calling you to see if you was gonna be able to try to conspire with her.
Thank you. Those are all
to
the
try to get a piece of this paper.
All right. Questions?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. We've seen the other guy talk to her. Let's see what's next. I think the blonde hair stuff is next. What's this? Not a grandmother. Who grandmother is this?
We give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So have you got? Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record, please?
Diane Schmidt, DIANNESHMIDT.
Great, thank you. You may take a seat. Please watch your step.
Why Granny here? She wasn't at the incident.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Schmidt. You're Imani Ellis's grandmother?
I am.
You're,
Okay, why you here?
you live in Las Vegas?
I do.
And what did you do for a living before you retired?
I work for City National Bank
For how many
here
years?
in LA.
How many years?
Probably 12 years, 13 years. I retired
She better not try to be the witness to that girl having no damn scratch on her face.
from there.
Did you, you are, I'm sorry, straight up. On how many, what type of basis would you see Imani Ellis over the last 8 years?
She tries to come see me every month, unless business takes her other way, elsewhere. She's there almost every month.
What if we go a little further? When she was born in 1992 up until the present,
We don't need to go that far.
I saw her every week. Every week. In fact, when she came home from the hospital, she came to me. Her mother was sick. She was sick for a while, but she came to me every week, and her and her other sister.
And you were involved in her day-to-day activities, her weekly activities.
Sometimes when she asked or whatever.
Did she ever get in any fights, to your knowledge?
Never. She was always the VA.
Maybe by the manager? Maybe the manager? What? She not the manager. Who, this, the granny? Talking about granny? Satobia?
She always tried to keep things calm. She has 5 brothers and sisters.
This is the security guard's grandmother.
She tries always to keep it. She's the eldest, so.
Do you consider her a peacemaker?
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
What is your understanding of how she got the scar to her face?
Objection by foundation.
What is what?
Do you know how Imani Ellis got the scar to her face?
Objection by foundation. Leading.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Imani Ellis was assaulted and battered in 2018?
Sustained. Counsel, let's just, again, focus on what she knows.
Do you know if Imani Ellis was ever assaulted?
He's saying focus on what she knows. I mean, what does she know? She wasn't there. It is word of mouth. Whatever she heard, it came from her granddaughter, so it's not reliable.
Dude, she called me almost after it.
What are some of the changes? Well, strike that. Did you notice a change in Imani Ellis in some point in her life?
Well, after this incident, she was depressed. She was really disappointed. I think she liked Cardi before the incident, and
You know she liked Cardi before the incident. Also, let me rewind that back real quick, because she just said that she called her right after the incident. No, she didn't, Granny. She called her mother after the incident.
she was really disappointed. I think she liked press. Well, after this incident, she
What are some of the changes? Well, strike that. Did you notice a change in Imani Ellis in some point in her life?
well, after this incident, she
Oh, okay, that's what she was
was
saying.
depressed. She was really disappointed. I think she liked Cardi before the incident, and she was shocked that she was reacted that way, and she just was depressed. And every time she relived it, listening to her music on the radio, and it was kind of she couldn't really avoid it. So it affected her because she.
So listening to Cardi B thrive made her mad. This is not a good speech to be telling Granny. It's not giving your granddaughter a good look. It's giving envy, jealous, upset she lost her job, and Cardi nothing happened.
She couldn't make it right.
And the incident you were just telling us about, when approximately did it happen to your knowledge?
Well, it was right after my birthday, but it was, I don't know what the year was, but it was a long time ago.
When was your birthday?
February 16th.
If I told you the incident happened on February 24th of 2018, would
Oh,
that refresh your
Yeah,
recollection?
it was right after her birthday too, so she remember that. But I want to know if she's seen a scar on that girl's face, and if she's seen it right after.
That sounds pretty clear. I don't know. Is it 2018?
Yes.
Yeah, that's about right.
And you noticed a change in your granddaughter after 2018?
Yeah.
Yeah, she an Aquarius, but she shouldn't be sitting up here. I wouldn't be sitting up here for this. Not if my granddaughter called me in here for this. Get somebody else to do it.
Did you see the scar to Imani Ellis's face?
That's what I was waiting for him to ask. That's what I was waiting for.
4th of 2018.
Objection by foundation. Leading.
You can answer.
I can't.
She was waiting for that question.
Yeah, I did.
No, she did.
She was, well, she's a pretty girl. She wants to maintain her face, and it was like she felt it
No, she didn't.
damaged her face, and she was trying to make that right.
All right. Now,
When she was trying to make that right. When was she trying to make that right? Because she wasn't trying to make that right, according to her, until after she realized the scar was that it was scarring, and she couldn't get rid of the scar, according to her. Granny is sitting here lying.
let's take it from birth, 1992, up until February 24th of 2018.
Okay.
In that time period, Did Imani Ellis, to your knowledge, ever sustain a scar to anywhere on her face?
Not that I know of.
Did you ever see a scar during that
Never.
time frame? And after this incident on February 24th of 2018, you with your
You ain't seen no scar when she told you that she had a scar, or you claiming she told you she had a scar either. She went over this story with you to tell them, yeah, she had a scar on the face. Because any other grandmother would have took pictures of that shit. Am I tripping? My grandmother would have been like, she was a celebrity? And this what she did to your face? Click, 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 click. Like, am I tripping? And that girl said they don't have no pictures of this scar. Before she said she took pictures of the scar and she lost the phone or lost the pictures or something. And then they were saying to her, you no longer even have that phone that you had, do you? Like, Granny lying.
own eyes saw the scar to her face?
Oh yeah, I saw it.
Okay. And when she got plastic surgery
Put in jail.
from Dr. Mulliken, did it improve?
Objection.
Oh.
Black Foundation.
You can answer.
Yeah, he
And they talking about the scar still. She said that she got that scar checked on or something years later or something. She wasn't able to get the scar fixed until years later. She had to go to a whole nother doctor because her doctor died. How do y'all even know that she got that scar from what y'all saying she got that scar from? Granny lying.
It was actually a very good surgeon. He covered it very well.
And it is still present now a little bit, correct?
Very slightly, but she's lucky.
And even after surgery, you still can see the scar. It goes from she scratched my nose to she scratched my face. No, she cut my face. To, oh, it was only 2 centimeters. To now, like, it was so bad of a scar that you still see it after cosmetic surgery? Something else happened to that lady. She probably got into another fight doing some shit that she shouldn't have been doing.
No further questions.
All up in somebody else's face.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello, Ms. Schmidt.
Hello.
My name is Peter Anderson, and I just have a few questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you for coming in. I take it you love your granddaughter, correct?
Yeah.
And you're here to help her, right?
Well, if I can.
Thank you. And I apologize for objecting. It's one of the things that I have to do in order to be a lawyer.
I understand.
But thank you. I appreciate that. And you don't need evidence to believe her. She's your granddaughter, right?
Exactly. Exactly. No, because my grandmother would have been taking pictures of my face.
She either has it or she
This face. She would have been pissed. She would have been taking pictures of this face.
doesn't. I mean, you either see it or you don't.
Okay.
Let alone my grandmother, my mother would have been pissed. She called her mother right after the incident. My mother would have been like, let me see your face.
She was employed as a security guard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes, but
That's a yes.
yes.
yeah, sometimes it's hard for the court reporter if someone says
Okay.
So you knew she was employed as a security guard, and you know that she was fired after the alleged incident with Cardi.
Objection misstates the testimony.
What?
Well, let me go back. You knew that she was employed as a security guard, right?
Yes.
And were you aware she was fired?
Objection calls for speculation.
Over.
That was not no speculation. Were you aware that she was fired? Did you know she got fired, Granny?
You can answer the question. Were you aware that she was fired as a security guard?
It was my understanding she was told that she was going to be fired
Okay.
by Cardi.
Were you aware?
Oh, Target? Why I say Target? She ain't say Target.
That at the time, 2 days after the incident, she apologized to the security guard company for her own misconduct that day of the alleged incident.
I told you she's a person that tries to make sure everything is straightened out. So she
That's not the answer to the question. Yes or no, Granny?
apologized for what she saw as a disturbance, I think.
Were you aware that she apologized to the security company that employed her for her own misconduct?
Hey,
Objection calls for speculation.
Did she ever tell you that?
no, I didn't discuss that with her.
Did she ever tell you that she told the company that employed her that Cardi scratched her on her nose, not her cheek?
Objection misstates the document.
Yes, because that's very important. It went from being scratched on the nose to being cut on the cheek by these 3-inch acrylic nails that can't even nobody say they was 3 inches. They didn't even ask Cardi how long was her nails when she was up there.
She didn't tell you that, did she?
What?
She didn't tell you
just
that.
she was like, her finger was all over her face. So I mean, it could be land anywhere.
But did she tell you that she cut her face?
Okay, but you only saw a scar, you say,
On her cheek.
On her cheek. You never saw any scar on her nose, did you?
No, not on her nose. I didn't.
Did you know?
And you also said you only see her probably like once a month. That's what I heard. Talk about some she come by every month. That means she come by probably once a month. She tries to come by probably once a month. So when you saw her and she all of a sudden had this cut on her cheek, when was that? Did you see her the day after she was attacked? Allegedly? No.
Notice the scar on her nose, ma'am?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
Oh.
And I think that's all the questions that I have for you. Thank you.
All right, you're right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you aware that in the incident report that counsel asked you about,
Are you aware that committing perjury is an arrestable offense?
your granddaughter expressed that the defendant pointed her 3-inch acrylic fingernails into her face?
Objection. Outside the scope.
And here go her stupid ass lawyer keep talking about some into her face. We already established with your own complainant that Cardi B's fingernails were not dug into her face.
Are you aware in the incident report which counsel represented that your granddaughter apologized, are you aware that she apologized for being belittled?
Objection.
What?
I'm sorry. Objection that this characterizes
Right? What?
the document outside the scope.
She apologized for being unprofessional and misrepresenting the company.
Are you aware that she apologized for being called?
Counsel, I'm not sure we established that she knows anything about that statement.
Do you know things about the statement, like the different words that were used against your granddaughter?
And again, it still don't make sense. They keep on trying to say that Cardi called her the N-word. There was other black people in there. The girl at the desk ain't white.
Objection. Hearsay. Argumentative.
Are you aware that your granddaughter was called the N-word?
Objection.
No, she not. She talking about something. Yeah. No, she not.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Do you have anything further?
She already shook her head. Yeah. Don't do that either, Granny. Sneaky.
If your granddaughter apologized, could she have been apologizing for her part of the incident?
Objection. License.
Isn't it true that in every incident there's two parts?
Objection.
And people are responsible for their side
She's
of
a
the
fact
street?
witness. Do you have any questions about facts?
And why you still talking after he said objection?
I'm sorry, one moment here. That's all, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Yeah, because your questions were not getting anywhere as usual, as per usual. What the jury got to ask her?
Do you want to write that out, please?
They questions make more sense than his.
To when Miss Ellis called you? Do you know the approximate time?
I really couldn't tell you.
Did she tell you how long ago on that phone call? Did she tell you how long prior to the call that it happened?
Right, that's what I've been asking. And it was a call. They talking about a phone call. She didn't physically see this woman.
Or in other words, should you say this just happened or it happened earlier?
Oh, she called me right after.
Right after?
But
What
you know,
is
she
right
was
after?
humiliated, you know, so she
Okay.
was crying.
Bitch, stop lying. He literally just asked you when. When? How long after? What does right after mean? That's not giving us any type of estimate. When did you see her after she had this alleged attack on her?
Okay. Any follow-up questions?
Did she during that call tell you that she was cut on her face by Cardi B?
Objection.
Assisting.
Yes.
Did she tell you on the call that she...
Counsel, the question was about the time. It's not. We're not going to reopen a new area of testimony.
Okay, Your Honor, I understand. Did she call you the same day of the incident?
Objection. Lies foundation calls for speculation. Hearsay.
Overall.
Your answer?
Yes.
And that was February 24th of 2018?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ma'am, could you please give us the last 4 digits of your phone number in 2018? The number that Ms. Ellis would have called?
I had a different phone then. 818.
Do you remember the prefix?
Wow.
What was the area code?
Area 818.
Any of the other numbers?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'm sorry, I really
that's
don't
fine.
remember.
I probably couldn't remember mine, but thank you very much.
It took me a long time to remember the new one.
Yeah,
My bad, my food came. What did I just miss? The jury be having good questions.
any of the other. Do you remember the prefix?
Wow.
What was the area code?
Area 818.
Any of the other numbers?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'm sorry, I really
that's
don't
fine.
remember.
I probably couldn't remember mine, but thank you very much.
It took me a long time to remember the new one.
Yeah, I know how that.
She asking her about her address. All right, we done with Granny. Who this? Oh, her mother. Oh, they gonna show us the cut that she supposedly got right when Cardi B cut her? I just seen something on the side. It took her lawyer forever to find that.
LEANNE SHMIDT.
Great, thank you. You may take a seat. Please watch your step.
All right, go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Cook.
Good morning.
You are Imani Ellis' mother?
Yes, I am.
You gave birth to her, correct?
I did.
She's not adopted, is
No, she's not.
Okay. And how many kids do you have?
I have a total of 5 kids.
She's the first?
Imani is the eldest.
Did she live with you up until a certain period of time?
She lived with me from the time she was born until she was age 19.
Okay. Did Imani Ellis, during her time with you from 0 to 19, ever have one fight in her life?
Never.
Did she ever assault and batter anybody?
Never.
Did she ever hit anybody?
Never.
Scratch anybody?
Never.
Did anyone hit Imani Ellis in those 19 years?
Never.
I just want to know a little bit more about you. What do you do for a living?
I'm a licensed phlebotomist.
He think he's slick. This is her mother. Can we get some real fucking witnesses? Like, can we get some real witnesses, please? Her mother and her grandmother. Her mother sitting here talking about some she ain't never got into no fight. She ain't never been. How you know she ain't never been in no bitch face? You been with her just every day of her life. You was in high school with her and everything? You don't even know if she was a bully.
Currently working for Keck Medicine of USC.
And what is a phlebotomist, for those that don't know what it is?
The phlebotomist is a Greek word meaning a person who extracts blood from a vein via tube to vein.
Okay. And do you work in a medical center or hospital?
I work at Keck USC School of Medicine. It's a outpatient laboratory.
Okay. You work for the university?
Yes.
Okay. As far as, are you aware of the facts of this case?
Yes, I am.
And what is your understanding of it? Why are we here today?
Objection, hearsay.
Assisting.
Do you have any information about an assault and battery that occurred to Imani Ellis?
Objection, hearsay. That's
Counsel, unless she was there.
Were you there?
I was not,
Were you there in spirit?
of course.
Okay. What is your understanding?
She was not there.
Your daughter.
Don't nobody give a fuck if she was there in spirit. She was not there. Continue.
Profession in 2018. What was her profession, to your understanding?
objection, hearsay.
I'm not sure where this is going, counsel. Why don't you move on?
Was Imani Ellis a security guard from 2014 to 2018?
Yes, she was.
And how do you know that?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
You may answer.
He overruled.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Was Imani Ellis a security guard from 2014 to 2018?
Yes, she was.
And how do you know that?
I was there when she went on her interview, not physically there, but she did notify me of the interview, and she notified me of her hire date.
Okay. And was her plan to continue in security and law enforcement?
Objection, hearsay.
Counsel, why don't we move on to what she knows, not what she was told?
Do you know if Imani Ellis was interested in being a police officer in the future?
Same.
Sustained.
Did you notice some changes in Imani Ellis after this incident of February 24th, 2018?
Yes, I did.
What were the changes that you noticed?
I noticed changes in terms of a lot of anxiety, a lot of depression.
She lost her job.
And just her general well-being has changed dramatically.
And they blaming that all on the little incident that happened within less than a minute with Cardi B. and saying it's because she called her out her name and scratched her in the face. No, bitch, it's because you lost your motherfucking job being motherfucking unprofessional. That's your fucking fault. Get help. Seek help.
Were you advised?
Not trying to seek no millions of dollars.
You noticed after the incident that Imani Ellis had a scar to her face.
I did.
And where was the scar?
The scar was located on the left side of her face.
And after she left your home when she was 19, when the incident occurred, she was approximately 25 years old, correct?
She was, yes, correct.
So in those 6 years where she didn't live with you full time, how far away was she, and did you see her on a regular basis?
Objection, compound.
I would see her probably maybe 2 to 3 times a week. We would visit frequently, yes.
Okay. And in those 25 years, did Miss Imani Ellis ever, to your knowledge, sustain a scar on her left or anywhere on her face?
Yes, she did sustain that scar. I visibly saw it myself.
No, I understand, but my question
Did
is,
you? When?
aside from the incident, I guess the question what I want to know
He
is,
said,
do you
aside from the incident, and she said, yeah, she definitely did. You saw it herself. Did you? When?
have knowledge if Miss Imani Ellis, your daughter, sustained this scar from somewhere else?
Objection.
Something else
That was the question.
outside of this incident?
No.
Do you have any information for that?
If there's an objection, please let me rule on it. The objection's overruled.
So
And she already said no.
Your understanding is that the scar to her face was caused from this incident?
Objection. Lacks foundation. Calls for speculation. Is there a second?
Sustained.
How do you know that the scar was to your daughter's face was caused by this incident?
Objection.
She
Maybe and the same other ones.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Yeah, how do you know that?
notified me and called me right after the incident, telling me that she had been scratched in the face and spit on.
Okay. How long after the incident did you go and see your daughter?
She
Or did
actually
she come to you?
She actually came to visit me, I believe, later that day.
Okay. Did she look upset? Was she crying?
Did you take a picture of the
She was
scar?
hysterical, upset, crying, just upset throughout the whole situation.
And was your daughter a fan of Cardi B before this incident?
Absolutely.
Foundation. Hearsay.
How did she know that?
Were you a fan of Cardi B before this incident?
Yes, I was.
Are you a fan of Cardi B now?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Sustained.
When you said that your daughter was spit on, did your daughter tell you that? Did you see that? How did you learn
She
that?
called her mischaracterized as a testable and calls for hearsay. And this is lacks foundation.
You already answered that question.
Aside from, I'll start that. Are you aware if your daughter had any car accidents?
Objection. Calls for hearsay. Hearsay and lacks
I withdraw the question. Were you advised that your daughter had a car accident in 2021 and 2023?
Objection. Hearsay and lacks foundation.
Sustained.
Do you know if your daughter sustained injuries in any car accidents?
Objection. Lacks foundation.
Sustained.
She got that cut from a car accident.
Earlier, you testified that your daughter had contacted you after the incident. Did she call you over the telephone?
She did.
Okay, and if the incident occurred around 1:30 p.m., how long after the incident do you believe she called you?
I would say about 30 minutes after she called.
Could it have been a shorter time?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Could it have been a longer time?
Objection. Speculation.
How did you come up with 30 minutes?
Why would you ask it that way if they just sustained
The
it?
time that she called, it was like a little bit after, right away after the incident. And so my speculation is 30 minutes.
And when she called you, was she crying? Was she yelling? What was she doing?
She was hysterically crying, upset, just overall just could barely get it out. She was so upset over the ordeal.
Well, what did she tell you?
Objection. Hearsay.
Assistant.
Just so we're clear, your daughter is now 32.
Correct.
In these 32 years, have you seen your daughter fight physically with anybody?
Not one fight.
We already answered that question.
Okay. Would you consider her a peacemaker?
Objection.
Just because you didn't see her fight, don't mean she never had a fight.
Lacks foundation. Calls for speculation.
Oh, you can.
Absolutely.
And why is that?
Imani is a very compassionate person. I believe that she has very good. She has very good character in terms of having a sense of sensitivity to others and how they feel.
Do you know what Imani Ellis does with her time now as far as work?
Objection. Lacks foundation. Hearsay.
Assistant.
Don't matter what she do for work now.
Do you ever speak with Imani Ellis about her current profession?
No, not really.
And she's currently somewhere in the medical field, is that correct?
Objection. Lacks foundation. Calls for speculation. And subject.
Earlier you testified that Imani Ellis was spit on. Where did you learn that information?
Objection.
Assistant.
Sorry.
Where else would she have learned that information?
Have you ever
From her lying-ass
seen Cardi
daughter.
B before today?
On television,
How many times?
too many to count.
More than 5?
Yes.
More than 50?
Objection. Relevance.
Assistant.
When you saw her in television, isn't it true that her nails are always very long?
Objection.
Yeah.
Lacks foundation. Calls for speculation. And relevant.
Assistant.
Does if you look at the defendant now, you see her fingernails?
Yes.
Would you consider those short, long, or medium fingernails?
Objection.
Short.
Lacks foundation.
Did
Who
you,
laughed?
when you saw Cardi B, did she ever have fingernails that size?
Cardi?
No, they were always very long.
How long?
2 to 3 inches long.
So what you see now is
Y'all in this 2 to 3 inches. How are you determining and just looking at somebody's fingers and saying that they got on 2 to 3 inches long nails? Do you have a ruler? Are you measuring their nails? Just because they look long don't mean they 2 to 3 inches. You just said her nails was long just now. Her nails was short just now. Her nails are kind of actually long. I knew you was going to say they were short. They're kind of long. They're just shorter than she usually have.
not normal, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
All right, cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Schmidt, just a few questions. You love your daughter, right?
Of course.
And you're here to help her, right?
Of course.
And you believe her.
Of course.
And you believe her even if you don't need evidence to believe her, do you?
Nope.
I believe her.
Okay. Were you aware that when she was when this happened, 2 days after the alleged incident, that your daughter wrote her boss and admitted yelling and cursing, yelling at Cardi?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Objection, hearsay.
Are you aware that your daughter, in an incident report to her boss 2 days after the alleged incident, admitted to her boss, to her supervisor, that she had gotten into a screaming match with Cardi and had yelled at Cardi?
Objection, misstates the document.
Are you aware that your daughter apologized to Ally for her misconduct that day?
Objection, misstates the document.
Are you aware?
Are you aware of that, ma'am?
I was not involved in that conversation, so no, I was not aware of that.
And were you aware that in her report to her boss 2 days after the incident, she instead claimed that Cardi had scratched your daughter's nose?
Mm-hmm.
Again, I was not a part of that conversation, nor email or text, so I do not know.
Okay. All the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
He was just wanted to let you know that your daughter be lying.
Actually, I don't have any questions.
All right, any questions from the jury? All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thanks for coming down, man.
Thank you.
All right, does plaintiff have another witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Diane Schmidt. Can this witness stay here now that she's testifying?
That was the grandmother, Diane. Okay.
What am I?
Defendant Cardi B is a hostile witness.
Thank you.
Why they keep on calling her a hostile witness?
Ma'am, may I please have you stand right next to the court reporter? Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Delphine Marlenis Owens.
May I please have you spell it?
The whole thing?
First, last, and the second.
Okay. DELCHALMANZAR.
Great, thank you. You may take a seat, please, watch your step.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for coming back. Good afternoon, Ms. Almanzar. Do you prefer I call you Ms. Almanzar, Cardi B, or it doesn't matter?
I mean, y'all been calling me Cardi B.
In the dictionary, because I had to look it up, like, why the fuck they keep calling her a hostile witness? A hostile witness is a witness who is antagonistic to the party, calling them and being unwillingly to tell the truth. And then it says they may have to be cross-examined by the party. The lawyer was being antagonistic. Can we call him hostile lawyer? And stop calling her the hostile witness? And let's see how they treat her this time. Matter of fact, I think I seen a piece of this. He gonna start asking her about her wigs and shit. What does that have to do with anything?
You feeling better today?
Yeah, see? It's already starting. You feeling better today? Can we call him the hostile lawyer? Because he's a fucking asshole.
And I'll need you to speak up, man.
Yeah.
Hard to hear you.
Yeah, a little better.
Your birthday is October 11, 1992.
Yes.
You're left-handed.
Yes.
Are you the firstborn child?
To my mom.
Did you take any medication, drugs, or alcohol that would affect your ability to testify today?
No.
And you asking her if she left-handed, trying to slide that in there like that's gonna prove something. She could have slapped that bitch with her right hand too. Fuck you talking about? When you fighting, you get hit with both hands. How being left-handed do not matter.
On the day of the incident, did you have black hair, blonde hair, or different color hair?
I quite don't remember. I do know I had a hoodie on.
Okay. Yesterday you had black hair, short hair. Today it's blonde.
Yeah, why is he talking about her hair? What that got to do with anything?
And long. Which one is your real hair? Or are they
Which
both-
one is her real hair?
They're wigs.
They're wigs.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't know that. It's a good week today then.
You knew that, you fucking asshole.
Do you have any affiliation at this time with a gang?
Objection, Your Honor. Motion ruling that violates the motion ruling. The order of system.
What does that have to do with anything?
Your fingernails, can you show them to us for all of us to see? How long are those?
They are long, but they're short still. But they're long. Her mother said her nails was short. Her nails are long. Cause they really pushing this 2 to 3 inch bullshit.
Those fingernails. Just your best estimate. I don't want you to take a ruler to it, but if you were to give your estimate.
Take a ruler. Since we measuring every damn thing.
Is that half an inch, 1 inch, 2
I
inches?
think it has to be less than an inch.
And,
Way less than an inch.
right. Can you show them to us again?
Yeah, cause she got little fingers. Her nail bed's in probably like right here.
Are they pointy?
Yep. So they would be long, kind of, on her fingers. Cause she got little fingers.
These are.
And they saying her nails was like this long. Where my mouse at? That day.
They're not, to me, are not pointy. They're like circle, oval,
Okay. Are those your real nails or are they fake nails?
fake nails.
If I wanted you to change them to 3-inch nails, how long would it take for you to do that right now?
Why?
Well, it really depends. Like these are like glued on, so they will be a little bit quicker. Sometimes I do acrylic, which can last me.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. She be wearing a lot of press-on nails. Those are the ones that you just glue on.
On for 2 weeks. I would literally have to take like 2 hours to melt them off if they're acrylically on.
On December 24th, 2018, do you remember going to 8920 Wilshire Boulevard in Beverly Hills?
December?
I'm sorry. February 24th of 2018. Do you remember going to 8920 Wilshire Boulevard?
And yes. Answer it with a yes or no.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
She don't know.
Do you know Dr. Aziz Olai, who's in that building?
No.
Do you know Miss Parsi, who's in that building?
No.
Do you know Brianne Soraya, who's in that building?
No.
Who do you know in that building?
Well, at the time, I went to see Dr. Finke. I had an appointment with him that day. So that's who I went to see that day. Do I personally know him? No.
Okay. When you went to see him, were you seeing him as a friend or as a patient?
As a patient.
She literally just said.
And when you went to see him, it was a Saturday, correct?
Yes.
And you filled out an intake form, and you signed some other documents that he would be your treating doctor, correct?
No, for that day, yes.
Yeah.
I don't live in LA, so.
I understand. You came all the way from Atlanta, Georgia, correct?
Jersey and Atlanta.
I understand. So when you went to see Dr. Finke on February 24th of 2018, when you went to see him, you went to see him as a patient. Correct?
Yes.
And you got medical treatment from him, whether it was for 1 minute or an hour or longer, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How much time did you...
You need to answer yes or no, ma'am.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. How long did you spend with the doctor that day?
I'll say about 25 to 30 minutes. Around that time. Not that much.
And when you were there on that date with Dr. Finke, did he examine you?
Yes, he examined my baby for a little bit.
And what baby was that? What number?
Number 1.
So that was the first child you ever had?
That's my first child, yes.
And you were 25 years old at the time?
Yes.
You're aware that plaintiff was the same age as you at the time?
No.
Do it matter? What are these questions?
Besides examination, what did Dr. Finke do for you? That objection?
Yes, because why are we talking about that? Sustained.
We're not here for her medical care.
Exactly. We not here for her fucking wigs either.
Did you keep...
Oh, by the way, if you're over there on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe and like. Thank you.
Dr. Finke's... Well, strike that. Who referred you to Dr. Finke?
I asked somebody to find me like a very upscale private doctor. So I was like, I need to go to the doctor's like tomorrow. Like I feel so weird. And they were like, we're gonna find somebody. And that's just how it goes.
That's just how it goes. Sound like her management team found this doctor.
When you were outside in the hallway, before you entered Dr. Finke's office, did you see this individual, Imani Ellis, in the hallway?
She was waiting for, she was right in front. As soon as the door of the elevator opened, she was waiting, I guess, for the elevator. She was going inside the elevator.
And you were coming outside of the elevator?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time it was when this occurred?
And the floor should have been cleared because they cleared the floor. So what was she doing up there? I really would like to hear from her bosses if she was told that a high priority person was going to be there.
About...
And if she was just wondering who it was.
1 o'clock around there, yeah. 1 something.
Trying to get a peek in. And the camera out.
Have you ever seen Dr. Finke either before or after February 24th of 2018?
No.
When you went to Dr. Finke's office, your security guard drove you there?
Yes.
And his name is Karan Newton?
He was my security guard. Yes.
Did you have more than one?
It depends, but he was just my main one, yes, at the time.
Did he go up with you to the medical appointment?
No, I didn't want him to know that I was going to an OBGYN. So.
You didn't want your security guard to know that?
No.
Why?
Because it's none of his fucking business. That's why. Because it's none of his fucking business. And her security guard works for her. So he do what she say do.
Well, first and first, I didn't want...
The fuck, what he gonna do? Stand in the waiting room at the OBGYN? It's better for him to stay his ass downstairs. And she didn't want him thinking maybe she fucking had some kind of STD and then he gonna run his big ass mouth.
People to know that I was pregnant. Second, I was a little like, I don't want a guy that.
The security guard definitely does have to follow her orders if he told her to stay outside. If she tell him to stay outside. He works for her.
I work with to know I'm going to a vagina doctor.
Exactly.
Okay. Did you trust your security
guard? In certain ways, yeah.
I don't know what you talking about. The security guard has a mind of his own and don't have to follow her orders. If he works for her, he has to follow her orders.
Yes, in certain ways, no. But I don't know. Sometimes you just really don't trust everybody in your business. You don't want everybody in your business.
Do you remember what floor you were on when you exited the elevator?
The 5th floor.
At any time did your
Kai's security guard, if they hear a noise, okay, but that's because he is going to make sure that nothing is happening. It's not that, oh, he has a mind of his own. His job is to make sure that Kai is secure. So he's going to go and check to see if he hears a noise, what the noise is. That's common sense. However, if Kai told him to never leave his side, he not gonna walk away to go check the noise. He might look around, but he not gonna walk away from Kai to go check the noise. He's still following orders. That's not him having a mind of his own. That's him doing his job. He's keeping him safe. Going to find out if the noise is a threat. It's him doing his job. She don't want this nigga in her business. So of course she not gonna tell him to come up up the elevator with her to the OBGYN. She's going to tell him to stay downstairs.
Security guard come into the building after learning about there being some kind of incident.
And had she called him and told him to come upstairs, he would have came upstairs. Because he was been following orders.
He was waiting for me, like, not necessarily like inside. He was like waiting for me like by the exit, like by the door. Around there, yeah.
That's just like Ice Spice security. At one point, they was helping her friend with her bags. Then as soon as Ice Spice told them they didn't have to help her with her bags no more, they stopped helping her friend with her bags. They was not doing it because they had a mind of their own. They was doing it because that's what she told them to do.
Do you remember the building?
Yes.
Do you remember
Well, I kind of remember, but I do know that he was waiting for me by the door.
And you're talking about the lobby area where you take the stairs up?
Mm-hmm.
So he was inside the building or right outside?
I don't really recall, but he was like, maybe it wasn't the inside, it wasn't the outside, but he wasn't like deep in. He was like waiting for me by the door. And the door, he had it open for me to come out.
Why does that matter? Why you keep trying to get to how she exited the place? The events were over. So
would you consider that your security guard was with you at the time, whether it was upstairs, downstairs? In your mind, would you agree that your security guard was with you at the building?
He was in the vicinity. He was not with her. He was in the vicinity. He was not with her. With her is with her.
Was your security guard with you in the lobby of the building at 8920 Wilshire Boulevard on February?
And why does it matter? Her security guard was not actually present at the time of the event, and she didn't even have a time period to call for a security guard, nor would she have even been thinking to call for her security guard, because she should have been just able to call for this hospital's security to get this woman up off her. However, she happened to be the security guard. Unprofessional.
In the lobby, yes, when I was exiting. When I was exiting.
He was in the lobby with you,
In the lobby. I can't say he was with me because we was leaving. He never went upstairs, so.
He wasn't with her. He was in the vicinity.
Do you know if your security guard, Karan Newton, spoke with Miss Ellis at any time that day?
He did not tell me he spoke to her at all.
Do you know if he did?
He told me he didn't. So I'm gonna go with his word. No, because I was like, I told him like what happened upstairs. He was like, damn, I should have went upstairs. But he never told me that he spoke or seen her, so I wouldn't know.
You came to this courthouse with another fine gentleman security guard, correct?
Yes.
Objection, relevant.
And are you trying to say that she fired her security guard for apologizing? Because you keep on bringing up the fact that he talked to her. Okay, and he talked to her. He also didn't know what the fuck happened. If he did talk to her, that means that the lady said whatever the fuck she said happened. And maybe he apologized. But that's not Cardi B's apology.
And when you go to different places with your security guard, if an incident occurs where you're threatened, or you're injured, or anything happens,
yes,
aren't they supposed to come help you?
Objection, relevant.
Do they see it happening?
You don't have to answer. When the incident occurred, did you call your security guard or send him a text message or do anything to let your security guard who was with you know that something happened where you wanted his help?
Objection, argumentative as to with you.
Don't miss the
He should have said he asked it already, because he did ask that already
Twin Liquors
in the
dollar
last
sale this Thursday
questioning.
through Saturday only at Twin Liquors.
I told him like, yo, you wouldn't even believe what just happened upstairs. And he was like, what happened? And I practically told him like, I'll tell you later, like when I leave. I'm like, wait for me. But I told him like, wait for me downstairs, like by the door. And that's what I told him.
If you were in any danger, would you call your security guard, or would you call the police, or would you call both, or do nothing? Did you feel that you were in danger on February 24th, 2018, when you were upstairs on the 5th floor?
For like those 50 seconds, yeah.
50
After
seconds.
I went to my appointment and like the argument just passed me, I didn't even mind it anymore.
Cause she was there to get her baby checked on.
Did your attorney show you a photograph of Dr. Finke to refresh your recollection as to who the doctor was that you saw on that day?
If they did, and she sees a lot of people. She sees a lot of doctors. And again, she don't live in LA. And that's not her regular doctor. She probably did forget what he looked like. She forgot what the bitch looked like.
Yes.
And you had a different set of attorneys before, in 2022 and 2023. Did they do the same thing?
No, they didn't.
So,
He said
do you know what's
overruled.
Discovery?
Yes.
What are form interrogatories?
Oh, honey, I don't know what that means.
What are special interrogatories? What are requests for admissions? You don't know, right? Is that fair? You don't know.
No.
You do know?
No. Neither did your client.
And when your attorney responded to the written discovery on your behalf, did he or she show you the discovery responses? Did they email you a copy of it?
I mean, I will have to see.
Right, what it is it that you're saying is the discovery, because she don't even know what that is.
May I approach, Your Honor? You show her the discovery only? Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
It's not like you explained to her what it was.
Show it to you. So for identification purposes, it is form interrogatories, set 1, dated September 30th of 2022. That's what it is? Okay. Just coming to show you this document. You can take a look at these pages. Did your attorney show you those documents at any time in your life?
I'm not quite sure. I don't think so, no. Whoa.
And I'm going to show you, with the court's permission, a few responses which were drafted and served on January 17th of 2023.
Cardi B look good, child.
Can I approach, Sean? All right. We'll show you these documents as well, so you can take a look at those documents.
She look like she might be a little pregnant though. I'm still looking.
Do you ever remember receiving these documents from anyone, whether it was your attorney, the attorney's paralegal, a family member, anybody? Did they ever show you these documents when they responded on your behalf?
This one I saw. This one I saw.
Okay. You saw that one?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to go over it with you. On the one that you're on the right, if you can look at 12.1.
Can you hurry up and get to what the fuck you get into?
You see the question 12.1?
He really be acting like he's setting something up and then it just flop. And he takes so long to set it up.
I believe on the 6th or 7th page. And it will ask if there are any witnesses to this incident.
Yeah. Well, can you
There's not a question, please.
point it to me?
I'm sorry?
Point it.
Right, tell her where it's at.
Yeah, sure.
All them little tiny words on that paper. Matter of fact, you should have had it highlighted since you want to bring it the fuck up.
It's on page 5 under 12.1.
Mm-hmm.
Did your attorney ask you if there were any witnesses to this incident?
And then gonna tell her it's on page 5 under 12.1 like you already told her that. Bitch!
Yes.
All right, we're just going to avoid attorney-client privilege conversation.
And relevance, Your Honor, this is the discovery issue that the subject.
Not a discovery issue, Your Honor. I'm asking her questions about if there's any witnesses, and it's for impeachment.
And get to the damn point. Even the judge don't know what you getting at. He asking you, what the fuck is this about?
you look at the response, there's a response there in the 50-page document to your left. May I show it to her, Your Honor?
What?
You could have been there to show her everything you needed to show her when you was up there showing her that.
Sir, can he identify by page and line? I'm not sure what he means by showing it.
I can show it to you first if you'd like.
I just, what do you?
Right. What are you getting at?
Talk about the response.
All right.
That's. Read the question. May I read the question when I go back to my seat?
It's your direct counsel.
Thank you.
Cardi tired.
So first, I want to ask you if this is your signature on page 47. Is that your signature?
It could be, because if it's like by electronic, that's how I sign. Like,
Stupid.
And the question that I showed you, 12.1, just say, you want to read it or you want me to read it to you?
you can read it.
Right,
State
you
the
read
name,
it.
Address and telephone number of each individual who witnessed the incident. This is A, so paragraph A. Or the events occurring immediately before or after the incident.
Okay.
That's the question.
Yes.
As you sit here today, would you, is it your testimony?
Is he trying to say that she put the security down as a witness? Did you hear what you just said? Immediately before or after the incident? So if she put him down as a witness, then she would be correct.
That Dr. Finke is a witness to the incident.
Absolutely.
And it did. Oh, you talking about the damn doctor? Yes, he was a witness.
He is a witness.
Yes, she knows.
Are you stupid?
She was there.
Is Dr. Finke outside speaking with you?
It said immediately before or after the event. And actually, he walked out with the receptionist when the damn security guard had her hemmed up. He's definitely a fucking witness. Are you fucking stupid? Trying to catch her in something right now. Are you dumb?
Outside where?
On February 24th, 2018.
Outside
where?
Yes.
He came out of his office?
Yes.
Oh, you forgot that they said that the doctor also came out, the receptionist and the doctor?
And your
Set all that up to do that? Are you fucking stupid?
12.1, this is what you responded with your attorney's assistance. So I won't hold you 100% at fault for it. But question.
At fault for what? Get to your next question. And here we go again with him saying shit that he shouldn't be saying.
I withdraw.
But calling her a hostile witness.
I apologize. The response is, responding party incorporates by reference the preliminary statement and general objections set forth above, subject to and without waiving the foregoing objections. Responding party responds as follows. Responding party may be contacted through defendant's counsel. Imani Ellis may be contacted through plaintiff's counsel. And then it says, unknown staff / employees at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, including at least 2 such persons who intervened during the incident.
Witnesses.
Discovery is continuing. Were you at Cedars-Sinai Hospital or Cedars-Sinai Medical Center when this incident occurred?
No.
Okay.
But to my knowledge.
Okay, so you're pointing out an error of the damn hospital that they said that they was at?
Dr. Finke works also for Cedars-Sinai, but we wasn't for Cedars-Sinai.
Is there any reason why your attorney or your prior.
Get to your fucking point. That might have been a mistake. You saying that you're trying to say that they lying about something, and just because they misplaced or miswrote the place that they were at, you're not pointing anything out here. Exactly. The judge is telling you to go somewhere with that. Fucking dumbass. He irritating.
And
at least give her a case. This ain't no case. What is this?
at the time when you saw Dr. Finke, you knew his name at that time, correct?
Trying to get some damn money.
I didn't know his name. And for a while, when I was getting asked by lawyers like his name and like the receptionist's name, I didn't know it because I saw him one time. So I kind of like just
understandable.
Forgot about him.
But when your attorney asked you for the name,
don't even feel bad, cause I go to a doctor a couple of times and still not even know what their name is. That would have had to been my doctor since birth. That's the only doctor that I can remember, the doctor that gave birth to me. His name is, it's like, I can remember his name, Dr. Musha. I don't know no other doctor name that I had since going to the doctors. I know my dentist's name, but only because her name was Mrs. Pretty. Like, Pretty, that's her name. But I don't know my doctor's names. I'm not there to get to know the doctor. They there to get to know me.
then you did remember the name.
I didn't remember the name. I told him there was 2 witnesses. The receptionist and the doctor. I told him it was a doctor. My doctor came out at the time, the guy that checked me, and the receptionist. She knows. She was there. He was there.
Who knows?
The cleaner. She knows.
How do you know she knows?
Because that's who separated. That's who separated and got in between us while we was verbally arguing.
Who got in between you?
The female receptionist, she came out first and she started like telling her like, "You're security, what are you doing?" And then that's when the doctor came out. He was like, "Go to my office." And that's when I just walked away, and that was the last of it.
Okay, and 12.1 question. 12.1 subparagraph D. State the name, address, and telephone number of each individual who you or anyone acting on your behalf claim has knowledge of the incident. You just testified that Karan Newton was downstairs in the lobby on the date of the incident.
Okay.
You also testified that you told him different things about the incident. What is the reason, this is the question, what is the reason you did not disclose Karan Newton's name in discovery?
Because he wasn't upstairs.
She figured he wasn't a witness. Oh, see, she didn't even put him down as a witness, but he was. Or he could have been listed as one. And she not at fault for not putting him down as a witness if she felt like he didn't see enough to be a witness.
And wait for the question. Good question.
So what's the purpose of this question?
Characterizes the testimony as compound. It's irrelevant to the merits of the case.
He want the damn security guard to come on the stand just so that he could ask the security guard, did he apologize to the lady? Which is irrelevant. He was not there. He did not see what happened. He is not Cardi B. He was not the one assaulted. So him apologizing, it's irrelevant.
In written discovery,
And y'all don't have no proof of that.
Asked to provide
Y'all just got the girl saying that he apologized to her.
the name of your security guard?
Your Honor,
Yeah, but why don't we? I don't know what you're
The judge. He'd be like, I'm trying to follow, but it just ain't going nowhere. It's not clicking.
She hasn't testified to anything yet. You're saying it's impeachment, but you're not impeaching anything.
Right. He not impeaching nothing. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, because what did he think he was doing?
Did you respond to special interrogatory set 1 through your attorney? Your Honor.
All right, the court's going to sustain its own 352 objection. Why don't you move on?
Do you consider Karan Newton to be a witness in this case? Objection?
No,
Sustain.
She already answered that question. She don't consider him a witness because she feel like he wasn't there to see anything. Just because by that paperwork and by that definition he should have been listed as a witness, don't mean that she had to list him as a witness if she did not feel that he witnessed anything. Talking about he trying to impeach.
This case is
Shut up.
You might want to move on to what it is about.
Is Tierra Malcolm a witness to this case?
Counsel, please.
Do you
Ask an obvious, stupid ass question. He said, counsel, please.
know of who the witnesses are to this?
All right, we're going to take a break.
He tired of him.
Take a 10-minute break. We'll resume at 2:55.
The judge said you need 2 minutes to get your head back on your shoulders.
In the meantime, please do not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're back on the record in the Ellis matter. Counselor parties are present, as are the members of our jury and our alternate. Ms. Almagar is on the stand, ma'am. You're reminded you're still under oath? Yes. All right. And counsel, you want to resume your questioning?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ignite that way.
With fireball.
Let's see if he come back with some better damn questions. Talking about something, he trying to impeach something. He just trying to set this up like the judge was going to see where he coming from.
Aside from Karan Newton, was there anybody else who drove with you to the building on February 24th of 2018?
No.
What's she doing? Looking at her teeth.
Through the incident, bring you back in time. Do you agree that an incident occurred on February 24th, 2018?
It was a verbal incident. Verbal.
But it was an incident, correct?
Oh.
I don't feel like, I personally feel like if there's no physical touch, there is no incident. There was a verbal altercation. If you think that that's an incident, a verbal altercation.
What kind of incident? He trying to be vague on purpose. And that's why she explaining it. But she just supposed to say yes or no. But he thought he had her there too.
Then it's an incident for you. But we both have different opinions. It's a verbal altercation. She didn't hit me, I didn't hit her. There was no touch. So to me, it wasn't no incident.
Was there spitting?
Absolutely not.
Did you spit on Miss Ellis?
No.
Did you call her the N-word?
No.
What is your background? Are you Hispanic, white?
Finally, we get to did she spit on her for real?
Something else?
My background?
Yes.
Why? Why are you asking her about her ethnic background? Because you claim that she called this girl a nigga? We have never actually, in all the shit she's done said to people, talked about people, she went off on people all the time, online, on TV. We have never actually heard her say something like, yeah, that nigger over there, you're a nigger. We never heard that come from her. If anything, yes, she does use the word nigga a lot. But not in the phrase, in the sense that y'all trying to make it seem like she used it in. And everybody else said they never even heard her say the word nigga.
Well,
What's the objection?
Of relevance. And
Sustained.
Would you consider yourself African American?
I consider myself
But I do believe she called you fat and ghetto.
Afro-Caribbean.
Ma'am, you need to give your attorney a second to object. What's your objection?
sorry. Relevance, yeah.
Sustained.
Have you ever used the N-word with Miss Imani Ellis?
No,
Did you try to take a swing at her?
no,
When you say there was a verbal altercation,
yes.
do you know what the word altercation means?
Like a conflict.
Like a fight, right?
It was like a verbal fight, but it didn't get physical at all.
When I'm talking to you now, are we having a verbal altercation?
We having, we'll see, a debate.
And we're debating about whether you assaulted and battered Miss Imani Ellis, correct?
Just no, well, I guess so, but I didn't touch her. She didn't touch me, so.
What proof do you have that you didn't touch her?
Objection, relevance, and also
That's already been sustained.
Do you have any videos?
I mean, she did present proof that she ain't touch her at the time when them people was there anyway. That lady said she ain't touch her when she was there.
No.
Did you try to get videos of you?
I asked if there was videos. Like I told my lawyers to check if there was videos, but there's no cameras. I guess there was no cameras.
And when did you ask for that? What year?
That was another question I had to myself too. Where are the cameras in this establishment? Y'all need cameras.
I feel like when I got sued, I was like, when I got sued, I was like, oh, I know I didn't touch her. Like, it's like, look for them cameras, because they'll tell you, I ain't touch her.
When you went to the building of 8920 Wilshire Boulevard, and you saw Imani Ellis there on the 5th floor, was she wearing her uniform as a security guard?
Yes. Okay.
You remember?
Again, you might want to just take a breath so your attorney can object.
Are you aware that my office is across the street?
No.
8920 Wilshire Boulevard. You remember that?
Not your office is across the street from that place.
The address.
He wanted this case because he thought he was gonna get money out of Cardi too. He swore to this lady he could get this money. He worked across the street from the damn medical office that she went to. That lady couldn't go nowhere else to find her attorney.
Remember that I went there, but I don't really remember.
And that's why he's so poor. His performance is so poor.
Remember the address and stuff like that. I don't.
If I show you the building with the number on it, would that help refresh your recollection?
Sure.
I don't have to really waste time if you don't want me to. When you were sitting here throughout the trial, you saw the 22
Yes.
pages I showed, correct?
Yes.
Was that the correct building?
Yes.
Oh, and you remember entering the building, going up some stairs, taking the lobby elevator, and going to the 5th floor, correct?
Yes.
And when you exited, you saw Imani Ellis right there in front of you.
Yes. No. When I exited, the elevator,
Okay?
not the building, the elevator.
Correct.
Yes.
On the 5th floor.
Mm-hmm.
And there was 3 elevators there?
I do not remember that.
At least 2 different elevator bays?
Okay, and it don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter. Ask things that matter. What is relevant?
Me getting out the elevator. She was coming in. I was coming out. I could hear her. She was talking on the phone, and she said, "Oh my God, yo, Cardi B's here." So I kind of speed walk. But I feel her behind me. Then I hear her talking like, "Oh my God, Cardi B is here. So I turned around and she had her phone. She didn't have it here no more. Now she has it here. And I asked her, yo, why are you recording me? And she clearly looked like the security. She looked like the security guard. She's uniformed down. And I'm like, why are you recording me? Are you security? And she's like, oh, my bad. But then I'm walking, and I feel her still following me. So like as I'm walking, speed walking, trying to look for the office, I turn around again. And I'm like, why are you following me? She's like, because I can. It's like, no, you can't. Why are you following me for? Like, ain't you supposed to be security? And she's like, because I can. It's like, no, you can. And she's like getting closer and closer. Like now she's like in front of me where I can't even like really maneuver. And I'm like, ain't you supposed to be security? Like you grouped out, you're recording me.
Mm-hmm.
You're recording me, now you following me. Like back up. And she's like, I can do what I want. It's like, no, you can. Like you can't do what you want. And that's when we started arguing.
And what did you say?
I was like, you can't do what you want. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's like you invading my privacy, and now we're like chest to chest practically. So I keep telling her like, you need to back up. And I'm thinking to myself like, this girl is big. She's big. She got big black boots on, and I'm like, damn. The hell am I gonna do now? She's literally right in my face, like on my chest, and we're arguing. And I keep telling her to back up, but she's not backing up. And we arguing, cursing at each other.
Her attorney must have told her to relax with the cussing, because last time she was like, I said, bitch, what the fuck? Da, 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 da. And this time she not giving all that energy.
I did call her the B word. I did call her a bitch. Like, bitch, get out of my face. I did say, bitch, get the fuck out of my face. You're in my face. You're screaming in my face. We're like literally screaming at each other. And she kept telling me like, you're gonna leave my building. And I'm like, I'm not leaving. Like, how you harassing me? I'm not leaving. And you telling me, how you telling me to leave? I came to see a doctor. You following me. You're recording me. I'm just trying to check my cat. You're recording me. And we're arguing. That's when the receptionist came out. She started wilding out like, this bitch hit me, and I'm like, I did not hit her. I'm looking at her like, girl, I can't even hit you if I want to. You're bigger than me and you're pregnant. And she just started
pregnant.
Out, like, this bitch hit me. Then the doctor came out and he was like, go to my office. And after that, I just walk away. And that's just that.
Are you aware in the city of Beverly Hills, if a security guard tells you to leave the building, which they are security of, you would be required to do that? Do you agree with that?
Objection to relevance.
No, she didn't have to, because at that point the doctor came out and told her to go to the office where she was supposed to be at in the first place. And if the security guard is also not allowed to put their hands on you, and they shouldn't be all up in your face like that. They should be calling the police to escort you out if they want you out of the building. People don't know that either. The security is not supposed to touch you. They're not supposed to touch you. Wherever they at, they're not supposed to touch you. They're supposed to call the cops.
A security not supposed to.
Yeah, she was about to say they're not supposed to touch her too, probably.
Did Miss Imani Ellis tell you that you're causing a disturbance in the building?
They can ask you to leave and they can escort you while you're leaving. But they're not supposed to touch you.
No. She was causing a disturbance. She's recording me and following me.
Well, let's talk about that. Are people allowed to record you if they want to in a public place,
Objection.
which would be the building that you were at?
Objection.
Yes or no?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion. Mischaracterizes. Sorry.
Do you know if it's...
Well, I know That when you walk into the gynecologist, usually it says put your phone away.
Okay for someone to videotape you.
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
Because it's the gynecologist. That's private. Like that there's usually a sign somewhere that says to put your phone away.
Assistant.
When she videotaped you, or maybe she didn't, what proof do you have that she was videotaping you?
She had her phone went from here to right here, and she said like, "Yo, Cardi B," like she's I seen her. I turned around and I seen it. I seen it with my own eyes.
Did you ever see the actual video recording of you on her phone? Yes or no?
No.
Could it be possible that she was recording you? She was simply holding her phone in front of you. Is that possible?
Objection.
Yes or no?
Calls for
It's a
speculation.
possibility.
What proof do you have that you were being recorded by Imani Ellis on February 24, 2018, aside from what you just told us?
Objection.
Do you have any other proof?
Objection has to be answered.
Assistant.
So we want to go and wait on September 17th between 20 and
That was annoying.
Is
I
it
already
true
got
that
anxiety.
you
I don't want to hear
usually
nobody
wear
else's.
Your nails longer than what they are today?
Sometimes, most of the times yes, and some other times no.
Most of the time, 90% of the time?
Lately, as in so far, I'll say
Why don't we just ask her for a photo of the way her nails looked that day instead of speculating on the nails? How about we do that? Didn't she tell you that she had a photo of the nails? How about we do that?
about in the past year, I'll say about 70.
70% of
Yes.
the time. And when you wear them long, would you agree that they're about 3 inches long?
No, not all the time. No,
2 inches or more?
So
it really depends.
Why don't we focus? She said in the last year. I don't know how long she has her nails in the last year is relevant to anything.
And when you had them in 2018, you also wore them long at that time too, correct?
I wear them long, but it really depends on the inches.
How long were your nails on February 24th, 2018 when you were at the building speaking or arguing or whatever you were doing with Imani Ellis?
They were 1 inch. They were square, coffin squared.
From 3 to 1.
And they had flat rhinestones.
Are rhinestones sharp?
No, not if they're flat. And they weren't 3D, they were flat.
With the nails you have on right now, do you think that these nails are sharper or the ones that you had on the date of the incident?
I believe that they were not sharp that day. They were square. And sometimes, like, when it's acrylic and it's square, it's like a texture. And I always tell this to my nail tech, make sure that like you shape, like when you shape them, don't make them sharp on the side, or don't make them that sharp. You don't wanna
hurt anybody.
I don't want to hurt myself.
Myself, right? We be scratching ourselves the fuck up, for real. Y'all, fuck everybody else. We don't want to be scratching ourselves either.
You know what I'm saying?
And in the past, when you had them sharp, you did hurt yourself.
Like every time she swipe her hand across her face, she got scratches now. Like,
correct?
I never really hurt myself, but like just in case, I just be like, don't make them too pointy, because I just don't want them to be uncomfortable. Not pointy, but it's like a certain type of sharp that you just don't want.
yeah, like it's just, that's just nail etiquette. We let them know we don't want them that fucking sharp. Like, I be scratching myself the fuck up with just my normal fucking nails.
If you wanted to scratch or cut Miss Imani Ellis' face, you could have done it with both of your hands, either one or both, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I mean, yeah, because that's what I said. You keep making it a point of it being a certain hand or something. She could have used both her hands.
I'm not saying you did that right now. I'm asking you a different question. Did you understand my question?
I mean, how would I fight? How would I fight somebody? I am mostly left-handed, so if I was to like do anything mostly, I'll do it mostly with the left hand. I'm really like.
You're good at fighting with your left hand, aren't you?
Objection is characterized as the testimony.
Are you good at fighting with your left hand?
Objection lacks foundation.
Sustained.
Do you have any?
I mean, if she was that good at fighting with her left hand, I would expect your complaint left side of her face to be more fucked up than a 2 centimeter fucking scratch.
Experience fighting with any like martial arts experience or
What?
other type of experience to defend yourself should
Did she have to know how to do all of that to scratch her face?
something occur in your life?
Objection relevance.
Overall.
Not really, no.
So any type of fighting that you would be able to do, it would just be freestyle from your own knowledge of fighting, correct?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
If you wanted to fight with someone,
Oh my
would
God.
you use your left hand, your right hand?
She just told you!
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Why don't we move on?
He getting on my nerves.
When you enter a building, such as this building or any building, oftentimes you will see that there's a security guard or a police officer or a sheriff guarding the building, correct? You saw that today here in the courthouse, didn't you?
Yes.
Bless you. I guess it's not. And on the date of the incident, the security guard, police officer, or person securing that building, in your mind, when you saw Imani Ellis was in fact Imani Ellis. In your mind, when you got off the elevator, Imani Ellis was in your mind, your state of mind was that she was a security guard, correct?
Objection.
It's too late. She already said yeah. And she did say yeah before. When she got off the elevator, she was in her security uniform.
Yes. All right. Okay.
And was there any doubt in your mind that she was a security guard?
There was no doubt in my mind that she was a security guard. She had the security guard outfit on. That's why.
And the way you're asking this question is like you're trying to insinuate that she had the right to have her phone out and be recording her. Just because she's a fucking security guard of the place don't mean that she should be recording her going to the fucking OBGYN.
I was so confused that she was so aggressive and she's supposed to protect me, the patient.
Exactly.
I understand. If Imani,
She should have said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to be recording you without your permission. If you didn't like that, I'm so sorry," and been on her motherfucking way. As the security guard of the establishment.
Ellis had in fact told you to leave the building, would you have listened because she was a security guard?
Objection.
I don't know what you talking about. I have plenty of guys asking me to scratch their back. Don't know what you talking about.
Hypothetical. Irrelevant. Lacks foundation.
Did Miss Imani Ellis tell you to leave the building at any point during your verbal or physical altercation on February 24th, 2018?
She told me, "You gonna leave my building. You gonna leave my building."
Are you aware that Imani Ellis was hired by the owner of that building and had the right to...
Are you aware that she was supposed to be doing her job and she wasn't? And it wasn't her fucking building. She don't own the building. That's why she got fired.
Tell you to leave.
Objection. Calls for legal conclusion. Lacks
Sustained.
when Imani Ellis told you to leave the building, did you follow her commands?
Objection. Relevance. Lacks of foundation.
You can answer.
No, she wasn't acting like a security guard.
But she was a security guard.
Okay.
Do security guard try to attack patients?
Do security guards record patients? Do security guards fangirl over patients?
The objection's sustained. We're not going to argue with each other.
Did you believe in your mind that Imani Ellis was a police officer?
No.
If you thought she was a police officer, would you have handled the situation the same way?
Objection. Incomplete hypothetical.
Yeah, she would have, because the police officer would have not been doing their job, recording her.
Let's just focus on what did happen.
Now, when Imani Ellis spoke with you, when you exited the elevator, she spoke with you directly outside the elevator, the area directly outside the elevators, correct?
I don't believe she got inside the elevator. I don't believe she did.
That's my question is, did whatever happened between the two of you, did it happen inside the elevator, at the point of entry, or outside the elevator?
Outside the elevator and down the hallway.
Fine. And when Miss Ellis was asked the same question, do you remember her saying that it happened outside of the elevator as well? Do you agree with her testimony?
It wasn't in front of the elevator anymore because I was walking and she was following me. So it wasn't in
Yeah, because as the girl also said, she got off the elevator. They was going like this. Cardi got off the elevator. The lady was getting on the elevator. And then she got off the elevator because Cardi was talking slick. But Cardi probably kept walking and talking shit. And then she got off the elevator talking about she was trying to get clarity, when all she had to do was apologize and keep it pushing. But instead, she wanted to get into a confrontation. She got off the elevator talking about she needed clarity on what Cardi said to her. You heard her tell you, bitch, get the fuck out her face and stuff with that camera.
In front of the elevator. It was outside the elevator because I already got off the elevator. I don't think she ever went inside the elevator because I felt her as soon as I'm walking. I felt her.
She said she did get on the elevator. She probably put one foot in and stepped right back out.
Walking right behind me, and then she said something. She said, "Oh my God, Cardi B." That's when I turned around, and she got the camera right here, like she recorded me. And I'm like, "Yo, why you recording me?" And she practically did admit that she recorded me because she said, "Oh my bad." Okay. So.
Smokehouse Chicken is back, only at Churches.
Cause she claimed that she got back in the elevator. That girl. She said she was back in the elevator.
She said, "Oh wow, it's Cardi B," or whatever you just said right now. When she said that, was that offensive to you?
It wasn't offensive. I just kept power walking so I could avoid more contact. But she just kept following me.
Okay. And isn't it true that sometimes
because Cardi was talking shit and walking,
different people will say, "Oh wow, it's Cardi B."
Yeah.
Because they get excited.
Yeah.
And you had experienced that many times before you had that experience with Imani Ellis, correct?
Yes.
And the reason you didn't like it from her is because she was a security guard and you felt it was unprofessional for her to say that to you. Isn't that true?
When she first said it, I didn't tell her nothing. I kept walking.
Why couldn't she say it? Why?
I never said
she didn't say that she couldn't say it. She said when she said it, she didn't say shit. She kept going. When she turned around and seen that she had her fucking camera out,
she couldn't.
Okay. And she said it to you.
She said it to me and I kept walking.
What if she was not a security guard and she was just a random human and said, "Oh wow, it's Cardi B"? Would you have taken offense to that?
No,
She didn't take offense to that. How many times does she got to say that?
You can answer.
I didn't even feel offended when she first said it. I felt offended when she kept following me. She recorded me, and you're supposed to be a security. You're not supposed to be recording patients going to any doctor.
Any doctors.
But again,
That's what offended me. When she first said, "Oh my God, it's Cardi B," I just kept power walking and didn't say nothing. I said something the second time she said it, and I turned around and I saw that she was recording me. And I'm like, "Yo, why are you recording me? Ain't you supposed to be security?" And she said, "Oh, my bad." Then she kept following me, and now I'm getting annoyed. Like, it's like, you're the security guard of the building.
No question pending. No question.
All right, counsel, I think that might be a good time to end.
Yeah, don't be talking about some no question pending because you want her to shut up. You keep asking her the same fucking questions.
Because we've got some things that we need to deal with outside the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to resume right back at 9:30 again. Thank you for your patience today and your attention. We will see you tomorrow at 9:30. In the meantime,
dip into Herdes Chunky Salsa.
Here go the doctor finally, I think. Mr. Finky.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. May I please have you
Also, if you're on YouTube, please like and follow. Thank you.
state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Certainly. Brent, B-R-E-N-T, Mulliken, M-O-E-L-L-E-K-E-N, M-D-F-A-C-S.
Great. Thank you. You may take a seat. Please watch your step.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Thank you all for coming back. Good morning, Dr. Mulliken.
Good morning.
Oh, this is a different doctor. Who this? Is this the doctor that so-called worked on her face?
Were you the treating doctor for Imani Ellis? Who
Yeah.
Yes.
And what did you treat?
The recent doctor that worked on her face, because the other one died.
Her for?
She had a scar on her left cheek.
Okay, and what is your current occupation?
I'm a plastic and reconstructive surgeon.
Are you board certified?
Yes.
For how many years have you been a plastic and reconstructive surgeon?
Since 1995.
It's about 30 years?
Yes.
Okay, and early on in your, I'll strike that. Where did you go to undergraduate school?
To Purdue University for 2 years.
And where did you go to medical school?
At Yale Medical School.
And you did some work at Harvard as well?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, so I finished.
We don't need to know
undergraduate
about that.
for 2 years, and then I took a position at Harvard University. It was a graduate position in literature, German and English literature. So that was for 1 year, and then I went off to medical school at Yale.
And you're also a clinical associate professor at UCLA?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what that?
We don't need to know
Yes,
about that
so I've
either.
been, since 1995, I've been affiliated with UCLA. That means I'm 100% sure at the different designations. There's a treating doctor.
How much money have you lost in income?
We don't need to know about that either.
So I would estimate 20 to 30,000 in the procedures we would have performed, the patients we would have seen and scheduled.
And the reason you did that is because you want to help your patient, correct?
Yes.
And in order to be able to offset some of the loss, you're charging $2,000 an hour to be here as an expert witness?
That's correct.
$2,000 an hour.
expert witness, do you tend to serve as an expert more for the plaintiff, more for the defense?
This man about to get $2,000 just for sitting here for an hour.
Percentage that you could tell us.
It's roughly 50-50. So I'm retained by defense firms and by plaintiff firms equally.
Is it your understanding that in this case, the defense chose not to designate an expert? Is that your understanding?
Objection calls for hearsay, lacks foundation.
Do you know of any other plastic surgeon that's rendered any opinion in this case besides
Objection, lacks
yourself?
foundation.
Have you seen any medical reports or any type of documentation from a different plastic surgeon
No.
related to this case?
No.
When you serve as an expert witness, isn't it true that usually there's an opposing expert on the other side who would then argue
Yeah.
with your opinion?
Objection, lacks foundation, irrelevant. 372.
Much move on, counsel.
Did you review 85 pages of medical records of Imani Ellis prior to testifying today?
Yes.
And if you were to look at your exhibit book that's in front of you, the one on your right, if you can go to exhibit 1-004.
Yes.
At the bottom corner, it will say exhibit 1-001, and then 2, 3, and 4.
I think the exhibits are over here.
May I approach, Your Honor? Come in.
Yes. Yeah, so it's actually the same side. Ah, okay. I'm sorry about that.
Do you see a list of Imani Ellis's medical records and bills?
Yes.
And you reviewed all the records and bills?
Briefly, yes.
And
Briefly, did you review all of the records and bills? Is what he asked you. What does briefly mean? It sounds like you skimmed them, which means you did not review them all.
for your treatment in your office, did you charge Miss Imani Ellis $6,500?
Yes.
Okay. And surgery center $11,000?
Yes.
Why do you charge these amounts for the treatment that you gave for Imani Ellis?
Well, her procedures were performed in an operating room. So we have the operating room staff and sterility, and it's done in a JACO, meaning Joint Commission, approved surgery center.
Could you have done this outside of the surgery center?
You could have done it, but it wouldn't have been as sterile.
And you wouldn't follow that type of practice?
I don't do that sort of practice.
Of course not. He can't just do it in a regular doctor's office, which it could have been done in, because they got to get extra money.
And in your review of the medical records, did you also see that Imani Ellis treated with 2 psychologists?
Yes.
You reviewed all those records and bills?
Briefly, yes.
If we can just go to Exhibit 9, which is your CV. I just wanted to go over your CV a little bit. Your CV is 22 pages long, including your rate sheet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that Exhibit 9 be admitted into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Go ahead. All right, so a minute.
This is the first page of your CD, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this explains all of your. You have 2 different offices.
I do.
Why do you have 2 offices?
Just one in Beverly Hills and one in Santa Barbara. So, yeah.
So what? That wasn't an answer to the question. But it doesn't matter if he has two offices.
And if you look through your CV, for example, on page 3, professional organizations, are there any that would be important for this case that you feel the jury should know about?
Well, I became board certified in general surgery and trauma surgery before doing my training in plastic surgery. So I then became board certified in plastic and reconstructive surgery. And I've done 2 additional fellowships, one in aesthetic surgery and one in microsurgery.
Why are y'all closing in on the back of her fucking head?
10 years of residency after 4 years of medical school.
Okay. And
It would make sense if you could actually see her face.
on page 4, you have hospitals affiliations. Can you tell us your affiliations with these 2 hospitals?
Yes, so I'm currently an attending at UCLA Medical Center, and previously I was an attending at Cedars-Sinai Hospital, but I gave up those privileges, and now I'm exclusively at UCLA.
Do you do any charity work?
I do physician.
I don't understand why he be asking shit that does not fucking matter. You just wasting our fucking time.
I would never buy cannabis online.
We've established how professional he is.
You teach other medical residents?
Yes, medical residents, medical students. And
Did you use the history in your treatment and diagnosis of the patient?
yes.
And what was the history that she gave you?
Well, she mentioned that she had been, the left side of her face had been injured by fingernail scratches.
Okay.
So that was the basic salient history. And then I looked at her and looked at her wound. And so in order to determine what I need to do to help her out.
Now the problem with this is, how long ago did she get that fucking injury? You can't tell us. All you could tell us is what she told you and what you looked at it as, because that's what she told you.
I had to diagnose her problem. So I wanted to see if there was hypersensitivity in the wound. Hypersensitivity means, for example, if you have a splinter underneath your skin. It may not show much, but you can feel the splinter under your skin because it's hypersensitive. So I noticed that she had a focus of hypersensitivity on her face. Now when I examine for that, I touch many areas and see if the patient's pain symptoms are always the same. In other words,
Which they can always fake.
if they always come from the same area.
And that's exactly why y'all be saying that black women be faking our pain sometimes.
So that's how I made my diagnosis of her scar, the visible aspects of it and the hypersensitivity aspects of it.
All right, if you can go to Exhibit 4, the gray exhibit, I mean the one that you have in your hand,
Okay.
the white one.
All right. To what number, I'm sorry?
4.
Oh, 4.
And how much pain could she still have had in her face to where it was so hypersensitive? Literally, she says she had went to one doctor before this and he died. How long after she seen him did he die? This man don't know nothing. But what she told him is that she got scratched and how she pretending like it hurt.
In your medical evaluation of the patient, you saw her for the first time on November 4th, 2022?
Yes.
The incident was in 2018. You saw her for the first time in 2022, and this is what you saying, child?
Were you advised by Imani Ellis Miss Ellis was seen by a different plastic surgeon before you?
Objection calls for hearsay. Lacks foundation.
Sustained.
If you go to Exhibit 4-009, at the bottom, can you read for us what it says in handwriting?
Yes.
Sustained.
Unless he say he found a piece of rhinestone under her cheek, I don't give a fuck about what this doctor got to say. Talking about he getting paid $2,000 an hour to testify as a witness or whatever, an expert witness.
Are you aware that Miss Imani Ellis?
They said it was 7 years ago, 2018. Yeah, 7 years ago. Meanwhile, it happened in 2018, I believe. That's what they said. I think that's the date they keep on saying. And this man didn't see her until 2022, talking about the injury was still hypersensitive and stuff.
Saw a Dr. Scher before you?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Is it important to you when treating a patient if they've seen any prior doctors?
Objection. Irrelevant. Lacks foundation. 352.
No, it's very important if they've done treatment. If they've done treatment, then I need to know what treatment they did.
Okay, so in order to do your work with this patient, Imani Ellis, you would need to know if any other doctor, such as a plastic surgeon, did any other work on Imani Ellis, correct?
Yes.
And when you asked Miss Imani Ellis if she got treatment, did she tell you she saw a different doctor, Dr. John Scher?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you know the Dr. Scher? Do you know him?
No.
Are you aware that Dr. Scher has passed away?
Objection. Lacks foundation.
What the hell?
Overruled.
That's what I've been told. I didn't verify.
He ain't verify. Did anybody verify? Did anybody verify that she had a doctor before and this doctor actually died? Where's his death certificate? Cause this bitch be lying.
For a patient such as Imani Ellis, the kind of injury that she sustained, is it true that if Imani Ellis had came to you within a couple months after the incident, that you would advise Imani Ellis to wait 1 to 2 years to determine if the cut would become a scar?
Lacks foundation.
Is that
Is
that the proper course?
Sustained.
For a patient like Imani Ellis who sustained a cut, how long should she wait before getting plastic
So,
surgery?
counsel, why don't you establish that there are different treatments? What type of cut it was, how deep the cut was, whether it was likely to scar, what you
Right.
know about the scar,
Right.
foundation before you ask him opinions.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Can you describe for us?
Don't be giving him pointers, Judge. Don't give him no pointers. This his job. He's supposed to know how to do his job, and he clearly don't. Just leading the doctor into saying what he think he want the doctor to say.
When you examined her on November
Just like he thought he was gonna do with Cardi.
first time.
Yes. She had vertically oriented. In other words, up and down. Scars. There were actually 2 of them, but one was more prominent, and it was hyperpigmented, and it was hypersensitive.
Okay. And isn't it true that it would take at least 1 year before the scar formed?
Objection. Lacks foundation. Calls for speculation.
You still didn't establish how deep the cut was and stuff to even ask that question.
Yes, she had vertically oriented. In other words, up and down. scars. There were actually two of them, but one was more prominent, and it.
Now he's saying she had 2 scratches on her face. How is it that nobody saw her face scratched up right after the incident? That girl, the receptionist, says she did not see any scratches on that lady's face. She did not see any blood. The other, well, she didn't even realize she was bleeding. Didn't she realize she was bleeding herself? The other lady for the she was talking to the damn, what is the damn lady for the workers' comp. The workers' comp psychiatrist did not see any scratches going vertically on her face.
It was hyperpigmented and it was hypersensitive.
Okay. And isn't it true that it would take at least 1 year before the scar formed?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
No, scars can form quickly. Sometimes it takes a long time for them to form.
Yeah, because what do you mean it takes a year for a scar to form? For who? It scabs and then it scars. A scab don't take no half a year to form. It could form within weeks to maybe a month.
Do you believe it was correct for Imani Ellis to wait before obtaining the medical treatment that she received?
He trying to explain why she waited so long before she got something done to fix the so-called scratches that Cardi B made to her face.
In your office?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
And the type of medical treatment that you performed, isn't it true that during the pandemic, which started in April of 2022 for at least several months and years, there was limited availability for patients to receive plastic surgery?
That's very true.
And your office was shut down for several months at least?
Well, I perform a lot of reconstructive surgery and emergency surgery, so my office was never shut down.
But if a patient needed to receive the type of treatment like Imani Ellis received, and they contacted you in May of 2020 during the pandemic, you would not.
Now he trying to establish a reason for why she didn't contact him sooner, and she went with the other doctor that died.
Work on them, you probably tell them to wait, correct?
Objection, compound, calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
Assistant.
Cardi bored.
Isn't it true that a scar such as Imani Ellis's, when she came to you in 2022, the scar would basically never have gone away unless you performed some type of medical treatment, correct?
Objection, leading, calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
Assistant.
Can you tell us in your, on 4-001 in the HPI, can you read?
Shit, as many times as Leo done scratched me up, them things be deep. And they just heal.
The four lines there, please, from your report.
In the which line, I'm sorry?
I know it ain't take no damn year.
It's hearsay, counsel. Why don't you move on?
In when you treated Miss Imani Ellis, did she tell you that she was assaulted and battered by Cardi B?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
Did she explain to you that
She waited so long because she didn't have those fucking scratches on her face from Cardi B. She got those scratches on her face from when she was in a fucking car accident. That's how she got those scratches on her face. And now she's saying that it happened then when Cardi B had the altercation with her so that she can get some money.
Cardi B,
some more money, because she added a whole bunch of stuff on top of that. Talking about she spit on her, she called her the N-word, she berated her, and she made her lose her job.
That's what she told me, yes.
Did she state to you that her face was red and hot after the incident?
Yes.
And can you tell us, when you personally examined Imani Ellis, did you see 3 lines on her face on the left side of her cheek?
Objection, lady.
Now you're talking about 3 lines. It go from 2 to 3.
Yes.
What is
I mean, lines. I thought we was talking scars. Lines?
the significance of the 3 lines?
Well, it's typical for a fingernail injury when you have parallel lines going from the top to the bottom. So that's vertically oriented, so up and down rather than horizontally. So typically that's how fingernail injuries manifest.
But he said it was 2 fingernail injuries. The damn attorney just said it was 3 now.
Is it your expert opinion?
They paying this man to say that he saw scratch marks on her face and are trying to make it seem like Cardi B did it.
That Imani Ellis sustained an injury to her left cheek from fingernails?
Objection, lady.
I'm sorry?
It's the same.
Oh.
All right, can you tell us?
And that damn attorney didn't even realize that was a leading question, that last one with the 3 lines.
Please, how many times you saw Imani Ellis for medical treatment?
I believe 3 total.
Can you just please go through the treatment that you gave her from the beginning to the end?
Yes. So there was an initial examination, and then I performed 2 procedures on her. So those were done in the operating room, and I did what's called medical microneedling.
And you couldn't do that in your medical office because you claimed that you had to do it in the operating room because the operating room was was more sterile. So your office is not sterile, doctor? You just wanted to charge her more fucking money.
Which is a procedure where you place local anesthesia underneath the skin to numb the skin, and then you do deep microneedling at a depth of approximately 2 millimeters. It does cause the patient to bleed, but the bleeding is very small because the needles are very small.
Needles gonna cause it to bleed, but Cardi B scratching her face didn't even cause her to bleed. She said she didn't even have to wear a band-aid or nothing. She don't remember no blood.
So then we apply various creams to prevent infection, and then we see the patient back in approximately 4 to 6 weeks. So after that period of time, she returned. We had noticed some improvement in the hypersensitivity and some improvement in the hyperpigmentation. So I basically performed an identical
Of course you did.
also under local anesthesia.
Because nothing was wrong with her face.
And after that, I believe I did not see her again. We may have Zoomed, but I can't recall exactly.
Oh, so she's not complaining about how you can still see the scratches along her face because this is just tormenting her and making her feel so depressed?
Do you believe that your patient benefited from the medical treatment she received from you?
Yes.
Why don't you own an apartment building?
Just some damn lies.
And you're familiar with the billing procedures and charges from your office and other medical providers such as plastic surgeons and surgery centers and the like?
Yes.
Is it part of your practice to review the medical bills for your office and other types of medical providers?
Well, it's a part of my
I'm sorry.
Objection, compound, and hearsay.
Okay.
As to the one part.
So it's my function as a medical director of a surgery center, which I've been for 25 years, to know the fees that are charged at the various institutions like UCLA or Cedars or in similar institutions in the community.
And when you examined Monty Ellis on November 4th of 2022, you performed an examination, you wrote a 4-page report, you reviewed medical records and medical bills, you spoke with the patient for how long approximately?
Well, we maybe spent 45 minutes total with her, but that includes the assistant going in, asking the questions, and then she transcribes it to an iPad, and then I go in the room, I do the examination, I record the results of my examination, and then correct anything on the iPad that I want to add to.
So then you did not speak to her for 45 minutes. It sounded like your assistant did most of the work, and then usually the doctor just come in there and they come in there for like 10 minutes. Do and say whatever they got to say after they looked over whatever the assistant wrote.
To write the report of 4 pages, review all the medical records, review all the documents, see the patient, everything. That one day on November 4th of 22, you charged $1,500, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you were to make that same examination, go through all those steps today, you would actually be charging $2,500, correct?
Objection, lady.
You can.
That's correct.
The fee has gone up because of inflation and the cost of medical care?
Just
Objection, lady. You can.
Yeah, that's what it costs. That's when you have to.
All right. And the medical procedures that you did on February 20th of 23 and March 20th of 23, the 2 procedures, each one you charge $2,500, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the same procedures today, what would you charge?
Well, it would be approximately $6,500. If you notice in my initial
Oh my
report,
God.
that's the amount I quoted, but for some reason it was billed at $2,500. So that was an error, but it is what it is.
So then, in fact, the $2,500 charge should have been $6,500?
Correct.
It shouldn't be 6,500. Y'all ripping people the fuck off.
Twice.
That's what it costs to perform surgery, in a surgery center.
Because y'all ripping people the fuck off. In a surgery center. So how much would the surgery, because that was no fucking surgery. How much would the operation and the procedure, that ain't no fucking surgery. How much would that procedure have cost you to just do it in your fucking doctor's office? Probably $2,000. And that's how much they charged her for. Fucking cheating people.
Approximately how long does it take from the time the patient comes into the office, gets prepared for surgery, and is sent home for each of the 2 surgical procedures you did?
Well, approximately 2 to 3 hours.
And the surgery center has to be booked for a certain period of time?
Yes.
And you got to prepare it, do the procedure, clean it, make sure it's good. How long does all that take? How much time do you book the surgery center for Miss Amani Ellis on those?
Well, the 2 to 3 hours would not include the technicians, the surgical tech preparing the equipment, or
wasted these people time.
Or the cleanup. That was just the 2 or 3 hours would be the time from the time the patient arrives, fills out the paperwork, the consents are given. We again talk about the risks and benefits of the procedure. We put on topical anesthesia. We let that work. We take them to the operating room. We put on, we induce local anesthesia with injections. We do the procedure. We watch her post-operatively to make sure she doesn't have any allergic reactions or trouble with her skin. And then we make sure she's dressed properly, has post-operative instructions, and then she's discharged.
And there's obviously different types of skin that you deal with in your practice, correct?
Yes.
There's lighter lighter skin, darker skin, rough skin, soft skin. Can you just tell us a little bit of the difference in procedures that you would do to the different types of skin?
Yes, so there's
We don't need that
a
information.
grading scheme from 1 to 5. Black.
Ignite the fairways.
With Fireball.
Jiminy Cricket.
5 on the Fitzpatrick scale. If you take photographs of their skin versus someone with a 1.
Yes, in general, in black patients, the lesions are less visible just because of the coloration.
And when you examined Imani Ellis for the first time on November 4th of 22, did you, with your own eyes and your equipment, you saw the scars, correct?
Yes.
And how many scars did you see?
Well, I saw one main one. That's the one I recorded. But I
He trying to say because she was dark skinned, nobody saw that she was scratched. If her face was bleeding, they would have seen she was scratched. And y'all saying she was cut in the face. Like it was real deep. So that's not a regular scratch. Like they would have seen her face bleeding. If it was just a regular scratch, she wouldn't even need to see this damn doctor. And he's saying that he's physically seen these scratches on her face because by then they should have been scars.
saw other things that were, you know, differences in the skin, differences in the pores, an adjacent scrape mark. I saw those things as well, but the main thing was that there was one main scar. That was the hypersensitive one.
What else he said he seen?
Did you, with your own eyes and your equipment, you saw the scars, correct?
Yes.
And how many scars did you see?
Well, I saw one main one. That's the one I recorded. But I saw other things that were, you know, differences in the skin, differences in the pores, an adjacent scrape mark.
An adjacent straight mark or scrape mark? What is he saying? Because this right here say straight mark. It sounds like he's saying scrape mark in my ear.
I saw other things that were, you know, differences in the skin, differences in the pores, an adjacent scrape mark.
He's saying scrape mark.
I saw those things as well, but the main thing
I think she got that injury from that car accident.
Was that there was one main scar. That was the hypersensitive one.
And how was it hypersensitive if you saw her in 2022 and she got scratched in 2018? That don't make sense. It would not be sensitive at all. Unless during this operation, you found pieces of those rhinestones in her face.
Is it your expert opinion that Imani Ellis sustained injuries to her left cheek from fingernail?
Objection, last foundation called speculation.
Because he don't know if that's where it came from. Only thing he knows is that's what she told him.
What is your opinion as to where Imani Ellis
And I feel like it took this many years because she was trying to set up some kind of case. So that they can have all these doctors and stuff to bring in to say, oh, she told them this.
obtained a scar in her left cheek?
Well,
Her thing is the last doctor she had died.
most likely.
What was the size of the scar? Did you measure it?
Yes. It was approximately 2 centimeters.
Hey, why are you deleting my chat? What's going on over there? Oh. Don't delete my chats.
That I noted, that was the main scar.
Can you
What's up,
tell
Gutta?
us approximately how long is 2 centimeters?
Get it together, moderator.
Yeah, so an inch is 2.5 centimeters, so it's a little less than an inch.
Two centimeters is approximately 1 inch, or a little less?
2.5
2.5 centimeters is 1 inch.
is about an inch, yeah.
Why was it? Why was hypersensitivity important in this case?
Well, hypersensitivity is a very unpleasant sensation, and it's often associated with scars. So my job is not just to make the scar look better, but it is to reduce the hypersensitivity. That's in some respects the most important thing, is to reduce the hypersensitivity in the scar.
The one thing that they still are not, they're not proven is whether or not these were actual scratch marks. This doctor was supposed to be able to do that. He's just saying that's what she told him.
And when you examined the scar earlier, you testified that you were of the opinion that the scar came about from a
That's what he keeps trying to get from fingernails. In his opinion, it's not is in his opinion. He can't give his opinion about that because it was already scarred. The only thing that he can tell you is that, okay, I think it looked like it's fingernails, and she told me it's fingernails. Like,
Objection leading, and this guy crosses the
and he just objected, and the judge sustained it.
Grip, stability.
He can't say in his expert opinion because it was years later. It was years later when he's seen the scratches. So he can't even give an expert opinion on that. He would have had to see the scratches fresh to expertly say, these looked like scratch marks to me. But what he said was, that's what she told him. He didn't have an expert opinion on whether or not they were scratch marks. They just keep saying that they could have came from fingernails. That's what he keeps saying.
What is your expert opinion as to where the scar came from on Imani Ellis's left cheek?
Well, based on the direction of the scars, based on the fact that there were
all he has is the direction of the scars.
Parallel.
Now it's 2 to 3. At first, he said he only saw 2 scars on her face. When that attorney mentioned there was 3 lines on her face, now he's saying it's 2 to 3. This man is lying. He getting paid to testify. He getting paid $2,000 an hour.
And they were vertically oriented, in other words, up to down, based on the fact that the central scar was the deepest, based on the fact that the central scar...
Now there was a central scar. Before, you said there were only 2.
Started the highest. This is a pattern that is most closely associated with fingernails because the middle finger is longer than the
and that other attorney is not even catching that he's leading this man.
The index finger and the ring finger. So when the fingers are drawn down, the middle finger causes the deepest scrape, and the other scars cause a lesser deep scar, and they also begin later than the middle finger, because the middle finger being longest, it grips the skin first, so it's the highest. The central scar is the highest.
central
fact,
scar
they're parallel.
when there were
It's
only
highly
two before.
suggestive of a fingernail injury.
Is that to a degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
And what does it mean for the jury, if you could explain, what does medical certainty mean when an expert makes that type of
51% or more. It's the most likely explanation. There are other explanations, but this is the most likely explanation.
And in order to formulate your opinion, you reviewed medical records, correct?
Well, I did, but that wasn't as important as the
No,
physical.
of course, I was going to go through a laundry list of what we did, but why don't you just tell me, what did you do to formulate your expert opinion?
The number one thing I did was examine the patient.
He heard her say she got scratched in the face. That's what he did.
That's the number one thing. So I noticed where the scar was. I noticed what symptoms she was having. And that alone.
What symptoms was she having? You talking about she had hyper. Shut the hell up. How's she still having symptoms from a scratch that she got 4 years ago?
Sure, the medical records are helpful. You always review them just in case there's something that might be important if you're doing surgery on somebody later. But the physical exam is the most important thing. That tells you what you need to do with the patient.
In how many cases over the last 30 years, and how many?
And you saying she got this scratch 4 years ago, and not one of those scratches across her face healed? None of them? You saw all 3 lines of scratches dug deep in her face, supposedly, because it was a cut, they saying. This is how they're describing it, because she had to get cosmetic surgery done for a fucking scratch on her face. That don't make sense. It's not making sense for him to be talking about this is his expert opinion.
Patients have you treated for assault and battery type of incident?
Many hundreds.
And is there an emotional component that goes along with this type of injury?
Objection, outside the scope of this designation, Black's Foundation, culture speculation.
The look on his face just giving, I know I'm getting $2,000 after this, so y'all can keep me here as long as y'all want to.
Your medical report under social history, you state...
He said, I got all the time in the world, $2,000 an hour.
Stress, anxiety, depression, headaches. Is there any reason why you wrote that?
Well, that's information that the patient gave us. It's not a diagnosis I made, it's the information that the patient gave us.
And so are the symptoms. The symptoms is the information that the patient gave you.
Future prognosis, it says I would anticipate a 50% improvement in the scar. Was that, did the treatment you provide produce a 50% or more improvement?
I believe it did.
Was your patient happy with the medical treatment that she received?
Objection, culture speculation, Black's Foundation.
You can answer.
Oh, I can answer. Well, she expressed satisfaction with her procedure to me. I'd been very upfront with her that her likely outcome was that the scar would be better, but not gone.
After 4 years, your whole, how much he said that shit cost? That whole procedure costing her, that was supposed to cost her like $7,000. That wasn't going to get rid of these scars that should have healed from scratches within 4 years, and your procedure still couldn't heal her? She didn't get scratched in the face. She didn't get scratched in the face. Something else happened to her face.
I just want to ask you a few more questions about the medical bills. Your medical evaluation charge of $1,500 on November 4th of 2022.
I could understand if she was saying that Cardi bust her in the face with something. Cause yeah, I got a scar from busting my face. I ain't get busted with something, but I bust my face when I was a kid. I think my mother said I was trying to walk and I walked off my high chair and I fell. Like, you ain't say she bust you in the face with something and caused trauma. You said she was tapping your nose and was touching your face, is what you literally said. And what you wrote somewhere and what your attorney and y'all came up with is that she had cut you in the face.
You reviewed that bill, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that the medical treatments on November 4th of 2022 in your office were reasonable and medically necessary?
Yes.
Do you believe that the medical treatments in your office on November 4th of 2022 were related to this incident of February 24th of 2018?
Objection calls for speculation, lacks foundation, outside the scope of this designation.
For it to have been that serious, she needed all of this, all this cosmetic work and stuff, Cardi would have had to have dug in her face. Like, that shit ain't heal in 4 years. She would have had to dug in that girl face, like, and you would have seen a dig in her face. That she would have been bleeding.
Now, aside from your $1,500 charge and your $2,500 charge times 2 for a total of $5,000, there was also a surgery center charge from Neo Surgery Center. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed those bills from Neo Surgery Center?
Yes.
Okay. And you told us a little bit about your background. Are the charges of $5,500 for each time you treated Imani Ellis in the surgery center, are those reasonable?
Yes.
And medically necessary?
Yes.
Is that to a degree of medical?
Shoot, it was more than 7,000.
And are the treatments at Neo Surgery Center related to this incident of 2/24/18?
Yes.
Objection. Again, outside the scope of this designation. Thank you.
$17 only gonna pay for the month.
Okay, and just so there's clarity on the other 3 bills, the $1,500 one and the $5,000 for 2
Is it a month?
procedures, you testified that those
That's
were
a lot per
reasonable
month.
and medically necessary, correct?
Yes.
Is that to a degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Do you believe Miss Imani Ellis could benefit from any future type of plastic surgery?
Objection calls for speculation, argumentative as well.
Do you have an opinion as to whether Miss Imani Ellis needs any future medical care in your office?
Objection lacks foundation. Foundation.
It don't matter. We don't care about her future work. Unless that's what y'all saying, that y'all trying to get some of this millions of dollars y'all suing her for.
In reviewing all the records and bills from the past that you've seen,
It's per month. It used to be $12. They went up to what? They went up Twitch Turbo. Oh, Twitch Turbo is $11 per ad. You need some periods in your sentences. I'll be like, wait, what?
and diagnosing the patient and seeing the patient.
Some punctuation.
Do you have any opinion as to whether Miss Imani Ellis needs future medical care?
Objection lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Do you plan to provide Miss Imani Ellis any future medical treatment?
Objection, speculation, lacks foundation.
Open.
Open.
You can answer.
No. Not currently, but I'd be happy to do it if she asked me to.
What would you be happy to do if she asked you?
Probably more medical microneedling.
Of course, he's about getting that money. Don't nothing even need to be done to her face, and he's still talking about some. Of course, if she want anything else done, I'll do it. Like,
I'll sustain the objection and please don't regard what the response was.
he's sitting here. He already told y'all he bought that money.
Can you tell us a little bit about what future medical care
What is Twitch Turbo?
you would want to provide to this patient?
Objection lacks foundation.
The established foundation that there's any basis for him to form an opinion that she needs any future care.
Is there any basis for you to form an opinion that you need future medical care?
Objection lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
She still has scarring.
And what could she get? What could she benefit from?
She could.
Objection, calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
Overruled.
She could benefit from some more medical microneedling.
She can benefit. I bet.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Cause he made sure he didn't cover up the whole scar she had the first time, so that she would have to come back for more.
Lacks foundation.
Assisting.
If she received one more procedure, what would the cost be for the entire process, which would include your charges and the surgery center charges?
Objection lacks foundation.
Overruled.
Well, it would be approximately $6,500 for the professional fee, and then $9,500 for the surgery center fee.
So does that mean that the surgery center cost has also gone up recently?
Yes,
So is that approximately $15,000?
approximately.
And how much better do you believe the scar would be if she received that treatment you just told us about?
Objection lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Assisting.
Do you have an opinion as to what benefit the treatment would give Miss Imani Ellis if she had one more microneedling procedure in your office?
Objection lacks foundation.
Overruled.
I
Can
would
he
estimate she
stop
would have an
asking the same
additional
fucking
15
questions?
to 20% improvement.
Is there any way to get to as close as you can to 100%?
Objection, calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
What? We don't
If she
care.
had no
They pay cash or credit card, correct?
Objection,
You've agreed.
Don't like sharing your pint? Then
No, I don't like sharing a pint. It's a pint.
This case is resolved before pursuing your medical bills.
objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes,
Is that common practice when you treat patients on a lien basis?
yes,
And medical, isn't it true that all types of different medical providers treat patients on a lien basis?
Objection leading, lacks foundation.
Assisting.
Have you seen other types of medical doctors treat patients on a lien basis?
yes,
And you've seen surgery centers do that?
yes.
Pain management doctors?
Okay, so does he have her on
Yeah.
a lien basis like that other lady did? Meaning he get paid later?
Chiropractors?
Yes.
Dentists?
I've seen all types of doctors perform surgeries on a lien, yes.
If you can go to exhibit number 5, please, in your book. Do you see a report from a Dr. Norman for treatment on July 23 of 25?
Yes,
Did you review this report and bill?
I did.
So she's seen another doctor after him? Is that what he's saying?
Is this the most recent medical visit that Imani Ellis received to your knowledge?
Or is that him?
Is this treatment at Dr. Norman's office the most recent medical treatment that you're aware of?
Objection, Your Honor, this is an excluded document.
It has not been excluded.
And lacks foundation.
So you're asking him if he knows whether she saw another doctor after this visit?
Right, that's what I'm at. That's what I'm wondering. She seen another doctor after him and didn't go back to him?
How would he know that?
In reviewing the medical records and bills, the 85 pages, I want to establish that this is the last medical visit that the plaintiff has received.
How does he know that?
By reviewing the records.
I mean, but he wouldn't know that outside of having to review these documents for this case. He's not, but how would he know that? This doctor be tired of them. I mean, this judge be tired of them.
Isn't it true that after July of 23 of 25, there are no further medical records that you've reviewed?
I don't know.
Did you take photographs of the patient when she first came in on November 4th of 22?
Well, I don't take the photographs, but my staff does.
In reviewing your medical records and bills and reports, did you confirm that?
Now they gonna show us these so-called scratches on her faces? Yeah. From 2022, when the incident happened in 2018.
That Miss Imani Ellis had photographs taken in your office when she came in on November 4th of 22?
Yes.
And each time she came back, for example, on February 20th of 23 and March 20th of 23, you also took photographs, correct?
Yes.
And because she's a grade 5 as far as the coloration of her skin, the photographs don't do much justice, meaning they don't really show much, correct?
Objection, leading less foundation.
Isn't it true that when you saw Imani Ellis
So is he saying already before they show the photos, we ain't gonna see no scratches? Because she dark skinned and that's what y'all blaming it on?
on those 3 occasions you could see the scar a lot better than in photographs?
Objection, leading.
Actually, if in a detailed photograph, you see it very well. So I remember during the deposition.
I'm dark skinned. I'm dark. I'm black. Like, when I get scratched, you can see when I get scratched because my skin will swell up in that area and look like it'll look like something happened there. Like something happened there. Even if you can't see it like up close that it's an actual scratch, my skin will like swell up or something around that area. So if I got scratched on my face, across my face like this, you would see like swell marks right where the scratches were. And if somebody dug into my face and scratched my face, of course you'd see blood. So like my face wouldn't just look normal, like nothing happened to me. You'd see that there was some kind of trauma to my face. Even though I'm dark skinned, so I don't know what they trying to say here. You see when I'm wounded, even though I'm dark skinned. Especially if it's damaged and it probably reached some white meat or something past my skin.
The defense attorney showed me a very detailed picture, and you could see everything.
Right. Did she call the police to even report this so-called assault after it happened? They would have took fresh pictures and stuff of her face. I don't think anybody asked that question. We've been watching this for hours.
If you can go to Exhibit 6 in your exhibit book.
Okay.
And she's supposed to call the police when there's a disruption in the building and she needs to have somebody escorted out. Nobody asked her if she called the police. They asking Cardi if she called the police, why she didn't call the police and why she didn't call her bodyguard.
There's a total of 12 photographs, correct?
Yes.
These are the
Right, why didn't she call the police to make a report if she was so injured?
photographs that you took in your medical office?
Well, these are so low resolution copies of the photographs.
Nobody else called the police because they didn't see the altercation.
Yes.
And it's hard to see the scar in these photographs.
And Cardi says she didn't call the police or nobody because she felt like it was over after that. It wasn't that deep of an altercation.
You can still see it, but you don't see detail.
But if you got injured, wouldn't you have been calling the police? And not saving your report that you even had to write for 2 days later?
Is it common practice to take photographs of your patients when they come in before they do procedures?
Yes.
Why is that important?
Well, to document what their current status is, and also to document any improvement. And because memory is fallible, so if you have a photograph, I don't always operate on patients right away. Sometimes it's months later, and then I like to have an accurate photograph.
I hate double commercials. Get these ads out my face.
Your Honor, if I may show the doctor some of these photographs in Exhibit 6 on the Elmo.
I don't know that there's any foundation that those are the photographs that you took.
I can ask you, Your Honor, if you like.
Let us see.
Will counsel stipulate to the photographs? Which one?
Why don't we not propose stipulations in front of the jury?
Sorry.
So y'all not gonna show them? I wanna see.
Photograph of Imani Ellis' scar?
Yes.
And this is a photograph that was taken in your office on November 4th of 22 by your office staff, correct?
Yes.
And you maintain your photographs in your office as part of your business records?
Yes.
Why the caption keep moving after the damn commercial?
Your Honor, I'm requesting to show the witness Exhibit 228 on the Elmo so he can confirm details about this photograph.
The TV is called the Elmo. Hurry up, Cara Bear.
I'm going to use a pen, and if you can tell me where on her face you see the scar.
Counsel, there's a pointer there. If you would just want him to get down, he can use the
Sure.
pointer.
You better not be talking about right here.
On the screen.
There's a pointer there behind you. And if you could just show us where the scar is located.
All right, let's see. So this is a terrible picture. It's sort of like, oh, there you go. That's better.
No, it ain't.
Okay, there's the main scar here.
Oh, he talking about up here.
And this
It ain't even
entire
down
area
here. That's where it looked like her face is
shows
scratched. Hold on.
And if you can tell me where on her face you see the scar.
You can. This is a terrible picture. And then he's pointing somewhere up here and we can't see nothing. Like literally because there's a fucking flash on that spot. It looked like she was scratching her own face right here. But he's saying that the scratch marks, the scars is right here.
Pointer there? If you just want him to get down, you can use the pointer on the screen.
There's a pointer there behind you. And if you could just show us where the scar is located.
And for him to be saying like that, like, how could you even say that from this picture? We don't see nothing.
So this is a terrible picture. It's sort of like, oh, there you go.
Okay, they put it out some. There's still a flash. This is what he calling a scar from a scratch mark. That don't look like a scratch.
That's better. No, it's not good. Okay, there's the main scar here. And this entire area here shows differences in the skin. Sort of.
Where's the third one? You saying this is the main one. That means this small one you trying to say is, first of all, it looked like a cat might have scratched her face with this little tiny, because where your fingers don't go like this when you scratching somebody. It's like this when you scratching somebody. So she should have had a wide area of scratch here. I don't see what he talking about. And if you saying that this is scratch marks, it looked like just blemishes in her face.
General area that's very different from
The only way you would have gotten, oh, this is scratch marks, is if she told you that somebody scratched her in the face.
the skin. And there's a little linear mark here, and there's a
He's saying they right here, and where else?
over here.
Right here. That's not how you scratch somebody in the face. My fingers are like this. Bitch. I want your whole face. Like, her hands ain't that damn tiny to be scratching her in the face like this. And he's saying that that's a scratch mark. Here, and here. A baby scratched her? Like a cat or a baby.
So those are the three marks that I was talking about. This is the main scar down the center, and this is another mark to the side. Here's another mark on this side. So those are the scars, and this is the whole area that's affected. So it has a little bit different pores of a different size, and they're a little washed out and a little, they've lost some of the normal undulations of skin, which are called reedy pegs. But that happens often with scarring.
Miss me with the bullshit.
Okay, and if we look at this this photograph, can you tell that in the photograph, Imani Ellis was wearing some makeup?
It appears she is, yes. She has lipstick, and then it appears she's.
She don't got no makeup on. She do not have foundation on. Look at the blemishes in her face. She don't have no fucking makeup on. Stop playing with my intelligence. Now I'm not supposed to know what it looked like when I put on makeup. She don't have no makeup on.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for the follow. What's up? Oh my God, Killing. What's up? Makeup?
If
Hey,
on the
BBS.
Fitzpatrick scale, she was a 1.
I don't know who you are.
Much
Shit.
more visible than it is in this photograph.
Objection, calls for speculation, last foundation.
I'll probably forget later too. She don't have no goddamn makeup on her face. She got lashes on. She might have some lip stain or something on, but this don't look like she got lipstick on for real. Look like she might have on lip gloss on top of her lip. Maybe a lip stain.
Did this type of injury cause Miss Ellis to suffer pain or discomfort?
Objection, last foundation.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be fucking dumb talking about some she had makeup on. I can literally see the beauty marks in her face.
Did Miss Imani Ellis advise you in your examination of the patient that she suffered pain from this injury?
Objection, hearsay.
Yes.
And if you could just tell us again a little bit about
I don't need him to tell me nothing else talking about that's a scratch from a grown-ass woman on her face from 4 years ago.
the hypersensitivity. Is that associated with any pain?
Yes, it's a dysesthesia, meaning an abnormal sensation that's unpleasant. A dysesthesia.
The procedure that you did it take the hypersensitivity away to your knowledge?
And what hypersensitivity? How are we supposed to be able to see that? Show us how you see hypersensitivity in her face. Show us that. Tell us what that's supposed to look like. Let us see that under your little lights. You took a picture of the hypersensitivity in her face.
Reduced it. They did not take it away.
Bumps is not fucking hypersensitivity. And she ain't had no bumps.
Do you know approximately by what percentage?
National Labs Foundation of Cultural Speculation. System hearsay.
When you say reduced it, is that's your expert opinion, correct?
Objection leading, Labs Foundation calls for speculation and it's hearsay.
Ignite the fairways.
With Fireball.
Jiminy Cricket, you don't...
And then I just want to ask you a little bit more about whether the type of injury from fingernails would cause a break in the skin or cause there to be blood.
It depends on the scratch or dig in the skin. Whether she scratched her, swiped her, or she dug into that lady's face. And if you're saying that she has scars from this scratch from 4 years ago, then she would have had to have dug into this woman's face. And again, my fingers dug into this woman's face. Them scratches wouldn't have been so close together either.
An opinion about that?
Objection. Labs Foundation calls for speculation.
Assisting.
Would you have expected in my
Also, y'all are saying she had 2 to 3 inch nails. They really wouldn't have been that close. Imagine nails at the end of these fingers. They wouldn't have been that close had she scratched you.
Money Ellis, in the type of injury that you see here, to have suffered any blood loss.
Objection, false speculation, nice foundation.
Yeah, because if he say that, then he gonna have to say she would have had to dug into that lady's skin.
And patients in Fitzpatrick 5, do they have more of a tendency to do their scars become keloids?
Objection, nice foundation.
Once you saw this foundation.
Yeah, and that's speculation. No, not everybody, not every black person's fucking scars become a fucking keloid.
Do you have experience with keloids?
Yes.
What is a keloid?
The keloid.
For the cross-examination of Dr. Mulligan, and sir, you're reminded you're still under oath?
Yes.
All right.
Well, did they just skip it? They just skipped it. I think that judge is tired of that man. They just skipped his last question. What do you mean we need Yo-Yo to join us? Why? She gonna be an expert?
Did plaintiff come to you for evaluation or treatment in 2018?
No.
The first time you saw plaintiff was not until 4 years later in November 2022.
Your voice is very soft. Very
Right. Stop whispering.
The first time that you saw the plaintiff was not until 4 years later in November 2022.
Right, make that clear, baby. Let's make that clear, baby. 4 years since this lady said she got scratched in the face. And these are your expert opinions that she got scratched in the face.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And the photo that we looked at, trial exhibit 228, that was taken in your office before any treatment. Is that correct?
Yes.
It was taken the first time that you saw Miss Ellis.
Correct.
Yeah, asking that question because we ain't see shit on her face. Ooh. Except normal looking the craters developing.
Could you please open the white binder to exhibit 4? And looking at the first page.
Yes.
Now you see why I be talking the way I talk, BBS. I watch through these things.
Thank you. This is your medical evaluation document, is that correct?
That's correct.
Everything on the first page of this document was reported to you or your staff by Miss Ellis, is that correct?
Yes.
So for example, you're not diagnosing Miss Ellis with headaches or depression?
Correct.
Hurry up with this dead air.
Okay, and also according to this medical evaluation document, plaintiff told you or your staff that the scar was caused by another individual who placed their long fingernails with sharp objects in her face. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ask Miss Ellis about other possible causes of the scar?
No.
No.
Because he was told by her that is what happened to her face. So he was not going to investigate or look into any other scenarios of how she got like that. He was just going to automatically believe and say, oh, this is what we can do to your face. He do not know if she got scratched in the face, and he is not given an expert opinion. He's given an I got paid to sit here opinion.
At the time of your evaluation, were you
I got
aware
paid
that
to
Miss
testify
Ellis
for her.
had been in a car accident and hit her head in 2021?
I'm not sure if I knew then.
I was just fucking with him last night. I was bored as hell. It wasn't nothing to do. And that boy just be leading himself into nonsense. Just, he don't know how to stop running his mouth.
I don't think I knew that.
At the time of your evaluation, did you know what Miss Ellis was doing for a living after she was terminated from her job as a security guard?
No.
Do you recall answering my questions in your deposition in this case?
Yes.
You were under an oath to tell the truth in that deposition, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall testifying at your deposition that, based on your examination, the most plausible explanation for plaintiff's scar is that a right-handed person struck downward on plaintiff's left cheek with both the index finger and the middle finger?
Objection.
2 fingers. Again, what he started off with. 2 scratches is what he said she had. Cardi B is left-handed. And why is he objecting over there? But now all of a sudden he's saying that there's 3 scratches because that attorney led him into that one. He led him into that. And this attorney was supposed to object to that, but he ain't catch it. So now he's going on with the, oh, yeah, it was 3, and that's how you signify that it's a scratch mark from a hand. But in your deposition, you saying that it seemed like it came from a right-handed person coming down on somebody's left side of somebody's face? How would that happen?
Yes, roughly. I still believe that to be true.
Protective styles are the way.
And he said 2 fingers, the middle finger and the index finger. Where that 3rd finger come from, Bood? You said 2 fingers.
Sorry. Sorry,
In your previous answer, you testified that was roughly what your testimony was in your deposition. But that was your exact testimony, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have the transcript here. I can't remember exactly what I said.
Could we please look at the deposition transcript from page 76, line 9 to page 77, line...
Well, I can't see it. Go ahead.
Right here.
I ain't feel like waiting for them to flip to the damn pages.
In this action, are you offering an opinion as to whether or not the scar that you diagnosed was caused by the defendant in this action?
Well, I can't say it was caused by any one person. If you ask me the most logical explanation, it looks like fingernails to me, striking in a downward direction. That's the most plausible example for the.
Yeah, it looked like nails, but not fingernails. It looked like a cat scratched her face. If that's where you're saying the scars are that we really cannot see. Like
Most plausible explanation for the position of the start of the scars, for the higher position of the right scar, why it would be by a right-handed person to the patient's left side of their face, which is the right side that we're observing. Starting at the top, they both start at the right level for one being an index finger, one being a middle finger. The middle finger was a little deeper and wider, as it would be on a middle finger. And then the index finger continues on down further than the middle finger stretch. So that would be the most plausible explanation for me, given the appearance of the scars and the finding of the scars. That's my opinion.
The only treatment that you provided to Miss Ellis was 2 sessions of microneedling. Is that
the way he described it, it sounded like she scratched her own damn face. Right here, in a downward motion, on the left side of the face. And look how I scratched it myself, scratching my own face. Ooh. But if I'm scratching your face, bitch, my hand open, cause I'm trying to smack you. See my hand still even in the smacking position. But if I'm scratching my own face,
Yes.
with my right hand to my left face, coming in a downward motion.
The dates, but I believe so.
That's what you saw, doctor?
microneedling involves the use of a device that looks a little bit like an oversized pen. Is that correct?
Can we get another expert? Can we get like we need somebody that would actually know what fighting hands look like, cause and fighting hands with nails on. Let's get a little example thing going. Get a little test going. Get some test dummies and have them put the nails on and stuff. And let's see how it really would be if she would to be scratched in the face with 3-inch long nails.
Well, pens don't look that way. It has a head on it that reciprocates. It has a motor in it, so it's not really like a pen.
It's something that you hold, cylindrically shaped.
Yeah, you hold it in your hand, yeah.
And during each of those microneedling sessions, you moved that device 5 times across the 2-centimeter area that you're describing as Ms. Ellis's scar. Is that correct?
Well, I also did areas to the periphery of that as well. So there was
2 centimeters.
As I explained to you in the deposition, there was, and showed on the photograph, there's a larger area of changes.
This
of
is the
skin,
scar
which
that
I
we
would
were supposed to
characterize
see on her
as
face.
scarring. So I did those areas as well. So it wasn't just on the main scar, it was also on the area to the periphery of that scar.
It was not, scratch me. The microneedling procedure was not done on the plaintiff's entire face, though, is that correct?
No.
We had a couple negatives.
That would have been more expensive.
Triple.
You said it. Triple negative.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's see if I have my face.
Did you do it over
Yeah, thank you. Did you use the microneedling device on the plaintiff's entire face?
No.
And the actual process of moving the microneedling device across the plaintiff's the scar took you no more than 2 or 3 minutes. Is that correct?
Minutes? He charged all that money for some minutes of microneedling?
Yeah, it's probably a little more, but roughly that.
Minutes! All that money!
They're under the pecan tree.
And he was talking about the procedure take like 2 to 3 hours. Wasn't he saying that? All the stuff that they gotta do, blah, 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 take like 2 to 3 hours. Bro, for you to put 2 minutes onto my face? And you made me do all of this in an operating room? The audacity. And then to be talking about how it didn't cover up the whole scar. Bitch, you only put 2 minutes in her face. Oh my god.
Neo Surgery Center is your business, is that correct?
That's correct.
You're the sole owner?
The sole owner, yes.
And looking back, this is White Binder Exhibit 1. Turn to page 1.
That's why she didn't come back to you. She went to another doctor. She wanted to see if the other doctor could do something else because she was trying to figure out what the hell, 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Which binder, blue or white?
White.
Oh, okay. And what are we looking at? I'm sorry.
This is page 1.
I'm sorry?
Page 1, Exhibit 1-001. Do you see that?
Oh, yes, I see that.
What are we looking at?
Did you create this document?
No.
Is it correct that the total amount of charges in this case between you and your Neo Surgery Center is $17,500?
$17,500 fucking dollars for you to put 3 minutes into my fucking face? She should have kicked you in the throat.
And I believe you testified earlier that $1,500 of that amount was for your initial evaluation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That leaves a combined total of $16,000 for the 2 microneedling sessions. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's $8,000 per microneedling session?
Well, it was a surgery done in a surgery.
That's not a fucking surgery. And stop saying that. That's not a fucking surgery. That's not a 2 to 3 minutes? For something that's just putting needles in my face like this? Bitch, that's a tattoo. He better. Oh, he killing me. He killing me with this surgery.
Surgery center with surgery staff, so it wasn't really a microneedling session. It was a surgery.
That's a tattoo.
I'll move to strike this non-responsive.
If that's the case, then these people out here getting microneedling on their eyebrows is a fucking surgery. That should take longer than fucking 2 to 3 minutes.
Granted. Please disregard this.
Yeah, he non-responsive because he keep trying to make it seem like it's something bigger than what it is because they charging you so much motherfucking money.
your fee was $8,000. Scratch that. The combined total was $8,000 per microneedling session. Is that correct?
Do you mean just for the microneedling or for the preparation of the patient and the post-operative care of the patient? I'm not sure. I just don't understand your question.
Look, Cardi over there whispering.
Are you required to be a board certified plastic surgeon to perform microneedling?
What kind of microneedling?
Is there multiple types? Are you a fucking board certified surgeon to perform microneedling? You gonna ask him what type? He don't know. He don't know if there's multiple. Are you a certified? If you certified, then you can tell him, yes, I'm certified for such and such types of microneedling. And you ain't supposed to ask him no question back. You supposed to say yes or no. And why didn't the judge say anything? Of course, the other man ain't gonna object, cause this his witness.
Do you recall testifying at your deposition that a nurse practitioner or physician
He skipped the question because he not answering it. And he don't know what other types of fucking microneedling there is. Let me look that up real quick.
can perform medical microneedling, the type of procedure that you performed in this instance?
Under certain circumstances and under the supervision of a physician, they would be allowed to perform that. But however, they would not be allowed to perform a surgery independently. So I don't want to conflate the two.
You also testified at your deposition that there's no particular formula that you used to calculate this $16,000 fee.
Okay, apparently there's 3 types. One is mechanical, the second is fractional radio frequency, and the other one is mesotherapy. So if you are certified to be microneedling people's fucking faces, and you know there's different kinds of microneedling, then you should have been able to say which one you're certified in. No? So it sounds like he's not even certified to be doing microneedling. Because he would have said which one he was certified in if he was certified to do it. Instead, he gonna ask the man what type of microneedling. The type you did.
Correct?
Well, it's based on my experience as a medical director for 25 years of what the usual and customary fees are for these procedures. So it's not just randomly chosen.
And is your testimony that the fee you charge is usual and customary in this community? Is that
Yes.
I mean, yeah, he in LA. Everything expensive.
You also testified earlier that the plaintiff was charged for your services on a lien basis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And by lien basis, do you agree that means that if the plaintiff wins this case, you have a right to collect?
He trying to get that payment. Not only does he get $2,000 an hour and y'all had him sitting here for an hour and 30 something minutes, he also gets all that money that she owes him for this surgery she already had.
Your fees from the award.
Objection misstates the testimony of the witness.
Over.
Well, I don't believe that's what happens. I believe the patient owes the money for the services rendered, regardless of the outcome of the case. So it's not just if the patient wins, it's regardless of the outcome of the case.
Has Ms. Ellis paid you for your services today?
No.
That's the answer.
Overruled.
But you know that it's not guaranteed that she gonna pay you this money unless she win this case. She gonna be paying that money for a long time.
If Ms. Ellis had come to your office as a patient who didn't have a pending lawsuit and had the exact same procedure done,
She gonna have to go on a payment plan.
before then, would you have charged less money than you charged in this case?
Well, there were many aspects of her presentation that would not be found in a typical cash-paying patient. For example, the hypersensitivity of her injury.
Stop fucking saying that. She didn't have no fucking hypersensitivity. Her face looked perfectly fine. It was not inflamed. There was nothing wrong with the skin. We didn't see no scars. Still don't see no scar.
And the nature of her scarring.
And supposedly the scarring was supposed to be so bad that she just had to go get this surgery done because it was affecting her life. We didn't see no fucking scar.
Those wouldn't be typically found in a cash-paying patient. So how can I equate the fees between someone who has injuries versus someone who comes in for cosmetic purposes?
You can't.
And matter of fact, let me see if y'all can even, cause y'all should. That scar in my eyebrow. See that? How I can just look over here and you can see. And you can still see it. Like, we didn't see no scar in her face.
Scratch that. Are you saying that there's no possible hypothetical in which the plaintiff could have come in and presented the same injury and not have been involved in a lawsuit and just paid you cash for your services?
Do you mean pay cash or pay cash 3 years later?
Paid cash.
On the spot?
Yeah.
Yes, they would probably have a discount of approximately 20%.
So in other words, you charge 20% more because this was on a lien basis.
Yes.
This man, he waiting to get paid.
No further questions? Oh, sorry. One.
Now, how much Cardi said she suing her for? 20-something million, right? Like 23 or something. She said million, right?
No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. Dr. Mulliken, you testified about the injury being caused by a right-hand person or left-handed person.
Objection mischaracterizes the testimony.
Sustained.
Does it, well, strike, could this injury have been caused by a left-handed person?
Objection, lacks
I withdraw the question. In this case, the defendant is a left-handed person. Does that mean that she cannot have caused this injury?
Objection,
No.
lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Sorry.
counsel asked you whether this injury was caused by a right-handed person. You remember the question he asked you?
Yes. I think he was asking what his testimony was.
Right. Objecting to that.
Did counsel ask you about your testimony in the deposition that you gave on March 27th of 25?
Yes.
And during that testimony, counsel asked you and showed you a small segment of your deposition where you said that this injury was caused by a right-handed person. Do you remember saying that in your deposition?
I said most likely.
The fact that the person is, well, strike that. For example, I'm left-handed. If I take my right hand and I scratch somebody, is that possible?
Objection, lack foundation, outside the scope.
When you said right-handed person, did you mean that the injury, in your opinion, as an expert, was caused by the right hand?
Objection.
Overruled.
No.
What did you mean?
Well, if it's on the left side of the face, the most likely explanation is that it was done by the right hand of the perpetrator, for want of a better word.
And
just based on the positioning of one person, assuming one person was in front of the other.
And if you look at the perpetrator there,
objection, Your Honor.
Or I'm sorry, I withdraw that. If you look at the defendant, Cardi B sitting there, she has two hands, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Take a look, doesn't she?
Objection, Your Honor.
What are you objecting to? Does she have two hands? Yes or no? What are you objecting to?
Does the defendant have two hands?
You need to wait for the court to rule on that, the objection. The objection's overruled.
You can look. Please stop.
Yes, she has two hands.
All right. Cardi B, I will represent you as left-handed. In your testimony at the deposition, if you were to take that the way that they want you to take that, it would be impossible for a Cardi B to have caused this injury. However, there's no question. The question is this. Is it?
Now her laughing. He said there's no question yet. Shut up. Keep objecting. Shut the fuck up.
True that Cardi B, who is left-handed, could have used her right hand to scratch Imani Ellis on the date of the incident.
Objection, lacks foundation, outside the scope.
It's beyond the scope, counsel.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Is it objection sustained?
When you testified that it happened by a right-handed person, did you mean that the person actually writes with their right hand?
He said it was most likely caused by, that was his most likely explanation. He didn't say who caused it or how.
When you said most likely caused, did you mean it was caused by someone using their right hand, or the fact that they write with their right hand?
Objection, compound.
That's my question.
My apologies. Objection, compound, lacks foundation, outside the scope.
Overruled.
He said right-handed, which means they do everything usually with their right hand.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter because he's making a point that she is left-handed, and by your expert conclusion, you came to a conclusion that the person that did it was right-handed.
In my opinion, it doesn't matter. It's just the left side of the face was scratched.
With the right hand.
Typically, if people are facing each other, it would be the right hand. It's hard to reach across with the left hand unless the person was standing to the side.
It's also hard to scratch somebody in the face like a baby when you don't have baby hands.
Which may or may not have happened. I don't know.
And in this case, the defendant could have used both of her hands to scratch Imani Ellis if she wanted to. Isn't that true?
Yes, she could have. And Cardi B saying that the girl was bigger than her, I would imagine Cardi B using both hands.
Sustained. He's not a causation expert, I don't think, right?
No.
Okay, so let's stop talking about causation.
Okay, sorry.
Especially because y'all made it a point to make sure that you asked her if her hands were perfectly free earlier, which means she ain't had nothing in neither hand. She should have grabbed that lady cheeks, not just the one.
So tasty, it could.
And how is it that when the doctors and stuff came out, they didn't see anybody actually with their hands on each other? The lady was threatening to beat her up. If she wanted to beat her up, she would have started beating her up after Cardi B popped in the face, no?
When counsel asked you about microneedling, the fact that it takes 3 minutes, or 5 minutes, or 1 minute, that is the actual time that you're working on the patient's face when you're doing that procedure, correct?
Well, not really. Yes, not really at all, because you can't just walk up to somebody and stick a needle in their face. You have to prep them. You have to make sure you're working on the right side of the face. You have to make sure your equipment is there. You have to.
I mean, you'd know you're working on the right side of the face if you can see the scar. Just saying.
Make sure that the person is calm, that they're numb, that they've been numbed by topical agent, then that they've been numbed by a needle with lidocaine in it, and the patient is comfortable. They're adequately protected against lumps.
Yeah, they did not have to do any of that in no fucking operating room. He's just saying a whole bunch of shit still, and it's not making any sense why you had to do it in the operating room. All of this stuff is supposed to be well equated for in the regular doctor's office.
Bumps on the exam room chair, so you can't just walk up to somebody and cut their face. You have to do all this preparation. That's part of the surgery,
and you didn't cut her face. So what are we talking about here? You did not cut her face, which would have made this classified as some kind of surgery. You didn't cut her face. That's not what microneedling is.
Part of the surgery after the surgery to make sure they don't have an allergic reaction or they don't have,
all of that can also be done in a regular doctor's office. We don't go to the operating room to get our gynecologist test done. We don't go to the operating room for the biopsy. We don't go to the operating room for anything like that. And you're making it seem like the regular doctor's office is just not sterile enough for a procedure as simple as you giving her a fucking tattoo on her face.
Welts resulting or a burn injury that is incurred. All those are part of the surgery. It's not just walking up and cutting someone in the face. Yes.
You not just walking up and cutting nobody in the face. That procedure was not you cutting her in the face.
The actual pressing of the button might take 3 minutes, but without the proper preparation or the proper follow-up, it's not.
If you're pressing a button, you definitely were not cutting her face.
A surgery.
Now the machine cutting her face?
And in this case, when you saw the patient on the 2 times on February 20th, 23 and March 20th of 23, you performed surgery on this patient, correct?
Yes.
This was not a outpatient medical. Was this an outpatient? Well, sorry, I withdraw that. This was an outpatient surgery, correct?
Actually, outside the scope.
Over.
So a surgery means that you're in an operating room with a certain level of accreditation, and you have a scrum technician, and you have a registered nurse.
That's not what a surgery means. That's not what surgery is. You just trying to make that part of your point that she had to be in a fucking operating room for this quote unquote surgery. Let's look up the definition of what a surgery is, shall we? Surgery. A medical procedure that involves manipulating or altering tissues or organs in the body using manual or instrumental techniques. What organs and tissues were you manipulating in her body that you needed to put her in an operating room. Nowhere here does it say anything about how your surgery had to be performed in an operating room either. Let me see if this little, what is it called? Cosmetic procedure needed to be performed in an operating room. Microneedling is minimally invasive, a minimally invasive procedure using thin needles. This procedure can help reduce the appearance of skin concerns such as acne, scars, stretch marks. Hold on. Or wrinkles. Most people get it for cosmetic purposes, but it can also help with medical conditions. No, microneedling is a minimally invasive, non-surgical procedure. Non-surgical cosmetic procedure. So for you to keep on talking about she had to go to surgery, and this is why y'all had to do it in a, cut the bullshit. Cut the bullshit.
And you have a doctor. So those are necessary for the procedure to be performed as it is. And that's very different from doing a cosmetic.
And then he keep on talking about how you don't just go up to somebody and cut their face. It's a non-surgical technique that I'm literally reading this off of Google and other doctor putting they 2 cents in. And this is, I think, the AI's response now that I'm reading. The other ones wasn't AI. This one says it's a non-surgical technique that creates microscopic punctures in the skin. Not that he had to walk up and cut her face open. Not that he had to go take her up under the knife. Microscopic punctures is what this makes in your skin. Literally like sticking something in there to pop a pimple.
Microneedling, where the depth is 1/2 of a millimeter, not 2 millimeters. So 1/2 of a millimeter doesn't break the skin. It doesn't draw blood. But when it's 2 millimeters, that's as deep as the microneedling goes. That goes through the dermis and causes blood. So that's very different than a cosmetic microneedling. It's totally different. And it's done in a different setting. So you can't confuse the two. They may be called microneedling, but they're very different. One is a surgery, one is an outpatient procedure done for cosmetic purposes.
They both are procedures. Not one is a procedure and one is done for cosmetic purposes. They're both procedures. They're all procedures. The microneedling that's getting done, they're all procedures. He trying to throw people off with words too, just like the lawyer. He talking about one is surgery and one is a procedure. No, it's not. Microneedling, period, is a non-invasive, non-surgical procedure.
For the two, if you can look at your exhibit book number 4 in the white.
Which is why it only take 2 to 3 minutes for you to have done whatever the fuck you did to her face, which was nothing.
Yes.
4-005 or 4-006. That's a 2-page document which says operative note.
Yes.
And if we go to the one before it, I'll strike it. When you wrote the operative note, is that the same type of operative note you would write for other types of surgeries, such as breast augmentation or nose surgeries?
Objection, irrelevant, outside the scope.
And back to the 3-minute question that you were asked earlier. From the 3 minutes, if we were to subtract the 3 minutes out of the whole procedure from the start to finish, how much time elapsed when Imani Ellis came to your office and left, if you understand the question?
Estimated at 2 to 3 hours.
2 to 3 hours?
Yes.
And you were recording
2 to 3 hours for 2 to 3 minutes of work.
required to use your operating room during those 2 to 3 hours?
Yes, the operating room or the recovery area.
And you used local anesthesia?
Use topical anesthesia first and then local anesthesia.
Okay, and the reason
Then
you
charge him
20%
all that
more
money for the anesthesia.
patients that are treated on a lean basis, is that because of the fact that you're required to wait for payment?
Objection, leading.
Overall.
Yes, 3 years. You have to wait 3 years.
Okay, and in this case, not only have you had to wait for 3 years, you also have to suffer the consequences of the fact that the bill was billed $4,000 less, according to your testimony, times 2, correct?
Objection.
That too. He need to make his money back.
Earlier, you testified that your bills of $2,500 should have been billed at $6,500. Is that
He
correct?
did. Yep. Talking about that's his loss.
And if the procedure is going to be done again, or at this time the same procedure was done, it wouldn't be $6,500. It would be $9,500.
Objection, outside the scope.
That's why they trying to figure out if he's going to be seeing her again after this, because then he get more money too on top of that, because he's saying that she needs another procedure done.
And at this point, Ms. Imani Ellis owes you $17,500 for the 2 surgeries and the office visit that she had with you and all of the paperwork and reports that you've created related to this case.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
All right, recross.
We done with him?
All right, any questions from the jury?
Jury?
You wanna write?
Y'all got questions? Hurry up and get to them. I ain't listening to the dead noise.
No problem. Approximate age on the scar.
Fingernails, but it could have been jewelry. No.
Wait.
All right, some of these overlap, and so I'll try and combine them. Did you see any evidence of a scratch on the nose?
Right, because they just completely forgot that Cardi supposedly, through this girl's statements, scratched her nose. It was the nose in the beginning that she scratched, not her cheek. She scratched my nose. She kept touching my face and she scratched my nose. So what happened to that scratch? If the so-called scratches you got on your cheek from her did not heal.
Can
Yeah,
you
you see no
tell
scratch on her
whether
nose.
The scar that you examined was caused by jewelry.
Jewelry? Maybe.
Most likely,
Now he's saying it could have been jewelry, but you were so didn't he say his expert opinion? You were so set on no, it was caused by fingernails. It looked like it was caused by fingernails. This looks like damage caused by fingernails. Now it could have been jewelry. Well, how did it get that way? Like that? Like you saying, like I said, it looked like she might have scratched her own damn face. If that's that's what you coming up with. How did it get like this if it was jewelry? And is it 3 or 2? Just him, between him and the complainant herself. This is bullshit.
Explanation given the trajectory is fingernails, but it could have been jewelry.
All right, can you offer an opinion?
What
as to the approximate
type
age
of
the
jewelry?
scar
What type of jewelry can scratch you like a fingernail?
on her left cheek?
It's impossible to know because after roughly a year, the scar is mature. So it really wouldn't change very much. So you can't tell the age of the scar.
You used the term medical necessity, or I think it was asked during a question. What is your definition of medical necessity?
If the patient is likely to derive a benefit from a procedure, then you could say there is medical necessity. If they're likely to derive a benefit from it.
That's not a necessity. A necessity is a need. Just because they can benefit from having a surgery done does not mean that they needed it done. That's the question. And this is, again, this is why I get mad when people don't just answer my fucking question. That's not what I fucking asked you. And that's why that's always my response. My brain works like a lawyer or a judge. Like, that's not what I asked you. That's why y'all hear me saying that a lot. Did I fucking ask you that? Did we ask you that? That's not what we fucking asked you. Answer the fucking question.
Scar form without breaking the skin.
Yes, a scar can form by scrapes or by breaking the skin, either one. But it definitely can occur.
But if it scraped, it broke the skin. What is a scrape? Push-pull, or a hard or sharp impalement across the surface or an object. Impalement. It has to impale the skin. To leave a scar, let's look up scar. An area of fibrous tissue that replaces normal skin after an injury. So if it replaces normal skin after the injury, does the skin not have to be impaled or affected by that situation? It would have to have pierced the skin somehow. in order for new skin to grow. That's a scar. This doctor don't even know what a scar is. He don't know how it could get there. We're not talking about a bruise.
In superficial scratches.
So the court's going to ask its own follow-up with regard to that. So can you describe how a scar can...
Exactly. That's what I just did for y'all. Describe the difference between having a scar and a scrape.
Abrasion and actually breaking the skin.
So the skin has basic...
Let me see. Abrasion. Since the judge just put that word in there. An abrasion is a superficial injury to the skin or other body tissue caused by scraping or rubbing. So it still would have to have scraped the skin. An abrasion. Bruise is probably the word that they're looking for. Let's look at that word. A bruise, also known as a contusion or ecchymosis, I never heard that word for it before, is a skin injury that occurs when a small blood vessel bursts and blood pools under the skin. That's probably the word that y'all are looking for. And bruises, yeah, they can scar. Hold on, bruise, scar. Can bruises scar? In some cases, bruises can leave behind scars. The severity of the bruise, deeper and more extensive bruises are more likely to cause scarring. So that means she would have had to gotten hit to get some kind of deep bruise to have a scar on her face. She didn't say she got hit. She said she got scratched. And the way that this doctor is describing stuff is just incorrect.
The epidermis, which is the recycling layer, and then the dermis, which is the thick layer. Most of the blood supply is in the subdermal plexus, just below the dermis. That's where the main blood supply is. So the bleeding
We ain't asked you about blood.
Most when that dermis is completely breached. So
I think he's still talking about the needles going into the skin.
laceration that went all the way through the epidermis.
The jury is
dermis,
trying
and
to
down
figure
the
out the
subdermal
scratch issue. They don't care about what you're talking about with the microneedling.
plexus. That would cause a lot of bleeding. But for example, when we harvest skin graft, for example, in a burn patient, we go
That wasn't the question. Yeah, he getting off topic.
through the dermis. So we take a thin piece of the dermis and it's a bloodless plane, meaning there's not a lot of bleeding when you go through the superficial dermis. But yet, we know that people who don't...
He asked you to explain the difference between scars, scratches, what did he say? Scratches, scrapes, and abrasions. What are you talking about?
have a donor area.
He forgot what the question was.
It can scar considerably, even though the dermis is never perforated. So yes, a minimal dermal injury may not bleed, but can produce scarring.
That wasn't the question.
I think you identified a scratch and then some additional scratches on the cheek. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your opinion that all of the scratches came from fingernails?
Well, that's the most likely scenario given the patient's history.
That's what the patient told me, is what he just said. What is your expert opinion of how they were caused? You can't give one because the scratches were already nothing by the time you saw them.
Would it have been
just say that. Stop wasting our fucking time.
Possible, not likely. But it could have been most likely fingernails. But there are many other things that would leave 3 linear marks. But just given the patient's history, that.
And you keep saying 3 now. At first, the very first time he was saying it, he kept saying 2. 3 fits a better narrative of it being fingernails that ran across her face. 2 doesn't. So now he keeps saying 3.
That's the most likely scenario.
And I'm going to just rephrase this question. Is it fair to say that when you agree to treat on a lien, you're deferring payment until the resolution of the pending litigation?
Yes. So we defer, we defer the patient paying the bill until the case is settled.
But it's fair to say that, at least according to the terms of the lien, that the patient is responsible regardless of the outcome of the litigation?
Yes, the patient is responsible for the bill.
All right, thank you. Defense counsel, get any follow-ups based on those questions?
Yeah, she's still gonna have to pay it. It's just gonna happen over the years. She gonna have to be on a payment plan. She ain't got $17,000 to pay this man. And this is another reason why we sitting here. Cause she trying to get the $17,000 to pay this man. And by any means, he needs his money. So he gonna assist. And all he know is what she told him. She got scratched in the face.
Just one. My mayor.
Go ahead.
You got one more damn question? It's always you. Sit your ass down.
Evidence that this scar could be caused by a car accident? Any medical record? Anything at all?
Objection.
A car accident.
Outside the scope of its designation.
I agree, but I'll allow the question.
I don't have any evidence, one way or the other.
Thank you.
All right, anything more?
Exactly. He don't have any evidence one way or the other, meaning he don't have any evidence whether she was scratched in the face, and he don't have evidence to whether it might have been caused by an accident.
Okay.
Don't nobody want to see that lady in OnlyFans.
Can this witness speak? All right, thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
You already seen Cardi B calling her large. Let me stop, but they be talking about I'm fat phobic and all this bull. People can't take a joke. Who this?
Look, you could spend thousands hiring a professional video editor.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give and the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Oh, this is a doctor. Another doctor she's seen.
Rosenberg.
Perfect. Thank you. You may take a seat. Please watch your step.
Thank you.
Is this Dr. Cardi B's witness doctor? She just was all over the place to all these different damn doctors. What the fuck? Racking up charges.
My name's Dr. James Rosenberg. I'm a licensed medical doctor in California. I specialize in psychiatry.
Can you please outline your professional education for us?
Yes, I studied philosophy and molecular biology.
Oh, I wonder if this is the psychiatrist that the psychiatrist that the little other lady had referred her to.
At UC Berkeley. I then did a year of surgery research at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, including coronary laser angioplasty research. I attended medical school for 4 years at UCLA. I then did an internship in
Everybody went to
primarily
UCLA?
specialties of surgery and cancer medicine, including neurosurgery and cardiothoracic surgery.
Oh, they
I
was
then did a
somewhere in there.
3-year residency at the UCLA Neuropsychiatric Institute in psychiatry, and I did a fellowship in forensic psychiatry at the Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland with a Dr. Philip Resnick.
Okay, and what licenses and board certifications do you hold?
So my license is to practice medicine in the state of California. I have a lifetime board certification in psychiatry. In 1996, I got my second board certification in forensic psychiatry, a subspecialty of psychiatry involving the legal system. That's every 10 years. I renewed it for another 10 years until 2016. And then due to a very bad experience I had in a criminal case, my wife and I decided I wouldn't renew it again and I would stop doing criminal work.
What was the experience? What happened to you? But then I just wanted to point out, he is a forensic psychiatrist. Well, he was, but he still has experience in that. So he should be the one telling us about her damn scar.
Okay, can you please briefly summarize your professional experience as a psychiatrist?
Yes, so after I completed my training and came back to my fellowship, I became assistant director of psychiatry at the West Los Angeles VA Medical Center and ran the locked psychiatric intensive care unit at UCLA Teaching Service and was there for a few years. I was a member of the UCLA Medical School faculty for 16 years. After I left the VA, because my forensic consultation practice started to get busy, I always continued to see patients at least one day a week unrelated to any legal matter. Most recently, it was 22 years at a nonprofit community mental health clinic in Van Nuys, providing psychiatric evaluation treatment of homeless.
Did you see a scar on her face when you was doing her psychiatric evaluation and stuff, treatment?
And low-income individuals.
And did you ask her about it?
My forensic psychiatry practice, the first half of my career was primarily criminal cases, approximately 200 murders, mass murders, serial criminals, and other types of major crimes. The second half has been primarily civil litigation matters of brain injuries, catastrophic physical injuries with PTSD claims.
Yeah, and did she have all these injuries? She was talking about she was experiencing headaches and all of this stuff.
And employment related matters. I've consulted a...
Come on now. Look, y'all don't even have a commercial to play for real. Had to find one.
To the United States Attorney in Washington, D.C. on organized crime in the Eastern District of New York, for the Medical Board, the Attorney General, and also for 8 years I was a consultant to the show Law and Order Special Victims Unit.
Oh, really?
Thank you. Your Honor, I would like to show Exhibit 220 to the witness. Dr. Rosenberg, it's Exhibit 220 in...
He said, I got some TV under my belt. Damn. Damn.
Okay, I'm at 220.
Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, this looks like the first page of my resume or curriculum vitae.
And can you please flip through it and let me know if that's a true, correct copy of your CV?
Yes, this is the most current version, last updated February 2023.
Thank you. Your Honor, defendant moves to admit Exhibit
He barely even had to look at it. He know when he updated it.
220 in evidence.
Objection, Your Honor. I object to that at this point. Based on what? Foundation. Overall.
Have you been retained as an expert on behalf of the defendant Cardi B in this case?
That's my understanding.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to conduct a psychiatric evaluation of Ms. Ellis's emotional injury claims related to the incident on February 24th, 2018.
Yeah, but you were, again, this shit should have been done right after it happened. When did you see her? In 2025? To be saying if whether or not she had any emotional injuries? I mean, now she probably don't.
Have you served as a retained expert in previous cases?
Yes, both criminal and civil matters, probably over my career, maybe 1,500 times.
Experts are paid for their time. What is your rate that you charge for the time that you spent working on this case?
So I charge, my base rate is $550 an hour, which is for reviewing records, my face-to-face examination of Ms. Ellis, scoring the psychological testing, and writing a report. My rate for testimony in deposition, which was taken in this case, or trial like today, is $800 an hour, and there's a
$800 an hour. Meanwhile, that bitch over there that ain't got no money, her doctor is charging $2,000 an hour.
in 4-hour blocks.
Does your fee depend in any way on whether your opinion is favorable to Cardi B?
No, that's never been the case. And for example, I've never worked on a lien, which does involve that type of interest from my non-attorney standpoint.
Do you recall approximately how long you've been engaged on this matter?
And he made it clear that he don't work on no liens, so that better not be another question that y'all ask.
I believe it's been since early 2023.
Okay, and how much have you charged in this matter over those 2.5 roughly years?
Well, for reviewing the records, which I've had to re-review, and additional records, examination, the psych testing, my report, preparing for deposition with plaintiff's counsel, I think I've thus far charged something a little over $30,000.
Damn.
Okay. And I believe you testified that you conducted a psychiatric evaluation of the plaintiff as part of your duties in this case. Is that correct?
Yes. So the psychiatric evaluation is, to me, a broader term that consists of the triad of reviewing records, conducting a face-to-face examination.
How many examinations did he give this lady?
And scoring.
What $30,000 come from? It went from 500 to 800 an hour to him making at least $30,000 off of this.
And utilizing the psychological testing that was administered during that examination. So it's a matter of integrating and correlating and weighing the information from those three sources.
And can you please, in just a little more detail, explain what happened during that evaluation in this case?
Certainly. So I believe it was in July, maybe around July 21st, 2023. So it took about, I would say, roughly 6 hours.
Damn.
The entire
That's why. That's why.
Was audio recorded, and the first half of the examination was the administration of the psychological testing, where using gold standard psychological tests, I provided them to Ms. Ellis. I was there with her the entire time and made sure she understood the instructions, and then she filled out the answering sheets, circles or bubble and answer sheets as she went along. The second half of the day was the interview, and in accordance with generally accepted principles, whether it's a patient care or clinical setting or forensic setting like this, The interview involves a wide variety of background areas in order to establish a baseline, some of these risk and resilience factors for developing a psychiatric disorder. So it includes, for example, a brief developmental history, education growing up, employment, social marital relationships, medications, general medical history, substance use history, if any, whether there are any family history of any psychiatric or medical conditions that are relevant and carry a genetic risk for Ms. Ellis, as well as legal issues like workers' comp claims, so a variety of background areas. And then to establish that baseline in detail, what Ms. Ellis was like, let's say in the month or so before the incident in this case, then a brief discussion of that incident, and then in detail tracing the onset and course of her reported emotional and other symptoms and how that's affected her, and in the context of also correlating that with her real-life day-to-day function and any health care that she sought out and received.
Okay, and based on that examination, did you reach any conclusions with respect to whether the plaintiff suffered a mental or emotional injury as a result of her encounter with Cardi B?
Yes, I did reach an opinion, as with all my opinions, I reached an opinion with reasonable medical probability in that regard.
Thank you, and what was that opinion?
My opinion is that there is no significant evidence that Ms. Ellis sustained an emotional injury at any point in time in this case, from the time of the incident to present, with the understanding that an emotional injury, from my standpoint, consists of the onset of one or more psychiatric diagnoses in accordance with the American Psychiatric Association's guidelines or criteria, or the substantial worsening if there was a pre-existing disorder, and that in my opinion, Ms. Ellis has never qualified for that in this case.
Thank you. I believe you testified that one of the parts of your examination was psychological testing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you please briefly explain what those tests were?
Yes, so again, what's very important is first the choice of tests. I use gold standard tests that are well validated scientifically and recognized as appropriate tests for this context. So the purpose of the test is that first they have
why are we looking at the back of their heads?
Look at how somebody's approaching taking the test and what information that says generally about how the individual may be approaching reporting an emotional injury claim, as well as on the test specifically. They then include a variety of clinical scales: anxiety, depression, PTSD, physical symptoms, substance use, cognitive symptoms, meaning things like memory, attention, concentration, personality, psychosis, a variety of factors like that.
And can you please identify what tests you administered?
Yes, so I administered the MMPI-3. It was either the MMPI-3 or the MMPI-2-RF. Those are the current ultimate gold standard tests. You have to pass that test, for example, to fly a passenger jet, to be in the Secret Service. You have to pass that, or the other test I gave, for example, to become a law enforcement officer in California. So I gave the MMPI-2-RF or the MMPI-3. I gave the only other gold standard test of that type, the Personality Assessment Inventory, or PAI. And then something that's very secondary is I gave a brief screening cognitive test, a simple 10-minute test used in primary care that looks at things like attention, memory, concentration.
And can you please summarize for the jury what the process of taking the MMPI-2 or 3 test looks like?
Sure. So, I first ask if the individual is familiar with it, and then that she can see the answer sheet in the booklet, have her read the formal instructions at the beginning of the test booklet and tell me that she understands them. And then it's a matter of answering about 335 questions where we bubble.
Yeah, because I was about to say, aren't those just questions?
And on a separate answer sheet, true or false.
That she can lie about.
For those questions. And then I take the results of that and I use the test publisher's official scoring software, which I have on a laptop computer, input those answers, and then generate a statistical report based upon her answers. It provides a variety of scales and scores, and then narrative text, meaning it provides a text description of what individuals like with these scores tend to look like, although it doesn't talk specifically about Ms. Ellis. And you would never want to make an opinion about somebody based on just the test. Again, it's a matter of correlating them with your overall evaluation, with the interview and the record review.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'd like to show Trial Exhibit 229 to the witness.
What's in that cup?
Objection hearsay.
You don't want to publish it at the point?
Not at this point.
Oh, okay. I thought I had no objection to showing it. Just publish it.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you please turn in the blue binder to Exhibit 229?
He be getting to the pages, boy. Everybody else flipping and stuff.
Okay, I'm at 229. Thank you.
Thank you.
He be flipping through that book like he already had that book in his possession.
Are you familiar with this document?
Yes. So this is the report of the MMPI-2 psychological test that I administered to Ms. Ellis on July 21st, 2023, and which I provided along with other documents to opposing counsel before my deposition.
Okay, so he tested her 2 years ago.
Does this document refresh your recollection as to which version of the MMPI-2 test you conducted in Ms. Ellis' case?
Yes, I gave the MMPI-2. That and the MMPI-3 are the most recent and, again, the gold standard tests worldwide in this kind of a context.
Thank you. And that report that you have in front of you, did you create that document yourself?
Well, I created it in the sense that I inputted her answers into the test publisher software on my laptop. I then double-checked the answer through a process that's provided by the software. And then I had the software generate this report, again using statistical algorithm that is intrinsic to the software. I don't personally score any of the scales.
AKA AI made this after he inputted whatever he needed to input.
I don't personally write out any of the text interpretation that's in it. My job is then, how do I use that information once it's available in an overall assessment?
And is it fair to say that you used this report as an analytical tool in reaching your conclusions with respect to Ms. Ellis?
Yes, again, considering all the information available to me from the records, the exam, the testing, I utilize inductive medical reasoning, a best fit logical reasoning, the same reasoning I would use if I was in an emergency room, if I was a surgeon or I was a radiologist.
Do you use this software and the reports that are generated from it regularly in your psychological evaluations?
Yes, I've used these tests several hundreds of times. I have the highest user rating qualification from both test publishers.
Okay, and do you recall when this particular report was generated?
My best recollection is I generated it, shortly after the examination had been completed, but I just apologize, I don't recall a specific date.
Right, thank you. Defendant moves to admit Exhibit 229 into evidence.
Objection.
Objection hearsay.
Overruled.
What's in that cup? That ain't water.
Your Honor, may I publish page 2 of Exhibit 229?
All right.
Got some spiked coffee.
Dr. Rosenberg, you can see at the top there, I suppose you could look at the binder as well.
If you turn your screen on, the top left button on the top left side, it should be on there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, they could turn their screen on this whole time y'all had them turn around and looking at the TV. The Elmo.
That's much better. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, yes, sir. I can see it now. I wasn't able to see that.
Thank you. If you look at the top of the page, it says validity scales. Can you please explain what that means?
Yes. So these are the most important scales of their type for this in the MMPI-3 of any test in the world, any psychological test. The validity scales look at how somebody is approaching the test. The first two scales, VRIN and TRIN, variable and true response indicator, look at whether somebody understood the test questions and responded to them in a consistent fashion. So those first have to be valid before you can go on to interpret the rest of the test. The remainder of the validity scales, the vast majority of them, look at they're F scales because they look at infrequent responses. These scales become more and more elevated if an individual endorses or answers questions endorsing symptoms that are infrequent, meaning that even somebody who actually had that mental disorder would not actually endorse them. And these scales.
Okay, so it's supposed to tell you if it thinks that they might be lying.
Scales are
like over exaggerating
against a large statistical population, cross-section population of the United States. And then the last couple scales, the L scale, looks at a different type of potential manipulation, portraying yourself in a positive or virtuous light.
Oh.
And then the last one is just a correction to that.
Thank you. And what do Ms. Ellis's test results in this case show you? I'm sorry, specifically with respect to the validity scales.
Yeah, so looking at these, it's more fun to do it from memory, but looking at these scales, they demonstrate that when Ms. Ellis took this test, that she generated scale elevations in the range that only reasonably could be interpreted as either severe symptom exaggeration or symptom fabrication.
I just said that. It tells you if they exaggerate and what they lying.
From a psychiatric standpoint, obviously I'm not giving a factual opinion. So if we look at F, the third one over with a T-score of 83, so these are compared against a normal bell curve of statistical scores where a T-score of 50 is in the middle. And every time you go out 10, you're going out another standard deviation. So at a T-score of 83, the F scale that looks at things like anxiety, depression, PTSD, she generated a score more than 3 standard deviations above the norm. And statistically, only 48 people out of 100,000 would actually generate that score, even if they really had the condition. If we then look at the other scales thereafter, the FS scale, S is for somatic, meaning physical symptoms. The FBS, which is the fake bad scale or symptom validity scale, and the RBS scale, those look at physical health symptoms and they look at cognitive symptoms like attention, concentration, primarily if you're evaluating a brain injury claim. And so on those scales, with the understanding that, as I'll discuss,
yeah, because she said that Cardi B beat her in the head and she been having headaches.
Ms. Ellis has not sought out any type of, from my review of the Kaiser records and my audio recorded interview, any type of physical health problem whatsoever, and certainly hasn't had a brain injury. These elevations are extraordinarily high. The FBS, or fake bad scale elevation, of a T-score of 102 at 5 standard deviations above the norm.
Damn.
Only 2 individuals out of 1 billion would actually have that score.
Oh, wow.
If she had the actual disorder. So these are extremely high. They're far beyond the range of somebody who could just
was over exaggerating,
emphasize how distressed she is, or so-called cry for help. These are in the range of elevation that no individual, even with the conditions, would reasonably have at that statistical elevation, putting aside that she doesn't even claim those types of symptoms in the first place.
So he's saying that during the testing, she was claiming symptoms that she's not even claiming right now during the trial. Oh my God.
Symptoms would that be?
He said, "What type of symptoms would that be?" Look, he got something in there. He got to take a swig first.
So
He said, "I'm about to drop the
FS,
tea."
To have an elevation on F sub S, which is somatic or physical, especially a significant elevation, you would have to have a serious physical health condition. Let's say you have cancer, or you recently had a heart attack, or you're in heart failure, or you have uncontrolled diabetes, things like that. FBS is particularly sensitive to symptom fabrication or exaggeration in individuals who've had traumatic brain injuries. But again, even if you had a severe disabling traumatic brain injury and you were in a rehabilitation facility, your elevation would be maybe a T-score of 70, 75. Again, at 102, where it's 2 people in a billion, no individual who even had a brain injury would reasonably endorse that score. Where again, they get elevated the more and more you endorse symptoms that no person who actually has the condition would actually report those symptoms. And then RBS is cognitive. So again, it looks at things like attention, memory, and concentration. And again, hers is elevated in the range of 4 standard deviations. So, it would be well over 100 million to 1 that she would actually have those symptoms.
Thank you. Can you please turn to page 10 of the report?
Of this psych testing report?
Yes. Towards the bottom, you see is written diagnostic considerations.
Yes.
Can you please explain what that section is saying here?
Yes, so again, the report doesn't talk about Ms. Ellis specifically. It talks about, at a statistical level, individuals who have these scales and scores tend to look like this. And the diagnoses that are suggested are rank ordered in the priority of how likely they are. And so the first diagnosis listed is malingering of somatic and or cognitive symptoms, primarily generated by the elevation of the F sub S, the fake bad scale, and the RBS. And so, and malingering refers to the intentional gross exaggeration or otherwise.
I sure was about to look up what malingering meant.
Fabrication or manipulation of symptoms for secondary gain in the field of psychiatry, and is actually in accordance with the American Psychiatric Association's published guidelines.
And again, this section of the report, like everything else, this was generated as a result of the test publisher software. Is that correct?
Yes, the test publisher software, the statistical scoring, which involves hundreds of thousands of individuals, and then detailed mathematical statistical algorithms that are used to score this test and prepare this report.
You testified earlier that there were other psychological tests that you administered. Are the results of those tests similar with respect to symptom exaggeration or fabrication?
Well, I would say yes and no. The other test, the personality assessment inventory, does not have as sensitive of validity scales to detect exaggeration or other manipulation, though it does show some evidence of that. But when we look at the clinical scales on the personality assessment inventory, Ms. Ellis generated such huge elevations for scales like anxiety, physical symptoms, PTSD, depression, again, several deviations above the norm, that make no reasonable sense unless somebody was actually, for example, so ill that she required inpatient psychiatric care on medications, was critically ill or terminally ill with physical health conditions. The other inconsistency is that on the MMPI-2RF, she scored, accepting her symptoms at face value, she scored very high on symptoms for paranoid thinking at the level of somebody with a paranoid psychotic disorder like schizophrenia.
Oh, wow.
And that was not seen on the PAI. So that would be an inconsistency between them. But it also would be another example of symptom endorsement that makes no reasonable sense except for intentional gross fabrication, fabrication or outright.
Yeah, it sounded like because she was too busy trying to make this stuff so believable, she overdid it, answering the questions that she probably was not even experiencing as true.
Fabrication of symptoms in this case, at that level of paranoid thinking, again, would be like a uncontrolled schizophrenia requiring acute inpatient care on medication. But by the same token, taking it at face value, it is, from my standpoint, of relevance to the trier of fact in evaluating somebody with that degree of paranoia and suspiciousness, how that individual reacts to or responds in neutral situations, social situations, potential arguments.
You mentioned a high paranoid thinking score. I believe that's correct.
I'm sorry, so what did you say?
Did you mention a high paranoid thinking score? Is that how you phrased it?
Yes, on the 3 key scales of the MMPI-2 for paranoid thinking, again, typically seen in something like schizophrenia, she had significant elevations on those scales, all 3, again, in the range which the we see here in the text report, how the report interprets it, at the level of somebody who's a paranoid psychotic with delusions, not just somebody who feels a little stressed or like somebody's looking over her shoulder.
And as a professional and a psychiatrist, how would you interpret that score in this case?
So again, I think there are only 2 reasonable ways to interpret it. One would be that it's another common manifestation in how somebody in an emotional injury case produces either gross exaggeration or outright fabrication of symptoms in an attempt to look injured. The alternative is that part of somebody's baseline where in day-to-day interactions she interprets normal or neutral interactions as a personal attack. The only other reasonable alternative, taking it at face value, would be she actually has a psychotic mental disorder like paranoid schizophrenia with things like hallucinations, believing that there's a plot to have her killed, satellites are watching her, her phone is bugged, things of that sort.
And based on the other elements of your examination, did you make a conclusion as to which one of those would be true here?
Well, I think reasonably from a psychiatric standpoint, given all the other information available to me.
Clearly, she's not psychotic. None of them other doctors prescribed her with medication.
The reasonable interpretation is that it's another example of severe symptom manipulation, exaggeration, or fabrication.
Yeah, she's manipulating the symptoms.
It also has to be considered, again, from a factual standpoint for the trier of fact, does it demonstrate paranoid thinking that can affect how somebody reacts in a situation or a disagreement?
But to be clear, are you diagnosing Ms. Ellis with, for example, schizophrenia?
No.
No, that makes absolutely no sense. Well, because in schizophrenia, and obviously there's a spectrum, there are individuals who are very well controlled on medication. I know I've had schizophrenic patients, who are like run corporations and do very well, but the vast majority tend to have very...
They be running shit. They sure do.
Severe and chronic courses, often homeless in mental institutions.
But you also hear them sometimes talking to themselves.
But with these levels of scores, if you actually had schizophrenia, you would function at a very low level. You wouldn't be able to maintain reasonable family relationships. You wouldn't be able to hold a job. You wouldn't be able to function in major life activities. And again, you would require psychiatric hospitalization and antipsychotic medication.
Did you diagnose Ms. Ellis with any psychiatric conditions?
No. Again, since I equate, for a case like this, emotional injury with have you developed one or more psychiatric disorders as a result of your allegations of the incident with Cardi B, I have no diagnoses for her because she has sustained no emotional injury.
Okay, and apart from the test results, are there any other factors on which you base your conclusion that plaintiff hasn't suffered any mental or emotional injury?
Yes.
What are those?
So the first factor is that, again, I accept Ms. Ellis's report or allegations of what happened that day in that incident, reasonably from a psychiatric standpoint, that would be a stressful or upsetting situation. You might be mad or angry for a day, you might lose some sleep over it, might be in the back of your mind for a few days, but reasonably people don't develop psychiatric disorders like an anxiety disorder, depression, from an argument or an unpleasant interaction like that on a single basis.
That shit would have came from the fact that she lost her job. That's your fault.
Makes no reasonable sense. And as we'll discuss, makes even less sense in Ms. Ellis's case because turns out, although she didn't share them with me,
right? And she got another job too.
She's had multiple other traumas in her life, and according to her, those didn't cause emotional problems. So she obviously must have great resilience, and it would make no sense that this much more minor thing somehow would. Most people wouldn't.
She got great resilience because right after this, she got another job. She wasn't so depressed and having terrible anxiety and headaches and stuff, whatever she talking about, back injury, whatever, to the point where she didn't want to go outside no more. She couldn't get herself back on her feet and get another job and stuff. She got another job. Shit, now me with my depression and shit, after I lose a job, I'll be sitting here for almost like a year. It'd take me a minute.
The other reason is that, well, I have a few reasons, but I promise I'll stop talking soon. Another reason it's important to understand that this doesn't constitute a trauma. Again, accepting Ms. Ellis's report of what happened at face value, it doesn't constitute a trauma. It would be a stressor to some degree on an interpersonal basis, but under the American Psychiatric Association standards for what constitutes a trauma, for example, to be able to develop PTSD, this does not meet that. It has to be something like life-threatening accident, illness, witness to violence. So, for example, physical or sexual abuse growing up, kidnapping, sexual assault, military combat. These things are traumas, and they can lead to PTSD.
She got all this trauma?
An argument or unpleasant interpersonal interaction isn't a trauma and can't lead to PTSD. And that's particularly important for us since some of Ms. Ellis's most dramatic scores on the psych testing have been profound elevations of PTSD scales, again, in a range where no individual who actually had PTSD would reasonably generate those scores.
Are there any other factors?
Yes, so another important factor is, again, in accordance with the published, generally accepted guidelines of the American Psychiatric Association in our diagnostic manual, whenever there is an evaluation,
he coming with all the details.
Psychiatrist or psychologist is doing an evaluation in a legal context where financial gain or some other type of secondary gain is at stake.
Of how she failed this test.
And rule out the risk of intentional manipulation.
We couldn't even get a simple picture of the scars on her face that we could see.
And in that context, in this case, Ms. Ellis has demonstrated a significant pattern of inconsistencies and other symptom validity issues. For example, in my audio recorded examination, again, there's an audio recorded record, she told me, with the exception of a couple sessions of family therapy when she was 12 because her sister had been sexually assaulted by a neighbor, she could not recall a single trauma in her entire life growing up. Couldn't remember a single one in response to my detailed questioning. Whereas, for example, in her deposition, she reported that...
And I wonder if her mother know all this stuff happened to her. And her sister. Talking about she ain't never have no fight.
She was a victim growing up of domestic violence in the home, gang violence, other violence.
There was domestic violence going on in the home. That she experienced gang violence, and you talking about she never had a fight?
Schoolmates were shot and killed. She was physically mugged in high school. Her car was broken into several times. None of those were reported to me. So those represent an important mismatch in a legal case where an individual potentially tries to make everything about the incident that can be compensable in a lawsuit. Another example along the same lines is in my audio recorded exam, she told me that all of her emotional problems from the day of the incident, in this case, February 2018 to present, have been entirely due to what happened with Cardi B and absolutely and she couldn't identify any other stressors in recent years that could be relevant. Whereas again, in her deposition testimony, the same year.
So you basically psychotic and a schizophrenic and all of this extra stuff that don't even make sense according to his AI testing. And all of this is due to Cardi B and the argument that you had with Cardi B and Cardi B calling you the N-word and putting her finger in your face. And apparently y'all claim she spit on you with no proof of that.
January 2018, her mother was diagnosed with thyroid cancer. Later in the year, her mother had radiation therapy for cancer.
Objection, right to privacy of the mother.
If you want to describe the issues more generically.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Sure.
And the same year, one of her friends committed suicide. And again, none of those things were shared with me. So that would be another example. I do have a couple more.
Yeah, he's saying all of these stressors that also happened within this time span, and she made it seem like nothing else happened in her life that could have stressed her out except for this Cardi B thing.
Setting aside that mismatch that you're discussing, are there any other general topics, general factors?
I don't know about anybody else, but my mother coming down with cancer or any medical procedure, since the judge wanted to tell him to not to stick to generic terms, any type of medical disease or anything, if my mother came down with, or if my friend committed suicide, I would be distraught. That I wouldn't even be worried about what happened with the damn Cardi B stuff.
On which you based your conclusion?
Yes, so another factor that I have to consider as a psychiatrist and medical doctor is
7 years
there a
ago
mismatch across sources of information, considering the records I've reviewed, the psych testing I did, the interview. So another factor, which is very important, is to correlate somebody's subjective, meaning what she reports, emotional injury claims of injury, with real-life day-to-day function as a more objective measure. So in this case, if I accepted Ms. Ellis's reports at face value, particularly with the psych testing, she would have profound, off-the-charts PTSD, profound disabling depression, anxiety, profound disabling physical health conditions, whereas when I compare that to her real-life function, she's had intact relationships with her, loving relationships with her family, which would not be reasonable in the context, particularly of profound PTSD. That she's, in a few months after the altercation and continuing to the present, she's had a job that not only has been higher paying for her, but has been more demanding, requires top excellent.
Right, that's what I said. She even got another job right after.
To deal with people, troubled youths, and emotional resilience, and has, per her deposition, performed it well. Again, total mismatch. She also reported to me that since the incident, she's traveled to Hawaii, Las Vegas, Mexico.
Ooh.
Though she couldn't
remember. She's been on vacations.
She's gone to other places or how many times. And again, even if you look in the psych testing report that was generated, particularly severe PTSD.
I was about to say, with PTSD, she wouldn't be going on vacations and stuff like that, just willy-nilly.
You don't want to leave your house.
Shit, my anxiety, I barely even go outside. My anxiety, depression, I'm bipolar. I barely go outside. for real. When I had my job, I was working from home. So, and I'm looking for a different work from home position. Now, I don't want to go outside. I don't want to work outside.
You don't want to interact with people.
I don't want to interact with people, and I don't have PTSD.
Draw from your family. The future looks bleak to you. You don't have a job. These things are completely contrary.
Thank you.
That's just with my anxiety, my depression, and she said that she has these things.
No further questions.
All right, Cross.
Thank you all. Good afternoon, Dr.
Shit, I've been saying I'm gonna go get my toes done just to get out the house for the last 2-3 months.
Good afternoon.
And I still ain't go nowhere.
I took your deposition on August 5th, and we went over all of your opinions, correct?
We went over all my opinions, but it's very clear that you didn't ask me for all the factors in support of my opinions.
Okay. But I did take your deposition and took about 2 hours, a little bit less, correct?
Yes, sir. You were extremely polite and professional, which I appreciate.
Thank you, Doctor. So you testified today that you billed $30,000 in this case. Is that often the charges that you bill for the type of case that's litigated and without the time for trial, of course, up until trial? Is that a reasonable amount of billing in a case like this?
I would say in a complex case that spans over years, that's probably true of maybe 25% of my litigation matters that I work on.
Okay. And in addition to the $30,000 that you received, you were also paid $1,800 by my office, correct?
Yes, sir, for my deposition fees.
And for today, you're being paid another $10,000 to prepare and appear here and testify and go back and forth. Is that fair?
I think that's reasonable. Yes, sir.
Could it be higher than that?
I don't think so. I think that's a reasonable estimate.
So my estimate is about $40,000, correct?
Yes, sir. I think that's very reasonable.
And in the past 29 years, you testified at your deposition, or I can ask you now, isn't it true that...
Oh, he charging $10,000 to just do this whole case?
In 70 to 80% of cases, you testified on behalf of the defense up until recently, correct?
Yes.
And there's a well-known lawyer that we all know, no need to mention names, but recently he's been giving you some more work, so your 70 to 80% has gone down to 60%, correct?
More work on the plaintiff side, that's correct.
And as far as the attorneys, Cardi B had an attorney before Mr. Kossoff and other lawyers. In working with their firm, you worked in 5 other cases with them?
That sounds about right, sir, yes.
And with their new law firm, Davis, Wright, and Tremaine, with Mr. Peterson, Mr. Lamb, and all the other attorneys involved with them, you worked in 15 cases with their office, correct?
Objection. Same facts.
Yes, over the past 20 years or so, that's correct, though I've never worked with these particular attorneys before.
It's the slow man.
And would you agree that in 90% of cases that you are hired in, you basically remain the expert on the case and you don't withdraw, correct? About 90%.
I apologize, I don't recall a case in which I have withdrawn.
So are you saying that every single time the defense hires you in a case, you remain the expert in that case without giving them an opinion before you testify?
Objection.
Is that what you were saying, sir? So when you were hired by Cardi B's office, by her lawyers, when were you hired?
I believe it was sometime early in 2023.
And when you were hired in 2023, did you ask, well, strike that, did you examine Imani Ellis in 2023, correct? Or was it 2024? Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir. I believe it was July 21st of 2023.
Did you ever do any type of examination on Cardi B at any point?
Given that that would be inappropriate since she wasn't the plaintiff with a psychiatric claim, I did not, sir.
Right, but she was involved in some type of altercation, correct?
Objection. Incomplete hypothetical.
I don't think it's relevant. It's not relevant whether she has any damages or not.
And what is your understanding as to what is the basis of this claim? What is Imani Ellis's claim? Why is she here in court?
My understanding is that she felt that she was verbally mistreated by Cardi B, including foul or demeaning language, that Cardi B touched her face with a long fingernail and caused some injury to her face, and that also resulted a month later in Ms. Ellis being fired from her security job.
Okay. Do you know, in psychiatry, do you treat patients that deal with assault and battery?
In my patient care practice, putting aside legal matters?
Yes.
Let me just object for being ambiguous as to deal with.
Do you, I'll strike that. Have you treated patients for injuries related to assault and battery in your career since 1994 as a psychiatrist?
A few hundred times, from very simple to extremely severe injuries.
When you say simple, what is an example? What are you saying to us?
Yes. So by simple, I don't mean to say it's not important or it's not serious to the person, but I mean, for example, let's say somebody being pushed, or a hand on a shoulder in an aggressive way, or something like that, all the way up to people who are beaten and kicked on the ground with skull fractures and being hit over the head with clubs and pistol whips, a variety of things, stabbed.
And when you treated the various patients, would you treat them more than once? The ones that you're speaking of?
Typically, and again, it depends on the setting. As a medical doctor, I used to spend a lot of time in emergency rooms, so there it might be once. But over the course of my career, overwhelmingly, particularly 22 years in a nonprofit clinic in Van Nuys, I would treat them on a repeated basis. Some of them I would treat for many years, although those tended to be individuals with major mental disorders like bipolar or schizophrenia.
Okay, and if you could just look at the other binder on your left, please.
Pardon me one sec, sir.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Where should I look?
Yes, if we can look at Exhibit 1-003. You remember that?
As best I recall, sir, I had not reviewed this particular page.
Okay. Do you remember in your deposition, I asked you if you'd reviewed all of Miss Imani Ellis's medical bill? You remember that?
I apologize. I vaguely remember that, and I don't remember what my answer was.
Is he designated for medical bill?
No.
Then I don't know why we're going down the track.
Okay.
The judge said,
if we can,
is he designated for medical billing? I don't know why we going down this route. Here we go again with this man.
you go to Exhibit number 2.
I'm at Exhibit number 2, sir.
That be trying to pull random shit out his ass and it don't be making sense. The judge is tired of him.
You reviewed the medical records and bills of Dr. McKinsey, correct?
Yes, I haven't done so recently, but I did earlier in this case.
And we went over this together at the time of your deposition, and you expressed that for purposes of workers' compensation, the treatment was reasonable, but maybe for this case it's not. Do you remember testifying to that, Doctor?
Objection beyond the scope of director also beyond the scope of his expert statement.
Do you have his presentation?
It's in the trial.
He said, "Let me sip my drink." Come on, Judge, decide. Oh, he don't even know what they looking at.
As far as any type of physical injury, isn't it true that you are not giving any type of expert opinion about physical injury, correct?
Aside from her inconsistent reports of whether or not she was actually touched on the face by the fingernail, that's correct, sir. I'm not a plastic surgeon. Other than that, I'm not giving any testimony with regard to physical injuries.
And when she came to your office, did you examine her face to see if she had a scar?
As I do
So
with...
yes or no? I'm sorry.
Well, I observed her across the table for several hours. I didn't specifically examine her face beyond that.
Did you have an intention to look for the scar on her face? Yes or no?
Why would it eat the question, doctor, is, did you see a scar on her face? Why would he be intentionally looking for the scar on her face? That's not what he's there for. He is there to examine her psyche, not her face. And if he saw a scar on her face, he would have. If he saw a significant scar on her face, he would have seen that. Looking at her for, they said they did this test for 6 fucking hours. What are you getting at? Just ask him, did he see a scar on her face?
Yes.
Did you physically go up to her face and look to see if there was a scar?
No, sir.
Are you giving any opinions about Miss Amani's physical scar on her face, whether she has one now, she had one from this incident, anything to do with her plastic surgery? Giving any of the opinions about that?
Objection, basically hypothetical, also beyond the scope. Also
Okay, and in formulating your opinions, did you review Miss Amani Ellis's medical records?
Yes, sir, and those were extremely important to me, actually.
Okay. And you reviewed the medical records from Nicole McKenzie, is that correct? Is that her? Do you remember that?
I haven't recently, but I have in the past, yes, sir.
You can look at it. Did you review Exhibit 2?
Yes, sometime before my deposition, but I've not looked at them since.
And you reviewed Exhibit 3?
Yes, sometime before my deposition, but not since.
Okay, and you reviewed Exhibit 4? And Exhibit 5?
Let me take a look here. Pardon me one second.
objection compound.
As best I recall, yes, but not recently.
And in formulating your opinions, did all of these exhibits assist you in your formulating opinions and coming up with your opinions for us today?
The Kaiser records were extremely important because she had several visits and didn't report a single emotional problem, didn't ask for any care related to
Objection, non-responsive.
So it's a yes or no question. Did you rely on those records in forming your opinions?
Only the Kaiser records.
I didn't ask you about the Kaiser records.
Oh, I'm sorry. You asked me about the Kaiser records earlier. You mean just the ones that I'm looking at in the notebook?
I never said the word Kaiser. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess when you said medical records, that's what I was interpreting.
Yeah, I'm talking about the medical records from Dr. McKenzie, the psychologist.
Well, say what the fuck you talking about then.
The medical records from Dr. Avila, a psychologist. The medical
Everything other than what he used.
records from Dr. Mulliken, a plastic surgeon. And the medical records from Dr. Norman, pain management doctor. Did you review these records? You testified a moment ago, yes. And the question is, did you use these 4 medical records in formulating any of your opinions that you testified to today here in court?
No, sir.
Okay.
Okay, so when you said there was inconsistencies, didn't you mean that, well, strike that. When you said there's inconsistencies, you found those in the medical records that I just asked you about? Isn't that true?
Maybe I had previously. I don't recall if that's in my deposition testimony, but I did not consider those in formulating my opinions for today. It was the Kaiser records.
Okay, the Kaiser records that you're speaking of. Isn't it true that the Kaiser records, any medical treatment that Imani Ellis received at Kaiser, it has nothing to do with this case. It has nothing to do with assault and battery. It's something totally unrelated, correct?
Objection, speculation, hearsay.
Silver province, well, sustained.
Why did Imani Ellis go to Kaiser Hospital?
Objection, speculation,
Sustained.
Do you know why, from reading the medical records and bills, do you know why Miss Imani Ellis went to the Kaiser Permanente Hospital?
It's right. How would he know why she actually went there from the records that he had?
Over.
Yes, Your Honor. The answer is yes.
Okay. Why did she go to Kaiser Permanente Hospital?
How would he know that from the documents? She could have went there for anything and just ended up telling them all her business.
Well, April 2022 was for an annual history and physical, a comprehensive. November 2022, comprehensive history and physical. April 2023 with a PA was for a reported hand pain.
That's just what it says on the paperwork.
Everything that you just told us right now about Kaiser Permanente Hospital, as a medical doctor, and in reviewing all these records that you testified you read, wouldn't you agree that those medical treatments have nothing to do with this incident? Agree?
Yeah, the question should have been, what was she treated for? Not what she went there for.
Yes or no?
objection, very ambiguous.
Over.
I disagree. They're extremely important.
I didn't ask you if they're important. I agree they're important. Going to a hospital is important. My question is, if the medical treatment that was received at Kaiser Permanente Hospital, if it has any relation to medical treatment received by Imani Ellis related to this incident that occurred on February 24th, 2018. Was it?
For my purposes, yes.
Okay. So are you telling
Because he is supposed to be reviewing all of her medical history, not just what you sent him. And then what he found on the side was what he found.
telling us that Miss Imani Ellis went to the hospital in 2022 and 2023 because of injuries related to this incident? Is that what you're testifying to, Doctor?
No.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. What you are telling us is you used some of the medical records from Kaiser Permanente Hospital to formulate some of your opinions in this case. Isn't that true? Maybe
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's true.
Yes, thank you.
And you use that for your different type of studies, your MMPI studies, and all types of different testing that you did, correct?
Objection, very ambiguous.
Over 5. Sustained.
Right, he already answered
Just
that
so we're
question.
clear, the actual treatment didn't have to do with assault and battery or a physical injury. Is that correct?
Objection, very ambiguous.
This has been asked and answered several times.
All right, and then I want some clarity on the other 4 documents. The psychological care? Well, let me ask you this. As a psychiatrist, do you believe that psychological care with no medication is a respected medicine?
As a general principle, yes.
Have you referred your own patients to receive psychological care?
Oh, innumerable times, yes.
And whether it's a PsyD or PhD or some other type of psychologist that's licensed, you agree that patients can receive medical care from those types of professionals and actually benefit from that type of care. Do you agree?
Well, it's not medical care, but I do agree that they can receive very helpful, effective mental health care.
So are you saying mental health care is not medical care?
Objection, this is
In general, unless it's a psychiatrist, mental health care is much broader and refers to non-medical.
Yeah, because the medical would need medicine.
Healthcare providers, psychologists, LMFT, social workers.
Do you believe that patients benefit from mental health treatment with no medication?
It depends. It's broad. It depends on the ailment of the person, and it also depends on the person themselves.
For the appropriate indication, yes, sir.
And how does it help if they go to a psychologist and they talk about their problems? From your perspective, you're a psychiatrist. You are the man who would know. So when a patient goes to a psychologist and they talk about their problems, they explain their problems, why does that help the patient? Why?
Objection,
I don't know that it's relevant. So if you can establish some.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to figure out the relevance too, but some people just need somebody to talk to, and that's what their problem is. They don't need to be put on medication. They just need people to hear them out and help them be able to guide their way through certain situations. They don't have to have a damn prescription put on them if they don't need one. And that's why you see a psychologist first before you see a psychiatrist. They have to refer you to the psychiatrist because the psychiatrist is the one that also goes in to see you and examine what your ailments may be, if you were even referred to them, to give you a diagnosis on what is wrong with you and what medication they might want to put you on. And a lot of times they put you on sugar pills for real. So it don't even be real medication. It makes you think that you want a medication though. And that does something psychologically. So what is your point that you're trying to make? Yes, people can be cured without medication.
Foundation as to why we're talking about other patients.
That's why therapists exist. A lot of people that are going to the therapist are not on medication. They're just going to a therapist. Are you saying that the therapist is not a real doctor? They not really doing nothing?
Monty Ellis received psychological
They making a whole lot of money.
In this case, based on your review of the medical records and medical bills from 2 different psychologists. True?
Yes.
And from your review of the medical records, she went to 7 treatments with Nicole McKenzie and other doctors from her office. Is that true?
Objection beyond the scope of this experts.
All right, he don't know.
That sounds about right, sir, yes.
This sounds about right. He don't know. He would have to look at the paperwork to see. He wasn't those doctors that she went to, and that was before him. And he is not her regular doctor.
And she went to Dr. Avila, another psychologist. She went to his office and got treatment.
Okay, and
From other providers that were under him for a total of 12 treatments, correct?
Objection. Beyond the scope of this exposition.
I don't know why you objected again. He overruled the last time.
Sounds about right, yes, sir.
And those two psychologists, setting aside this case, is there any reason why you as a professional would not refer a patient to these two psychologists?
Objection.
I withdraw the question.
Yeah, because what the hell? Did those two come up here and say that something was fucking wrong with her?
If we were to talk about, do you remember at the time of your deposition, you said to me that you testified under oath that you worked alongside Dr. Mulliken in cases before. True? About 10 times?
Well, when you say alongside, I've been on the same side and on the opposite side in several legal cases, not like next to him in surgery.
I understand. But you worked alongside him, meaning you've worked on the same cases in about 10 different times, correct? That was your testimony.
Yes, I don't know if it's 10 on the same side or 10 in total on both sides, but happy to accept whatever you
Right. And you're
he ready to go.
Not anymore. I was a professor for 16 years, but not anymore.
Okay. And Dr. Mulliken is also affiliated with UCLA? Is that
I don't know if he's currently affiliated with UCLA or not, sir. He certainly has excellent qualifications.
Right. You said that at your deposition. Your words were, he has very impressive credentials, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That mean he mean it. Why you reminding him that he said it already?
Do you know Dr. Mulliken to be a clinical associate professor at UCLA?
Objection. Speculation. Beyond this expert's designation.
At your deposition, you stated that you cannot say that the diagnosis was malingering. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
Oh my God, he already explained what it meant.
Well, yeah, sure. I'm sorry.
I didn't know if you meant that or what I meant by saying I couldn't diagnose it.
Why don't we start with what does malingering mean?
So malingering is an official diagnosis of the American Psychiatric Association. It's not a disorder, but it's a diagnosis which refers to a pattern of intentional exaggeration, fabrication.
He already
or other
explained what that meant.
In a legal context for secondary gain. For example, in a criminal case, it could be trying to appear psychotic to avoid criminal punishment. In a litigation like this, typically for monetary gain.
And you testified at the deposition that you could not say that the diagnosis was malingering. Do you remember saying that?
Ms. Ellis, absolutely, I did say that, sir.
Do you remember meeting Miss Ellis? Do you remember the encounter?
Yes.
Do you remember telling Miss Ellis that you were sorry about what she went through? Did you tell her that?
Yes, based upon her description.
That's what doctors have to say.
And it was a pleasure to meet her.
And the testing that you did was in 2023, 5 years later?
Yes, sir.
Would it have been beneficial to have done your testing and interview and all the different things shortly after this incident?
I think that would have been beneficial as well, but also doing it again later is also equally beneficial.
Okay. And do you remember I asked you about discovery? If you had reviewed any discovery and you said you had not. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you actually asked that the defense provide you with the discovery so you could review it and that you would then give us additional opinions. You remember testifying to that in your deposition?
Objection to state's testimony.
I don't recall, but I know I said that if I received additional information of any type, I'd happily review it, consider it, and it could modify my opinions.
Have you received those discovery responses?
No, sir.
Do you remember also testifying at your deposition that it would be beneficial to your opinions to see Imani Ellis a second time? Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
And that if you saw her a second time,
that it could further modify your opinions in this case.
Yeah, because it's going to further let him know if she's lying or not. If he sees her multiple times, yeah, that could help, in his opinion, in whether or not she's telling the truth.
Potentially, yes, sir.
And
other than that, he saw her the one time and multiple results came back that different parts of her tests were over exaggerated. How can you explain that for like 3 parts of the test?
between 2018 and 2023, before you saw Imani Ellis, between that 5-year time span, her psychological or psychiatric condition could have changed, correct?
Yes.
She could have got better. She could have recovered.
I said that if this was going to be a test that they're trying to do, she should have got this done way in the beginning so that it could have been more truthful. She could have been more truthful with her answers. Instead, you got her over here exaggerating because it's 7 years later.
Right.
Well, he said he did the test in 2022. 4 years later.
True.
I'm sorry, between 18 and 23?
Yes.
I think he did it in
That's
2022.
certainly a possibility.
Okay. And when she saw Dr. McKenzie for 7 visits and other doctors that work in Dr. McKenzie's office, those 7 visits, you say that psychological care helps. Maybe it helped her.
Objection calls for spectator.
Possible, right?
Now he's talking about maybe she was already better by the time that he gave her the test. Okay, so why are we here? Isn't your whole case supposed to be that she is in so much pain and suffering and depression and stuff?
You believe that Miss Imani Ellis benefited from the psychological care she received from Dr. McKenzie?
Objection.
Yes or no?
Calls for speculation.
And she also received, from your review of the medical records, 12 visits from Dr. Avila's office and staff. Correct? You testified to that. So would you agree that 7 plus 12 is...
You saying he testified to that as if he was that doctor that gave her whatever treatment and whatever diagnosis. He is not. He did not know. The only reason why he knows that is because you gave him a paper with it written on there.
19 visits of psychological care? True?
Yes, I feel very confident in that. Yes.
Okay. Appreciate that. When you refer your patients out for psychological treatment, do you usually give a limit on the course of care, or maybe 5 visits, 10 visits, 12 visits, or you just refer them out to psychological providers?
I'm usually quite precise, but it also depends on the type of psychological care or psychotherapy. Some are time limited on purpose. Others could go on over the course of somebody's lifetime.
All right, Council, why don't we focus on what is opinion time?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Okay. Also, we talked about the distinction in your deposition between factual opinion and psychiatric opinion. And you said that you cannot say what did or did not occur in the incident. You remember testifying to that?
Yes.
So basically what that means, just to break it down, is you don't know how this incident occurred. Is that fair?
Outside of a psychiatric context, that's correct. Factually, it's none of my business to determine what happened.
Okay. And isn't it true that you don't know if Miss Imani Ellis was assaulted and battered by Cardi B? You just don't know, correct?
Factually, that's correct, sir.
And you also don't know if Imani Ellis was cut on her face by Cardi B.
That's not what he is there for. He's not there to know those things. He is there to examine her psyche.
You don't know that, correct?
Objection beyond the scope of this evidence.
He need his head examined.
Have you ever spoken with Cardi B at all during the course of this case?
No, sir. I've never spoken to her or had any other type of communication with her.
Would it
He never even spoke to
been
her.
beneficial for you to hear Cardi B's version of what happened in this case? Would that help you in your expert opinion?
No, because it is irrelevant. He's literally just there to tell you if he thinks that she had any kind of psychological or kind of damage after this incident. He don't need to hear both sides.
I'd certainly be happy to weigh that and give it consideration, but my focus was on emotional injuries of the plaintiff,
Exactly.
not on an evaluation of Cardi B.
Understood, but would it have been beneficial to at least hear her version of what occurred in the case? Would that help you?
What are you saying? Because if you asking him that question, then it sounds like you saying, well, if he had heard the truth. That's what it sounds like you saying.
I withdraw the question. Thank you, Doctor. No further questions.
It was a privilege to see you again, sir.
And the truth, according to Cardi B, is that she never even put hands on the girl.
All right, redirect.
And he already told you he ain't speak to her. So what was the purpose of those questions?
Just a few questions. You testified earlier as to your understanding of the facts of this case. Can you please explain what sources that's based on?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
I'm
sir.
sorry.
Oh, the jury came ready with their questions.
You testified earlier as to your understanding of the facts of this case. Could you please explain what sources your understanding is based on?
Yes, so it's based upon my review of Ms. Ellis's deposition, the available medical and mental health records I've reviewed. Again, with the understanding several of them I haven't reviewed recently. It's also based upon my detailed audio recorded several-hour interview with Ms. Ellis. And again, in the course of doing my interview, I accept hypothetically at face value that what she's telling me is correct. And then later I form my opinions, which may include opinions regarding symptom validity. But it's not my role to make a factual determination.
And all of those sources that you've reviewed, the facts come from Ms. Ellis or statements that Ms. Ellis made. Is that correct?
Yes.
Basically.
And does that make sense to you that you would rely on Ms. Ellis's own statements in forming a diagnosis or lack of diagnosis as to Ms. Ellis?
Objection outside the scope.
Well, if it was a patient care setting, you typically rely only on what the patient tells you.
On what the
accept at
patient
face
tell
value,
you.
and the person's there for help. In a legal context, it's not appropriate for me to accept what somebody says at face value without corroborating it against psychological testing and available records.
You testified that you did not formally diagnose Ms. Ellis with malingering. What does a formal diagnosis of malingering require, and why did you not? Scratch that. Why did you not diagnose Ms. Ellis with malingering?
I mean, the first question should have been answered too.
Because although Ms. Ellis meets the fundamental criteria of, from a psychiatric standpoint, of gross symptom exaggeration or outright fabrication and a pattern of inconsistencies across information, she's had so many traumas in her life, both growing up and other losses and traumas around 2018, that I can't rule out that she has some sort of emotional problems at a mild level, but they just wouldn't be related to this case.
They wouldn't be related to this case. And according to her, she don't got no other problems. All the problems that she got is all related to Cardi B right now.
You evaluated Ms. Ellis 5 years after the incident, according to Ms. Ellis.
Yes.
Is that correct? In your professional opinion, what is the likelihood that Ms. Ellis would not present with any emotional or psychological injuries up to that date that would be related to the incident, but then after this date would suddenly develop emotional or psychological injuries related to that incident?
Objection, vague and ambiguous, unintelligible, compound.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear it. It makes no reasonable sense, and there's no significant likelihood that that would be the case from a medical standpoint. Again, the incident itself, taken at face value, constitutes a situational stressor, a stressful interpersonal interaction. It certainly does not constitute a trauma, as I've discussed. And for somebody to not have a psychiatric disorder, an emotional injury for 5 years thereafter, but have significant evidence of symptom manipulation, and also to have the resilience to, by her own accord, report not have psychiatric problems from all the real trauma she has had in her life at other times, it makes no sense that she would suddenly develop it at this point.
Thank you. Give me just a minute.
For any type of other types of injuries that you brought up, someone was shot at school, a family member got sick, all these other things that you brought up, where did you obtain that information from?
It's actually very ambiguous.
Oh.
And it's also outside the scope. I've thought it.
Sustained.
Did you see any other psychological records or bills related to Imani Ellis prior to this incident?
Outside the scope.
Sustained.
I like him.
You generated a report, correct, on November 22nd of 24?
Objection outside the scope.
Sustained. So basically one line of questioning related to whether or not your client had a later onset of symptoms. I think you're limited to that.
Yes, ma'am. When you said, when counsel just asked you some questions about inconsistencies and malingering, you said there were inconsistencies. Where were there these inconsistencies? Was it the time when you interviewed her one time, or was it in the medical records?
Objection outside the scope.
Over.
As I had tried to explain, it was a combination of my review of the records, the psychological testing, and my interview, comparing those as well as intrinsic validity issues within some of those sources.
Which medical record shows an inconsistency? Which one?
The extremely
Oh, it's still
important
this
Kaiser
damn man
medical-
asking questions.
What does the Kaiser medical record say that's inconsistent?
That in, again, April 2022, she went for complete history and physical. She specifically denied any kind of mental health issues, specifically denied anxiety, sleep problems, had no reported mental health problems, no request for care. Same thing in November 2022 with Dr. Ahmad. And then in April 2023, when she went in for her hand pain with the nurse practitioner, they also did a review of systems and asked her about symptoms across the board, which is typical for Kaiser. Absolutely no emotional problems whatsoever, no request for mental health assistance.
Okay. So are you telling us that when Imani Ellis went to Kaiser Permanente on the date of November 29, 22, respectfully, when she went there for vaginal discharge,
Oh my God.
she should have told that doctor that she had psychological issues. Is that what you're saying, doctor?
Objection beyond.
Yes or no?
Over.
It was a different entry. I'm not talking
That's
about
not
that
what
entry.
I'm asking, doctor. Again, should I repeat what I said, or can you just answer?
That's not the entry he was talking about. So no. You point out the one entry that don't got nothing to do with nothing. Why are we talking about her vaginal discharge? And you threw that at that man to throw him off. And that's not the entry he was even talking about.
He based his opinion on that record, Councilman.
You reviewed this record, Kaiser Permanente, correct? You reviewed it. You just testified about it. 160.
Is that the only damn thing on the record? That she went to somewhere to get some damn checked, some vaginal discharge checked?
1 pages of records. And you said that these records show inconsistencies. And now my question is, are you telling
the inconsistencies he's saying is she never went to any doctor for any type of psychological issues that she claimed she was having through her fucking insurance. And with Kaiser Permanente, the one that she probably had a free option to get that kind of help if she needed it.
telling me that my client went to Kaiser Permanente for vaginal discharge on November 29th of 22, and at that visit, she's supposed to tell the doctor
Oh
that
my
she has
God.
psychological problems. Is that your testimony, doctor?
Objection. Argumentative.
Are you telling us that every time someone sees a doctor,
That is not what he's saying. He's saying according to that entire record, not the one you just pulled up the random day she went to go get fucking her discharge taken care of. He's talking about through that entire Kaiser Permanente record when she had the insurance to go get this assistance for this ailment with her psyche that she claimed she was having, her emotional problems. He's saying she never contacted any kind of doctors for that particular issue that she is claiming now that was affecting her so badly. Not enough that she couldn't get another job though. Not enough that she decided she wanted to just go and get her face reconstructed for this.
medical doctor for a cough, sees a dentist for their broken tooth, sees a podiatrist for the broken toe, they have to each time tell the doctor, I have an emotional injury. I have,
Not enough that she went to fucking Hawaii and shit. The girl went on like 3 vacations.
To that medical doctor. Is that what you mean?
Objection.
But she's supposed to be depressed and anxiety and have PTSD after this.
Sustained.
What do you mean by inconsistencies in the Kaiser records? Tell us in your own words.
Well, I have just mentioned as example 3 key entries where she went. 2 of them were for history and physical and general checkups where everything was covered.
Show me in the book. Show me in the book. Blue book.
Okay, why don't you let him finish the answer before you ask him the next question?
Yes, sir.
Because he's being argumentative.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
But got the
So
nerve
again,
to call
one was,
somebody a hostile witness.
April 2022, Dr. King. The next was November 2022, Dr. Ahmed. The next was nurse practitioner Leon, April 2023, where these are records where, for Kaiser electronic medical records, they asked about other types of conditions, and there were no complaints at all from her that she had a mental health problem or was asking for any kind of care, despite these profound elevations on her psych testing. And in that first one with Dr. King, April 2022, she actually specifically denied problems with insomnia or anxiety, which covers a significant aspect of her symptoms.
Doctor, my request is you show me in these 161 pages where it says what you're saying so that I can confirm so myself. It's in front of you in the blue book under Exhibit 212. You're more than welcome to look at it and show it.
Objection.
So that we know the truth.
Objection, Your Honor.
I withdraw the question. let's go to another issue.
He steady trying to call the man a liar. But she literally did not ask anybody for any type of mental help. If she really needed mental help, at any doctor's visit, you can tell them you need mental help. Actually, since he want to bring up that damn vaginal discharge shit, if she really needed mental help and was screaming out for all this help, she could have told any one of those doctors.
So, if the plaintiff's emotional injury ended before she went to Kaiser, would you agree that there would be no inconsistency because the psychological injury ended prior to that medical visit? You agree with that?
Objection, speculation outside of the scope of the rule.
It makes no reasonable sense. It's not possible.
Why is it not possible? Why can't she recover? She could have recovered before she went to the Kaiser. She could have recovered, couldn't she have?
Which question would you like me to answer?
Could Miss...
Okay, so if she is, he not even supposed to ask the man no questions back. He's supposed to just answer the stupid ass questions that he asking him. But if that's what you gonna go by, and she should have gotten better, if that's the case, then why did she fail multiple of his tests by exaggerating these symptoms that you just said that she could have gotten over? Answer that, Mr. Attorney. You just making y'all look stupid.
and Monty Ellis have recovered in 2021 or 2022 before she went to Kaiser Hospital. Is that possible? Yes or no?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
Taking her symptoms at face value, it's not possible and it's contradictory.
So if in her mind, in her brain, she felt that she recovered after seeing these psychologists, why would she tell Kaiser?
If she thought that she recovered after seeing those psychiatrists, why is it that when she got to him, she failed? She literally was saying that she was in so much agony and pain and anxiety and depression and PTSD. How, if you're saying now that she could have been in recovery?
That she has a psychological problem if she recovered.
I'm sorry, counsel. So she does an exam with him in 23?
Right.
When did she see him?
Yes.
22.
Okay.
23?
And you're saying that she recovered prior to that?
See, thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge. Because I know I'm not the only person over here hearing it. I know I'm not the only person hearing it.
But then had the onset of symptoms when she's with him?
My question is, if the plaintiff recovered in
What do you say? Say it again, Judge.
In her brain, she felt that she recovered.
Say it again,
after
Judge.
seeing these psychologists. Why would she tell Kaiser that she has a psychological problem if she recovered?
I'm sorry, counsel. So she does an exam with him in 23?
No, Your Honor.
When did she see him?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And you're saying that she recovered prior to that, but then had the onset of symptoms when she's with him?
My question is if the plaintiff recovered in 2022 before she...
He understood what your question was, but do you hear what you saying? Is what he's saying. But do you hear what you're saying? That she just all of a sudden had these symptoms all over again when she took his test, but she's recovered.
She went to Kaiser Permanente Hospital. If she had recovered, would there be any reason to tell Kaiser she has an emotional injury? Yes or no?
It makes no sense.
I understand, but if it was true...
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge.
In
Thank you, Judge.
23, when Miss Imani Ellis saw you, did she tell you she was still experiencing emotional injuries from this incident?
Yes, in both the interview and particularly the testing.
Exactly. He already answered that. She exaggerated everything. He said that.
And when she told you she was suffering from emotional injuries, did she believe that you're a psychiatrist? Did she know that?
Objection, speculation.
Sistine.
Did you disclose to Imani
again, we're beyond the scope here. Why don't you focus on what was in the redirect?
You said there were some inconsistencies in the Kaiser records. Isn't it true that when Imani Ellis went to Kaiser Permanente Hospital, she went there for reasons other than psychological reasons?
Objection, asking.
Sistine.
He was about to say something too.
Aside from, well, strike, I withdraw that question.
He don't never have no more questions to ask. He just be pulling shit out his ass and making it worse for himself in his case.
The first doctor you said, Dr. King, that she saw, Dr. King, right?
Wasn't the first doctor she saw, but it was first of my 3 examples. That was April 2022, sir.
When she saw Dr. King, what did she see Dr. King for?
Objection.
I think we've fully exhausted the scope of this line of questioning. Do you have anything else?
He said, I think we've fully exhausted the scope of questioning.
Aside from the inconsistencies that you reviewed, well, actually, let me ask you, the inconsistencies that you're telling us about in the records, in the Kaiser records, these are non-psychological records, correct? Is that fair? I'll close with this.
Objection.
If you say yes to that, we're done.
Objection, Mr.
I just want the truth.
If you say yes to that, we're done. You can't do that. That's leading.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
that first of all, that's leading. The judge should have said overruled, and he shouldn't have been able to even say yes or no to that, because you can't just tell him to say yes to that and say we done. He ready to go, so yeah, he about to say yeah to whatever you about to say.
All right. Any questions from the jury? I don't see a hand. All right. Can this witness be excused?
The jury don't have no questions. He ain't even really stopped to pay attention to really look and see if they had any questions for real. He tired of this. All right, and it's bedtime with that too. The judge tired. I'm tired too. Crazy. We'll watch the rest later. All right, it's bedtime. Let me know what y'all opinions are. I guess this whole thing is giving sham to me. It's giving money grab. And if you on my YouTube, don't forget to follow, well, like and subscribe. I think that's what you got to do over there. Y'all have a good night. Bye.